The Doug Hogan Story. My Uncle Doug Hogan was an ex-Green Beret. He came home clearly a changed person. A few years after returning, he would move to California, but he would come back to visit Dad and I often to go fishing. He flew in one weekend, and he was leaving on a Sunday to take Dad back to see Metallica on a Monday night in California. When he arrived, we picked him up at the airport and went and got supplies to go fish the Ohio River at night. We arrived and set up and got a good fire going. You had to have a good one, or you couldn't see. It was too open of an area. We had everything set up and were fishing, but nothing was hitting that night, so we decided to have a couple cold ones and catch up. The conversation got deep, fast, as they always did. Doug didn't mess around, and he got to the seriousness of the subject right off the rip. He didn't bullcrap around at all. He was open and honest. It's just how he was. No bullcrap, keep it real 1,000%. But being a Green Beret with 4 tours in Vietnam, that was his motto. Let's get it out there, then debate it if need be, but it would be resolved. He started to tell us. He said, "Junior, don't ever join the military. It'll be all bad. Look how they did us veterans." He said that during his 4 tours in Vietnam that they were thrown into a crap storm and were told to adapt, and that he had done crap that he couldn't believe he did, but he had no choice in the matter, taking out everyone and everything that was a threat. He said that everything the government covers up is true. There's no, well, it's half and half. It's a cover-up. It's being hidden for a reason, fear. So just know this, he said. I also saw things over there that a lot of soldiers would joke about, and they would say it was the funny smoke that they smoked, making them see those things. But that funny smoke of theirs, it wouldn't do that to you. They knew what they had seen. You know, your perception is to pick up on anything out there resembling a stick figure. You're in the jungle, he said, so your senses are on high alert. I'd heard reports of soldiers seeing ape-like creatures in the day while walking the jungles, and at night, too. During the day, they would be shading from the heat in the trees. But at night, they'd be down on the forest floor looking for food, water, etc. We had gotten reports of them sneaking into camps and taking soldiers' packs with their food, water, cigarettes, and mail from home. They would just take the whole pack. Later, whatever they didn't take would be found spread out. It was said that they moved stealthy and fast at night, but they were sluggish in the daytime. We weren't told about them, and when we did say something after the fact, we were told, "Deal with it. It's war. It is what it is. We're here to finish this thing." Well, after that point, he said, no one gave a crap. We just didn't care anymore. You know, the place was beautiful before we went in there, well, most of it, and it was destroyed after we left, he said. In 4 tours and in my military service, I've seen so much crazy crap that was kept hidden. Why do you think I never go to the White House to sit and have dinner with the president? He said. Never. Never, not once, and I never will, he said. I've seen his uniform, his hat, his medals. He was a good man and soldier and uncle. I loved him. He was my idol. He was so honest. He kept it 1,000% always. His legs had gotten blown off his last year over there, and he was fitted with replacements, but he walked. That man played basketball, baseball, and he even played football sometimes. He was the man. God bless him. Rest in peace, Uncle Doug Hogan. Hi, Nance. My Bigfoot encounter occurred in late October, early November 2000. I can't remember the exact weekend. My fiancé and I planned a weekend getaway in Logan, Ohio. We had heard about all the wonderful outdoor sights and activities in the area, such as Conkle's Hollow and Old Man's Cave, just to name a few. We were staying at a place called Cabins in the Pines. It is one of those weekend getaway cabins with a hot tub and fireplace and wonderful scenery. We stayed in the northernmost cabin out of the 3 on the property. Friday night went by with nothing unusual. Then Saturday morning, we got up and went exploring all the aforementioned sights and activities. We stopped at a small little mom-and-pop grocery store, and we purchased some country ribs, potatoes, and corn to cook out on an open fire pit that sits about 100 feet or so away from the cabin. We were sitting there cooking food and listening to a little handheld radio. The volume was on super low, because you don't go to a place like that to be super loud and disturb the other guests that are staying in the other cabins. The radio was so low, in fact, that when I went to go inside the cabin to get some utensils for cooking, I couldn't hear the radio even by the time I got to the door. As we were sitting there at the fire, all of a sudden I hear something taking steps in the forest from a west-southwest direction, from far away, getting closer and closer. The leaves on the ground were crunchy, and it was easy to hear. It would take 2 steps and stop for 5 to 10 seconds. Then it would take another 2 steps and wait 10 to 15 seconds. Then another 4 steps, and it kept doing that until it reached the tree line adjacent to our cabin. Now, by this time, my fiancé was pretty scared, and I myself was wondering what the heck was going on. I need to say that this happened right at dusk. The sun was down, but the clouds were still glowing from the sun, if that makes sense. We couldn't see anything other than a huge silhouette standing behind a tree and some low bushes. It was swaying back and forth like it was playing peekaboo or something. Needless to say, this really freaked out my fiancée, and she basically told me to take her inside. We had to go closer to the tree line where the creature was standing to make our way back into the cabin. So I took her by the hand and I led her to the doorway, never taking my eyes off the silhouette swaying back and forth. When she got in the door, I turned and I took the small baseball bat-sized stick that I was carrying from the fire pit that I had been trying to use as a torch to protect us. I threw it at the creature after I screamed at it, basically saying, "Dude, who the heck are you walking up through the forest at dark scaring my fiancé like this? If you don't show yourself or say something, I'm about to blow your brains out." I was in disbelief of what was going on, and I still hung onto some thought that this might just be a huge person walking through dense woods by themselves at dark. But the silhouette just kept swaying back and forth even after I said that. So I threw that stick or torch. It fell woefully short and it went out. I yelled, "Get out of here!" like I was yelling at a stray rabid dog or something. It literally turned and walked away, back the same way it had came in. But by this time, it was much darker. So even then, I really didn't see anything other than a silhouette, even though I was much closer to it by this time, 30 feet away maybe. But I could hear it walking away, and then I went inside. We shut all the blinds, turned off all the lights, and we did not use the hot tub on the deck that night either. This happened in 2000, before smartphones with cameras and built-in flashlights. I often think about how proof might have been right there if only I had had a smartphone back then, or heck, even a flashlight that night. Signed, will. Hello, Nance and Buckeye Bigfoot Sasquatch. I'm a long-time listener and an even longer-time knower. Yes, I know they are real. I've seen one. It wasn't close and it was dark, but I saw it. I was with my father, who, by the way, loves to listen to all kinds of Bigfoot channels on YouTube. You are one of his favorites. He's been a big believer all his life. He's 67, retired, but in great shape, and is often mistaken for being in his early 50s. In other words, my older brother. We were in my dad's RV, and we were staying in the Washita National Forest. We were actually out on Washita Lake and staying on the south side of the lake at the Crystal Springs campground. We got there on Friday morning. It was a busy weekend with a good weekend crowd. This was May 2019. Friday and Saturday were both normal. Each day we caught some fish under those sunny skies. Then we cooked and ate those fish under some starry skies. But Sunday came, and about 2/3 of the other campers left. Those of us left were spaced apart, which was really kind of nice. The campground there is very meticulous and kept very clean. There are trash collection points, which all the campers habitually used. I was puzzled, though, because each morning I would go to take trash from the RV, and I would see trash lying about on the ground. I would always pick up the trash lying around, and one time another camper was there, and they helped me pick it up. It was all very out of place because the hosts there are very particular about how they keep things. And it was evident that this had happened during the night, because she told me, the other camper that is, that there was no trash lying around there late the night before when she had brought her other trash. We said raccoons at the time, shrugged our shoulders, picked up the trash, and went on. Sunday night, that was the first time that we heard calls out in the trees. The way this campground is situated, it fans out in little fingers with all the water behind you. Across the way from our RV where we were parked was a lane that you drove on, and then some trees. I assumed that there was more camping on the other side of those trees. I know there was a trail nearby, though, but I didn't know where because we're not hikers, so we didn't seek it out. We had our bellies full of fish, and we were finishing off some cold ones, just talking over everything, when we heard this whoop sound. There was a dip in the middle where it changed pitch, and you could hear clearly where it ended, like it finished pushing all the air out of its lung after the long oop sound. It was very pronounced, and it struck me as weird because I could hear it, but I knew that what I was hearing wasn't close, so it had to be strong for me to hear it exhaling after it ended the sound. We talked about what it could be, but we neither one knew. We put it down to some unusual bird, and we went inside to sleep. Monday was all good, too, during the day. A couple more people left that day, and a few new ones came in. It was the normal ebb and flow in the campground. But things changed on Monday night. And I forget which day, but one day of that weekend, there was a full moon. By Monday night, though, it was still lighting up everything. The moon was still almost full. Only the water out there looked black, and even it was throwing reflections of the moon. Me and Dad were just sitting out that night under the roll-out awning on the side of the RV. We were parked on the west end of the camp. The head of our RV was facing southeast and the North Crystal Springs Road. The back of the RV was facing northwest and an inlet of water. We did not hear the calls that we heard the night before up to that point. The trees across from us had the sound, though, of something moving there. It was loud enough that it caught our attention in the quiet night. We could hear it over the murmur of other campers and even a radio down the way. and we just figured that it was more of the campers that were walking back and forth through the trees. Over the last couple of days, we had seen a fair bit of that. I don't know where they were going to or coming from, but the same group kept walking through those trees the last couple of days. Then we heard one of those calls, and it was right across from us, right there in the trees. Me and Dad both jumped, it was so loud. The whole camp heard it because all of a sudden, all the outdoor chatter of people stopped. A half second later, someone shut off their little radio. All you could hear was the water lapping on the shore behind us and something moving in the trees. Down the way, we could hear lots of, "Did you hear that? What do you think it is? What do you suppose that was?" A couple people walked out to the very front of their campers, right onto the lane where it runs between their campers and the trees. Me and Dad, we stood up, and we were near the front of the RV. But I didn't want to go any closer because it sounded to me like whatever it was directly across from us. Now, there were lots of moving noises out there. I knew this wasn't a person we were hearing, not even a group of people. A person or a group of people couldn't possibly cause that much snapping and the sound of things cracking and moving all at once. One of the guys down the way got a big flashlight and said that he was going to go see what kind of animal it was. Then he loudly asked who was coming with him. No one stepped forward. But since he had already made that call out, he had to go find out what it was, or at least look like it. So Mr. Big and Brave walked over there and flashed the light all around the trees. Turned out, Mr. Big and Brave was really Mr. Small and Cowardly. Never once did he go into the trees to find out exactly what it was. He stood out there on the lane between the campers and the trees, just flashing his light all around, up and down, calling out from time to time to whatever or whoever it was. Then he would stop and look behind him and see how many people were still watching him and maybe talk to them and ask a few to come with him. But never once did he step into the trees. I can't blame him either, because I wasn't going into those trees, I can tell you that. After a few minutes of all this, everyone gave up and it all went back to normal. Eventually, me and Dad went to bed. I woke up about 4:30 a.m. for no apparent reason. I still don't know exactly what woke me, but I wasn't going back to sleep. I checked on Dad. He was sound asleep. So I gave up, and I took the small little water boiler outside the RV to the table and plugged it in. The RV had a little outlet out there, and I was trying to do all of it out there so I didn't wake Dad up. I also took out my mug, the jug of water, and some coffee and filters to make myself a pour-over cup of coffee. The sky was still a dark blue, with little hints of pink and orange near the east where the sun would come up in an hour. The mostly full moon was over in the west sky. Now, ever since I was the sole survivor of a car accident when I was 24, just a side note, we were hit by a drunk driver. Ever since then, I have made it a point to notice every little thing like this, the moon, the sun, the stars, sunrise, sunset, whenever I can. When I woke up in that hospital and they communicated to me that I was the sole survivor, it was the middle of the night. I asked for the blinds to be opened. I wanted to see the sunrise, the one that I almost didn't see, the one that my girlfriend and her two brothers never got to see. It was important to me. I was not facing east in the hospital in that room, but it didn't matter to me. I watched all the buildings across the way in the city get lit up that dawn. After that, I promised myself that I would always notice all of these things from then on. I watched the stars, the moon, the sun, the seasons, the rain, the water. I watch everything I can. I realized that because I could have seen a sunrise, a sunset, the moon, the rain, the stars in the sky on any day or night of my entire life, I had never bothered to do so because I could. It was no big deal. So that is why I remember things that clearly. I say this because many people have asked me, how could you remember such things? I remember because that whole weekend sticks out for me as an anomaly in my life, and I have always paid attention to those things since I was 24. However, if you were to ask me what I or my father was wearing or what the guy down the way with the flashlight looked like, I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry. I know I got off down in the ditch, but that's all part of the big memory for me. So there I am, standing out there under the roll-out awning, which we had left up all night. I'm facing the back of the RV, or rather, I'm facing the water. I was smoking my cigarette, and I heard my water boiler kick off. I clicked on the small table lantern so I could see to make my coffee. I made my coffee, clicked the lantern back off, grabbed the mug, and went and stood at the back of the end of the RV where I had a clear view of the water. I was looking up at the moon to my left in the west. My gaze went between that and the water. I'm standing there, and I had just taken a drag off my cigarette when I hear something. I realize what I'm hearing is a sniffing sound. It was like someone sniffing something they thought smelled good. At first, there were a lot of little fast and quick little sniffs. Then a couple deep inhales. Then a quick release, just so they could pull in a deep inhale again, like it smells so good, you want to smell more of it. This sound was loud, very noticeable. I thought maybe somebody was out there walking around. Maybe they were hoping I'd be neighborly and offer them some coffee and company this early in the morning, or something. I mean, the way people do exaggerated things to get invites or they clear their throat. Maybe they were trying to say my coffee smelled good. I looked down the side of the RV. Then I leaned and looked across the back of the RV. I turned and I glanced to the front of the RV. I don't see anyone. I have a clear view to the water, but on either side of the back of the RV, there are clumps of brush between the RVs at the back. So there isn't always a clear way to the water, but I had one. On either side, though, there were the rows of brush and trees, making it like a corridor where I was, but it fanned out. To my right, that's when I realized that is where that sound was coming from. I look that way. I'm trying to look into the trees and the brush over there. It was dark, but I thought, is there something there? Then to my shock and surprise, I saw a large shape stand up from the brush between the trees. Even in the half-darkness of dawn, there was that weird moment of recognition that I had definitely made eye contact with it, even though I could not clearly see the eyes. I knew because I felt an electric shock that started at my scalp and shot down my spine all the way to my feet in a tiny fraction of a second. And it was a powerful feeling. That is the only way I can describe that sensation of acknowledging some kind of eye recognition. I don't know if it was smelling me as a human, which is what my dad thinks, or if it's what I think, which is it smelled the freshly poured coffee. And I think that's pretty fragrant. I didn't know if it had been squatted down, maybe doing its business, and I interrupted it. That might sound silly, but is it really? Mightn't it have come near the water to do messy business so it can clean itself? If people are right, and it's more human than animal, I could see it doing that. I mean, I'm no scientist. I'm just trying to think things out. Why would it be there in the brush? Why would it be near the water? We measured later, and the creature was exactly 23 feet from where I stood. Yes, we had a tape measure in the RV. There were indentations there among the brush, but there were no clear prints. There were, however, lots of crushed brush branches and some tree limbs broken. It was not sunrise yet, but I could still see its form well enough. I can't say its exact color, though. In that light, it was just dark looking. It could have been black, brown, red, purple, I don't know. I had the impression of the eyes and the face in general, but in pre-dawn light, I can't say that its eyes were this color or so far apart, and I can't tell you what kind of nose it had, other than one that apparently could smell for a long distance. I wish I could tell you more. I would have liked to have seen it. The only thing I do know is that it was about 7.5 feet tall. It could have been closer to 8 feet tall. I stood where I was at the RV, and when Dad got up, I told him about it. I had him go stand where it was while I stood right there. Dad kept pointing with a stick till it was about where I thought its head was. Then we measured. 7.5 to maybe upwards of 8 feet tall. While all of it was happening, I kept looking at it like, I'm not seeing this. But I knew I was. I was trying to make myself think this was someone from another camp just being prankish and stupid. But it didn't seem like that. Then it let loose with one of those whooping calls. I mean, it was full blast, just 20-some feet away from me. Felt like my ears were about to burst. I jumped, sloshing coffee from my mug. It took off. It moved so fast it scared me. It was just a dark blur in darkness, or semi-darkness. I thought it was going behind the RV. I thought it was going to come after me. I wasn't sure, so I ran down my side of the RV towards the front to see if it came out. And if not, I was getting inside the RV. I had already decided I was going to drive off. I was going to leave everything right there, tear off the roll-out awning if I had to. I didn't care. But by the time I got down to the front of the RV, I saw it cross the lane out front, and I saw as the dark shape headed off into the trees, exactly where we had been hearing all those sounds the prior night. I got the outline of a very wide back and shoulders. The legs that I saw, at least in the darkness, didn't seem long enough for the body that was running, but I could be wrong. I couldn't even tell you if the creature was split right where everybody else is split on their backside. I saw a dark object or shape moving. It was massive. It was fast. It was wide. It was not human. And it was not waddling side to side like a bear does when they walk standing upright. I was stunned. I heard a couple of other people come out down the lane, wondering what the heck they just heard. I even got one accusatory look from the person closest to us, because there I was out there with a cigarette and coffee standing on the edge of the lane. They looked at me like I was the one doing it, like I was pranking everybody. No sirree, I was not, I promise you. By this time, Dad's coming out of the RV too, all sleepy-eyed, asks me, what the heck's going on? The whole time, I was so shook up, I wasn't drinking my coffee or smoking. I think most of the coffee had been sloshed out when I ran to the front of the RV, or maybe when I jumped when it whooped at me. I had a death grip on that mug, though, and I only realized it when I felt the heat from the cherry of my cigarette, because it had burned all the way down to the filter between my fingers. Then, and only then, did I look down at the mostly empty mug held in a death grip in one hand, and the cigarette about to go out because it burned down to the filter in the other. That's how shook up I was. I had a death grip on both. I told my dad what I saw. He said, "Son, are you sure? It's not bright enough out here to see much of nothing yet." I said, "Stay there, Dad." I walked the far length of the RV, and I left him standing at the front of the RV. I yelled down, "Can you see me okay?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, it was closer than that to me, and yeah, it might be 10 minutes later, but it hasn't lightened up that much in 10 minutes. So Dad believed me. I really think he was just terribly disappointed that he didn't get out there soon enough to see it. You see, my dad is the Bigfoot guy in the family, has been ever since he first heard about them when he was younger. He has traveled and camped all his life all over Washington, Oregon, and Northern California. He always said he wanted to see one. Well, doesn't it figure? His son, who was not a believer before this, the one who used to tease his dad about those creatures, doesn't it figure I'm the one that saw it and not him? Murphy's Law, right? We stayed out there several more days at that campground. We stayed a few days longer than we had planned. We forgot all about fishing. We were now on a Sasquatch stakeout. We didn't know what we were doing, and we didn't have any special supplies, and we sure weren't going out into the trees or anything. But we sat up every night, just sitting in the dark, listening, waiting. And Dad, he was hoping. Me, I wasn't really wanting to see it again. Once was enough. I was still puzzled by the whole first time I saw it anyway. I still am, truth told. It was just weird from beginning to end with no point. I don't understand it. For the record, we did hear the whoops a few more times, and I think there were several different individuals. Sure, they came in from different areas, but that whoop that dropped in the middle with a different pitch change, you could hear that one. It was different from the others. There were all very different kinds of whoops out there. And what we heard was always far away over the next few days. It was never close enough again. We certainly never saw anything again. Once or twice we got excited. We heard things moving in the trees. But each time it turned out to be deer. And that's really kind of what we thought it must have been, because those steps that we heard were very light. And you would just hear a snap or a crack every now and then. It wasn't at all like the time before when it sounded like a whole school bus was tearing through the woods. So I saw it, and yet I didn't see it. I don't doubt what my eyes saw, even in the half-dark light of the morning. I would bet my whole retirement account on what I saw. I didn't have to see the fur detail or to see the nose flare to know what I was seeing. Me and Dad, we've been back there several times, but no joy on seeing or hearing it again. As I type out this email, my father is currently somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. He was most recently at Multnomah Falls. His whole retirement now as a widower is completely centered around looking for Bigfoot. He's camping all over the Pacific Northwest, Montana, anywhere he thinks he might have a chance encounter. I keep reminding him the only real chance encounter we know of happened right here in Arkansas. I keep hoping the old man will come back, but he's on a Bigfoot quest. I don't know. That man has an RV, and he likes to travel, and he's got nothing else to do. He did tell me that he would promise that if there was a sighting, he will send his encounter in to Buckeye Bigfoot. He likes the way you narrate, Nance. Thanks for sticking with me on this really long email. Signed, Tommy Arvin and his father, Randall Arvin. Hello, Buckeye Bigfoot and Sasquatch. I'm going to share with you something that I have told very few people about. What I saw confirmed for me that things existed that I had never once believed in. It has left me shaken, and I now question a lot of things I took to be true. In 2002, my wife went to Pennsylvania for a visit with her mother and her new stepfather, who I did not get along with. I stayed home, which meant I was left to fill up my time for a couple of weeks. Well, hunting was the best thing I could think of. It was early October, which means bow hunting season in West Virginia. I went bow hunting on some private land out in Wetzel County, West Virginia. The land was owned by friends of my father-in-law, my wife's actual father, and I did get along with him long after he and my wife's mother divorced. I had been hunting there a couple of times before, with him specifically, so I had some familiarity with the land. This time he was unable to go, so I was going alone. There was an area that I had scouted and observed earlier in the summer where there seemed to be does bedding down during the day. It was out by a junction where two ridges came together down near a creek running at the bottom. I started out on the east ridge, heading west from that ridge down to the timber floor where a creek ran between the hills. When I scouted prior to this, I took the time to put orange neon blazes on the trees to find my location of the tree stand again. I found my tree stand, and I got in. This was a little more than 3/4 of the way down the eastern ridge, where the land started to go to a slow roll as it leveled out near the creek. Once up in the stand, I put my eyes down on a stand of hardwoods and other timber by the creek. I am allowed to take a doe, but like all hunters, I wanted that antlered buck. But I would take a doe if I got a shot, if for no other reason than to give the meat to the old couple that owns this land. He lets us hunt, and all he ever asks is a cut of the meat of whatever we get. I think that's pretty fair. They are older and retired, and he doesn't get around too good anymore and can no longer hunt for himself, so this helps them both out. I know this creek is very near where the does bed down, and where there are does, I'm willing to gamble there's going to be a buck nearby. An hour or more goes by, and I see nothing moving out there except a couple squirrels and one rabbit. The breeze shifted, and now I smell a very odd smell. It comes and it goes. It smells like the sulfur smell when you light a match, but it's a little bit stronger. I look around, and I wonder where that's coming from. Is there possibly an old mine nearby giving off fumes? If so, that's not good. I'm watching the timber down by the creek, waiting for those does to come get their water before bedding down for the day. But I see no sign of them. Maybe they've already bedded down. Out of nowhere, I hear a wheezing snort call of a deer distress alarm. The direction I heard it was further west across the creek behind the timber, about where the does would bed down. I glanced down that area. It might have been a real deer distress snort, but I hadn't seen any deer activity that morning. It also might have been another hunter using a call to flush deer out. This meant I had to be very, very cautious. I had been told that I was to be the only hunter back on that land. Of course, that didn't mean that there weren't other people hunting that weren't supposed to be on that land. No matter, though, because now, even if the deer flushed out in my direction, there's no way I was going to be able to take a shot. Bad things can happen when hunters cross paths and they don't know that each other is there, and I wanted no part of that. I would rather miss my chance at a deer than take that kind of chance. I was getting mad, but I knew I had to stay calm and be careful. For people living out in the cities, you might not know about this, but this is how people sometimes go missing, and it's how they've gone missing for decades up in these hills and in the mountains here in West Virginia. For all I knew, there were a pack of 10 of those men out there hunting, and I would stand no chance against them. I did not want them to know I was there, even though I was in the right. I was heavily camouflaged, and I'm still hearing that distress alarm call, and the more I listen, the more I'm certain that's not from the deer. I'm wondering why I'm not seeing or hearing the deer flushing out. Nothing is making sense here. Why are they delaying? Then I thought, maybe there aren't any deer there, and those guys don't know it. There weren't any when I scouted previously, but that doesn't mean they haven't made their way back there yet, and I have somehow missed them. But then again, maybe they haven't gone back there at all. Nothing was adding up. I didn't hear any pawing or stomping that usually goes with deer being distressed. I'm listening, and I'm glassing everywhere, trying to see where they are and how many there are. When I finally found one of them, I got the shock of my life. I saw a dark object moving stealthily on the opposite side of the creek, right toward the deer bed down, which I couldn't see now because of all the timber. I can't believe that fool had gotten so close. Surely the deer knew there was someone there. Then I realized he's not the one giving the call. That call was coming from somewhere else to the right. So I thought, there's at least two of them. I kept glassing back to the one creeping along. I was only seeing bits and pieces of him moving through the brush. I saw lots of dark, and I wondered, why were they suited up all dark? What was he doing? If there are deer there, why aren't those deer flushing out? Again, nothing was adding up for me at all. Then I find the second hunter with my glasses. About 30 yards to the right of the creeping one, there he was. You talk about a real shock. Now I had it. I saw his face with my binoculars. I think I stopped breathing. I was looking at the thing that I had always said did not exist. And Nance, be sure to punctuate that. I put each period after each word for a reason. All right, Will, I did. I was looking at the thing I always said did not exist. I believe that's what he meant for me to say. The face I saw through my binoculars was a face so ugly, not even its Sasquatch mother could love. Big flat nose. It was hairy everywhere but the eyelids and the lips. It had big Neanderthal-like brows. I saw its mouth open when it was making the calls. I clearly saw the right side of the tongue and most of the lower teeth because of how it was positioned. The bottom had square-like molars, just like a human's, running all along the back of the mouth. The front teeth on the bottom, what I could see, looked like ours, a little thinner, like shell-scooped shape. But they were much larger. I saw no fangs, upper or lower. I did see a hint of upper canines just like we have. The inside of its mouth was all dull and dark pink. The tongue was as wide as the whole mouth, and it was flat. It pulled up and held its tongue at the upper part of the mouth against the back of the upper teeth when it made the call. The fur or hair was colored a dark brown. If you've ever spent time shelling walnuts, the brown left all over your fingers, that's the color it was. When it moved, it seemed to have a showing of a red-colored undercoat. The fur was also very short. There was no fur hanging anywhere. The crest on its head rose up prominently. It went straight back and up from the brow. I did not see any outer ear form, but there was a pattern of fur along the side of the skull. It swirled and parted, and I believe that there was an ear opening there, if not an actual ear like ours. I saw the face muscles when it worked its mouth and moved its tongue. When it opened its mouth and pressed the tongue behind its back teeth, the lips stretched wide and the cheek muscles pulled back and bunched up. Its eyes were thin and bunched up in the corners like a person's would when it did that. The thing that was strange for me to see was that the lower jaw would jut forward when it made the call. When it stopped, the jaw would settle back into place. It looked abnormal. Right as I have found this second one, and I'm looking at it in shock, there comes a stampede of 5 or 6 does just barreling across the creek. I think from the sound that one of those does at least eventually passed right under me, but I never looked down to see. I wondered, though, why they had waited so long to flush out. I wonder if the alarm distress call, which hadn't sounded exactly right, might have confused them. I later thought maybe it was because the does didn't know which way to go. I looked at the does crossing the creek. Then I looked back to where the second creature had been, only to not find it. I look around with the glasses quickly, and then I find it. It's coming out of the timber after one of the last straggling does. From the left side of the timber came a third one. This one is a bright red color. This was not the little first creeper I saw back there. So I thought, now there's 3, at least. Then it hit me. This had been an ambush, but not like any kind that I would have recognized as a hunter. I don't know what the creeper was doing way back there. He wasn't flushing anything out, and he wasn't the one making the calls. The one making the call was too far away to be in a position to catch any of the bolting does, and the does naturally would have bolted across the creek. There was nobody out front to catch a bolting doe. So what were they doing? I didn't know. But the fact that they had formed an ambush made my hair stand up. Maybe there were more of them on this side of the creek. Maybe they were very close to me. Perhaps they were right under me, and I didn't know it. I pulled the binoculars away from my face for a second so that I could check the wide view all around me and look down. I'm looking everywhere. I'm checking carefully, but I don't see any more of them. I hear distress at the creek from the doe. I quickly bring the binoculars back up. I see the 2 creatures. I'm going to call them left and right. They're hot on that last doe that was being flushed out. If they had been men, they could never have caught up to that doe, even though it was clearly the older one and it was lagging behind the others a bit. No way a man could have covered those 30 yards and grabbed that doe. But the one that came out from the right, the one that had been making the calls, that's what it did. It moved like lightning, and it got to that doe just as its front hooves touched the creek. That creature reached out with its long left arm, and it hit the doe's right flank hard. Hard enough that the doe skidded and stumbled, and it went down at the back end. Right then, the creature from the left had gotten right there, and it had been a lot closer, but it took longer to get to that doe. The left one caught the doe that had just been hit by one of its back legs. It caught it just before it got its footing back to stand up. It looked like a football tackle. The left creature pulled the back leg of the doe up close and tucked its whole body around the midsection. The right creature at the same time came around and grabbed the doe's head and twisted, I assume snapping its neck. My binoculars told me my distance from the creatures was 70 yards. And yet from that distance I could hear them huffing, puffing, stomping in the creek and pulling in great breaths of air into their lungs. I have heard of people being scared stiff, but I always thought that was just something they said to show how scared you really were. But I was actually too stiff to move. I couldn't even pull the binoculars from my face. My muscles were frozen. I was terrified at what I had just seen. I felt safe in the tree stand as long as they didn't know that I was there. And right then, I was pretty sure they didn't know I existed. I had my bow, and I could probably get all 3 with the bow before they got to me. Probably. But after seeing how the one on the right moved, and knowing I was only 70 yards away, I was not willing to bet my life on it. When the third one, the little creeper as I called him, when he got to the other 2 that were at the creek, I then could see the great size difference between them. The little creeper was only about 2/3 the size of the other 2. He was a much darker color also, whereas the other 2 were more brown and red. Right there, That's when I could clearly see they were all three males. They seemed to be having a disagreement that was going on between the two larger ones at the creek. When the younger or the smaller one came out to the creek and came within striking distance of them, they both turned on him. One yelled, and the other, the bigger one, the one that had been on the right making the calls, he reached out and he smacked the little creeper right upside the head, just like a parent or an older sibling would do. It was whack, right upside the head. Like, how could you be so stupid? That's what it really looked like. I don't know if the young one, the little creeper, messed something up, or maybe he did something wrong and alerted the does too soon, or not soon enough. The smaller one stayed silent. He took the blow up the side of the head. He made no noise. He made no move to get away. The other two turned back to each other, and they were vocalizing. I could not hear what the sounds were like. I was too far. I could hear the vocal noise, but not what form that vocal noise was making, what sound they took. I also can say with absolute certainty they were communicating. They were taking turns vocalizing and gesturing to each other. I'm not sure I could go so far as to call it a conversation, but it was a communication of a type. They did not know I was there, I was sure of that, and I wanted to keep it that way. I was so scared that I had to control my breathing. If I could hear their huffing and puffing all the way to the creek, I was afraid maybe they could hear me, even if I wasn't as loud. I was truly terrified. I was praying they would just take their dough and move on down the creek or back over the other ridge. I was saying silent prayers and staying perfectly still, not even moving my binoculars. I did not want to move. The biggest one reached out and slapped the other big one, the red one, not the small one, but the other big one. He smacked him on the outside of the upper arms on both sides real fast, like pow, 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 from side to side. Not like he was trying to hurt him, but it was almost like he was telling him something, because he was vocalizing the entire time. The red one stood still and seemed to be listening. Then the big one that had been doing all the slapping, he and the smallest one, the little creeper, walked back into the timber on that side. The middle one, the one that had just been arm slapped, pow, 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 he bent down. He grabbed the doe and slung it up over one shoulder with the doe's head hanging down his back. He moved the doe's weight around like he was trying to make it comfortable. Then he walked off, following the other two. Except for when the doe distress calls started, the forest did not go quiet like people say. But as soon as all the distress and all the commotion at the creek stopped, the birds and all the normal sounds started up again, even as these creatures were walking through the timber. Total, I think my actual eyes on them lasted 1 minute or less. But it was probably an hour before I got the nerve to get down out of that tree stand. I left the stand there. It might still be there for all I know. I don't know. I have never gone back. I glassed the area very, very well before I got down. I listened. And when I got down out of that stand, I think I ran straight to my old Jimmy and drove home. I say I think, because I don't know. I don't remember much after I got down out of that tree stand. I must have ran up and over that ridge and back down the other side to where I was parked. I do not remember the drive out of there. I do not remember the drive home, nor do I have a clear memory of getting home. The first real clear memory I have is my father-in-law calling me later that evening. Now, protocol was that I was supposed to stop at the house and let the old man know that I was done hunting, the land was clear, and to let him know if I had caught anything or not. He said that he saw me leave the property. I told my father-in-law I had not caught anything. I had not planned to tell him anything else. But without warning, It just all came out. I blurted out everything. My father-in-law sat on the phone and he listened. He didn't say hardly one word one way or the other. He said, "Sit tight." He was coming over. I think he was coming over to see if I was doing something illegal or if I had been drinking. And I had never really been a fan of either, so that was not it at all. When my father-in-law got there, I was pacing in the kitchen, and I let him in the back door. He sat me down at the kitchen table, and he said, "Tell me everything again." I did. I told him everything. He sat and he listened. He looked at me several times, but he didn't say much to me right then. After it was all done, and I think I'd told him 4 times from beginning to end, he got up, pat me on the shoulder, and said, "Sit tight. Keep it to myself for a bit." He then asked for more detail about exactly where this happened on the property. Then he left. I made sure to tell him all he had to do was follow the orange neon blazes on the trees to find my tree stand, and from there he could see everything I told him where it happened. He went the next day. He talked to the old man and he asked to go out on the property. He told the old man that I had been badly spooked by something, probably just a bear, and that was why I left. I know it didn't make sense, he said, but he asked to go out there. And he does. He goes out there, he finds my tree stand, and he finds everything as I told him. He went down and he checked the creek area, and it was small pebbles all around, so there were no prints to see in the gravel. He found exactly where the does had been bedding down, like I told him, but there were no does there. He said he didn't think there had been any sign for days. He comes back, and he tells me all of this. He says that he didn't find anything that tells him for sure what happened out there, but he can see that I'm still really shook up. And this is now a couple days later by that time, so he knows something happened. We discussed, could it have been some guys in get-ups or ghillies? We talked about their height, which I won't give an exact number on, but I know they looked very tall to me even at 70 yards away and up in a tree. So here's the deal. To this day, I will never believe that it was people out there by the creek, for all the reasons that I've already said in this story, and more I really have not said. I never once thought those were real before that. I take back every word I ever said about the people who said they saw them. I had spent all the free time I ever could out in nature all through my life. I never ran into anything that I couldn't explain or identify as perfectly normal. Until that morning. I think that is probably what really happens. People can spend their whole lives out in nature and everything's just fine. Somebody else might take their very first hike ever, and that's when they see a Sasquatch. Me, I was in the middle. I'd been out there my whole life and never saw anything. And then when I did, it's a huge triple whammy because I didn't just see one. I saw multiple, and I saw some very interesting interaction between them. I've tried to look to see if anyone else has seen any interactions or how they communicate. I've not found anything, so I wonder if what I saw was very rare. This event has changed where I go hunting, but it has not changed me going hunting. I still go hunting, but I don't hunt alone anymore. I also don't laugh at people who say they have seen them. I just have one last thing, Nance, and please forgive me. I absolutely adore you and your channel, so you can choose whether or not to say this. I do wish you and others like you would not make this topic the National Enquirer kind of stuff. What I mean is, stop sensationalizing it. It's very real, and when you put up your funny pictures to get people to click on your videos, you're doing a disservice to those who have witnessed these things, these beings or creatures. For what it's worth, I really do love your channel, but I really wish you would take it more seriously. Thank you Signed, Will Pennington. I had 2 encounters a week apart. Before my encounters, I did not believe in Bigfoot. Why should I? I have been a fisherman and a hunter my whole life. I've been fishing, hunting, and camping from Canada to Florida. I am 45 years old, so I thought I had seen it all. I never had an encounter, so I thought Bigfoot was a tall tale. This all changed for me the last week of August in 2015. The first encounter happened like this. I live in southern Ohio. My backyard has a creek through it, with the Shawnee State Forest on the other side of the creek, with miles and miles of woods beyond that. I have a building by the creek with a rabbit pen attached to the building. I forgot to feed the rabbits, so I got some lettuce and carrots and went outside. It was about 2 a.m. I went out back, walking between my house and the creek, when I heard 2 people whispering to each other. First thing I thought was they were looking to steal something, so I acted like I did not hear them. I feed my rabbits. Then I went back to the front of the house, into the front door. I went in and got my pistol. It was a .45. Then back outside. This time I was sneaky. I stayed low. I went over to my fence. I followed the fence line to the creek and sat down about 5 or 6 feet from the creek. I was behind my building, sitting in the dark, peering as hard as I could, but I could not see anything. Then I heard something. Then a big splash of water soaked me. What I heard was the rock sailing in the air toward me. Did I say rock? It was a boulder. At first I was mad. Then I realized whoever threw that rock in the water could see me. What if they hit me with the next one? So I got up and walked away. The next day, I went out there and I found the rock. I barely got it out of the water. I am no small man. I stand 6 foot 6 inches and I weigh 270 pounds. The rock weighed about 150 pounds. It had dirt on it, and I found the place it was taken from the bank. That was about 50 yards from the place where it was on the bank to where it lay in the creek. No man can do that. This was my first encounter. I'll send you my next one later. I didn't have a true sighting in this encounter. It was too dark, but I did in my second. Signed, Isaac. Okay, Buckeyes. I had a first-person encounter sighting last winter. I live about 45 minutes north of the old Buckeye State. As a listener, I desired to send this one in, and as a fan, to thank you for your work and narrations. I was a dishwasher, and I walked 4 miles every morning, and some nights 10 miles per day, to and from work. I would walk across an overpass connecting a bridge separating a highway. I tended to enjoy the 2-hour walks outside during the brisk January temperatures. One day, I decided to go off the beaten path while walking down the sidewalk after crossing the bridge, and I went down a 25-foot incline through the snow. Venturing not even 25 feet from the sidewalk, I decided to stop for a few minutes. The cars above were out of my sight. Separating each side of the bridge were 2 smaller fields connecting the highway entrance and exits. This time, for some reason, I decided to walk further across the incline. I would stand at a certain area in one of the fields and scan the perimeter. I noticed a smaller 9-foot pine tree that stuck out from the natural scenery. In mid-January, all the trees and bushes are visible and bare. Then I spotted the creature as I was scanning the 800-square-yard area while just looking around. The thing somehow knew that I was going to eventually spot it. I mean, have you ever had a situation where you ran into someone you did not really want to see at the time, but you know they're going to spot you seeing them? Well, I had that strange sensation. I would describe it like trying to find Waldo in a Where's Waldo mystery book. I did a series of double takes when I saw it. It was laying down on the ground beneath the small pine tree, well camouflaged, postured, and relaxed. It was like someone laying down on a blanket at the lake. The being had a flat, hairless face, light gray, brown color, round head, slightly proportionate with its body, as it didn't seem to have a neck. Hair on arms, legs, brownish-orange yellow fur, and clean. I researched online, and I found one similar to the face I saw that day. I knew what I was looking at, and it knew what it was looking at. I couldn't tell whether it was a boy or a girl Bigfoot, but it wasn't tall, 6'2", maybe at the best, stocky in the legs, arms, chest, and shoulders. The eyes were small and dark black. What got me is I was processing what I was seeing less than 45 yards away. When I locked eyes on them, it smiled at me, as if almost on cue. When it smiled, and this is when the hard part comes in, it had the biggest smile I've ever seen. The teeth were similar to human teeth, but 2 inches in width and height, and a smile 6 times bigger than ours. I locked eyes on them just as it smiled, almost on cue. It kept grinning. I locked eyes, looking at them eye to eye, and I noticed it had a seriously maddening look in its eyes. Not mad like upset with terror or rage. No, this maddening look looked like a deranged, wild, insane person, like Willy Wonka mad, or like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in the Wonderland kind of mad. I describe it as cartoon-like because of the huge smile and teeth and the motionless posture. As it was laying with one elbow propping up its head and one leg bent to prop up its other foot against its knee, I call it because I know it was not human. When I got home, I kept thinking, either it went underneath that tree before the sun came up, or it spent the night under that tree. The time was around 8:35 a.m. It would have to stay there until nightfall as not to be spotted. The cars, roads, and traffic surrounded every side of that field. The 600 square feet of slightly wooded area of tree line and bushes were bare and visible during the day. I presumed that it could lay there and watch cars or people cross the bridge. Or it could look down the hill and watch cars along the highway. The tree was positioned in such a way that 95% of people would not be able to detect it from either side of the field. That puppy was smart. Did it know that I was walking to work the same time each day? I can only imagine what happens around that area during the night. Well, that is my story. Thanks again, Buckeye Bigfoot, and to Buckeye listeners for tuning in. Signed, Jean. I'm not sure where to start with this. I came out to Virginia in the last part of 1999 from Washington State. As a teenager, I believed in all the Bigfoot stuff. Then, when I got into my 20s, I forgot all about it, and I never thought of it again. Then, on March 6, 2005, my mom died. I quit my job, and I just went out and lived at Hone Quarry, not sure what I was going to do. After the first night there, the next morning I met a retired truck driver. His name was Art. We started camping together, and everything seemed to be getting better. Around the last part of April, things got a little strange. There's a lot more to this story, but I'm going to jump to the last part of June or early July 2005. I was driving all day in the mountains, just stopping once in a while to get out and walk some trails. As it got dark, I drove back to the camp, which is above a man-made dam, FDR 62. There's a Y in the road that goes up the hill, but it's on to the left that stays at the base of the hill, then turn right into the second camping spot next to the creek. It was dark when I pulled in and stopped. Then I opened my door and I yelled out to Art, "It's only me, Art." He said, "Okay." Art had a .44 Magnum in his tent, and I did not want to get shot at. It was pitch black out, and the only light that I had was the dome light in the car. So I shut the door and locked both doors, then took my needle quilt and covered my head to go to sleep. The dome light went off. I laid there, trying to get to sleep. Then 4 seconds later, the dome light came back on. I was like, what? How did that come on? Then I moved my foot back and forth, and I realized I didn't turn it on. I was baffled at this point. I throw the covers off my head and turn to the left real quick, saying, "What the—" But my last word didn't come out. I was looking straight into the mouth of this thing. I froze. My eyes were open wide. I was paralyzed and I couldn't move. I could only stare at this thing that was less than 24 inches from my face. The first thing that I saw was how big its mouth was, showing all of its teeth. The teeth were about an inch long and had 2 fangs. The lower teeth were about a ½ inch and had thin lips on it. The width of its mouth was 8 to 9 inches wide. It was huge. I couldn't scream or move. Fear set in. The only thing I could move was my eyes. At this point, I started to move my eyes up slowly. Its nose was sort of back more because its mouth was open so wide it looked like a black leather hole. The nose was flat, but it was wide. Then, as I looked more, I was looking dead into its eyes, and for a brief second, I could see its whole face. This thing was huge. I was in a Pontiac Grand Am 2-door, and it almost filled the window. As I looked into its eyes, they were a dull red, but they were wide, like a person opening their eyes as wide as they can. As I looked into its eyes, the red started to engulf me. It got a bright red, and I wasn't even feeling my body. At this point, everything just went red around me. I know that sounds strange. It was like time stopped. It was looking inside me. After I don't know how long, strange things started as I felt, well, like I can only describe it like floating in my own body. There were no feelings. It's just hard to explain, but it felt like that. I could feel nothing. Then what happened next surprised me. It was like I could feel my father overshadow me and enter me. He was dead in 2002. When that happened, it got strange. I felt a peace come over me that I had never felt before. My body relaxed, and it was like I was just overwhelmed with peace. It tore me into being dead tired, and for some reason, I rolled over and fell asleep. I have never in my life slept that peaceful. Then the dome light went out. I thought, did I just really see and feel that? I turned over with my head still covered and peeked out from under my blanket. It was pitch dark, and I couldn't see anything. The next morning, I walked over to Art and I told him about it. He said that it was probably just someone messing with me, so I sort of bought that. But inside, I knew it wasn't true because of its eyes and because of the effect it had on me. The thing was, it didn't try to hurt me or harm me. Thinking back, I think it was surprised when I moved from under the cover so fast, like I didn't see it till we looked into each other's eyes. But I do know that if it wanted to hurt me, there wasn't a dang thing I could have done to stop it. That was my encounter with Bigfoot. But after living in Hone Quarry for 5 to 6 months, there was a start that led up to it and after it. That would take too long to write, but I never went back there or into the woods again. It's been 16 years, and I still don't go into the woods. Thanks for letting me try to make sense of this. John. The following incident occurred in September 2020 in Perry County, Ohio. To find this campground and the trailhead west of Shawnee, Ohio, take State Route 93 out of Shawnee. Turn left on County Road 38. The horse camp and the main trailhead is on the right. That's where the old primitive campground trailhead is, further on to the west. My husband and I have been hiking a local trail system in our area nearly every day since we got our dog in 2013. Over the years, we have experienced several instances of wood knocking and did not think much of it in all honesty. More recently, we have stumbled upon small trees, 4 to 5 inches in diameter, that were twisted or broken in ways that a human could not achieve, at least in our opinion. All these instances combined over the years have not really made us feel unsettled or afraid, nor did we think it was anything too worthy of note. However, our most recent experience, which occurred over a period of a few days in September 2020, was unexplainable, and I cannot go without reporting this any longer, as it has truly been bothering me since it occurred. In September 2020, my husband and I were on an evening hike, approximately 4:30 to 5 p.m., at the Stone Church Horse Trail System, which is a part of the Wayne National Forest in Shawnee, Ohio, when we heard what we can only describe as a howling or roaring sound. The noise occurred twice, and there was approximately a minute of silence between the two howls or roars. Sadly, I was unable to get my phone out quickly enough to record the instance, as it all happened so fast. My husband and I have never heard anything like it before. I was a bit unnerved by the sound, and we quickly left the area and headed back home. We spent that night looking up the calls of animals native to Ohio, but none of the sounds we listened to even remotely resembled the sound that we heard that evening. A couple of days later, we went back out to the same trail system where we heard the noise. We stopped along the trail to allow our dog to get a drink of water. My husband was preoccupied with the dog, and I was just taking in the scenery. I happened to hear some rustling on the ridge above us, and when I turned to look, I saw what I can only describe as a very large, bipedal creature walking between the trees and brush. The creature was far enough away that I could not make out its features specifically, but it was very large. It had dark-colored fur or hair, dark brown or black in color. I cannot give an exact height measurement, but the creature appeared to be approximately 6 feet tall. This estimate is based upon our survey of the surrounding trees where the creature was sighted on that ridge. I called for my husband to look over at the creature, but it disappeared over the crest of the ridge into the forest before he was able to see. Additionally, more recently, specifically February 13th, 2021 at 4:57 p.m., I unintentionally recorded a wood knock while recording a video of my dog. This instance also occurred on the same trail where my husband and I heard the howling and roaring and saw the bipedal creature in September of 2020. Also noticed wood knocking, trees broken in ways that are not normal, howling and roaring. Other witnesses. 2 witnesses were involved, myself and my husband. Prior to the first incident, the howl and growl, my husband and I were hiking along the trail, and during the second incident, the sighting of the creature, I was observing the scenery while my husband tended to our dog. Other stories have been reporting hearing wood knocking in the area, though I do not have specific details to speak upon. The incidents occurred in the evening, around approximately 4:30 to 5 p.m. It was a warm and sunny evening, and the area was well lit. The environment around this sighting is heavily wooded and secluded. There are ridges on each side of the trail. There's also a creek that runs parallel with the trail for about a mile until you ascend a ridge and into the forest further. There are also several ponds in the area, located along the many trail sections of the trail system. My brother has a cabin in Florida, Vermont. I just got my new car, and no one wanted to come with me. Basketball, probably. I left early, and it was about a 2-hour trip. We had a wonderful day, and the sun was starting to set, so I left to go back to Connecticut. I was virtually alone on the road and taking my time as I drove. I was thinking about why the roadway was called Jacob's Ladder. I was up high at one point and looked down into a stream where there was a young bear drinking. I rounded the curve, and there it was on the left side of the road, right at the edge. It was only a 2-lane road, so 12 feet from me, it was ready to cross, but we made eye contact, and it froze. The only thing that I saw move was its eyes. I was not going fast, as I was the only one on the road. What I saw was not big, gross, or scary. Looking back almost 10 years now, I know it was young, like 6 feet tall. We looked directly into each other's eyes. It was standing upright, with its right leg forward, starting to walk. I felt that I was honored or blessed or something that I can't explain. My 5 brothers all think I'm nuts. My kids laugh at me. I saw a being that was real, and nothing can make me say that I didn't. I only hope that no one kills them, because they are in our world, and we have to share it. I don't have much of a story, but I am telling the truth. Thank you so much, Nance. I really love hearing from others that know also. Nance, as a P.S. to my story, I have studied all the pictures that I can find, and none are what I saw. It had 6-foot-long arms with hands below its knees, dark brown and black eyes, no beard, no neck, and broad shoulders. It was standing straight up, so much like a human, and the look it gave me was surprise and wonder. Thank you so much. Signed, Kathleen. This was June 1995, outside of Walla Walla, Washington. We were riding 4-wheelers on some property out near 5 Points. We were following Little Blue Creek on the south side, just going along the trees. It was about 4 or 5 p.m. It was clear that day. It was warm. We were going along the trees, and the guy in front of me pointed over into the trees. He said something, but because of the 4-wheelers, I couldn't tell what. I looked to where he points. He comes to a sudden stop, and I almost rear-ended him because I was trying to look where he pointed. This was really weird. We had a set of signals to follow to avoid accidents like this because we knew we couldn't hear. I look, and I see a tall being where he points. It's standing there between some trees. It's perfectly still, and it's looking right at us. We sit there on our four-wheelers for about 10 seconds. They were just idling. We're both looking at it clear as can be. It turns and goes back further, like towards the creek. The guy in front of me suddenly gets off of his four-wheeler like he's going to follow it. I'm yelling like, "Don't! Get back on and let's go!" He stops, nods, and gets back on his four-wheeler. We get back to our trucks and load up. We stand around our trucks and we're talking about it. We both know we saw a Sasquatch. 7, maybe 7.5 feet tall, very broad-chested, wide shoulders with big humps on them. It had no neck that we could see. Its chin seemed to rest on its chest. It was approximately 35 to 40 feet from us. The jut-out of trees that we were following arced south in that area, so we had some of the west sun lighting it up in the trees. We had good clarity, and we both agreed there was no mistake. He said what made him look over that way was a big stick had come out from the trees and landed several feet in front of his four-wheeler right before he hit it. I didn't see this limb, but he said that's what made him look that way, and that's when he saw it. We wonder if it was down at the creek, and we made it curious or maybe mad. No smells, no sounds, nothing hit us. It didn't come after us. We have been told there have been other sightings around there. I didn't know that before then. We now know that there are sightings all around here because we've been looking and reading. Most of the people here don't really want to talk about it. All of my native friends are very serious and tell me not to talk about it to outsiders. They don't want people coming here looking for them. Thanks a lot, Dusty. Dear Nance, I have learned to call these beings Sabe, as this is their Ojibwe name. My name is Mark McCall. I am an avid whitetail hunter, and I have land near Millen, Georgia. I am a retired teacher of 31 years and a wrestling coach. I am also a U.S. Army veteran and infantryman. I love the outdoors and, like you, have had some experiences with these beings. And just a side note, everyone, I think he has me confused with someone else, or maybe he meant to send this somewhere else, because I personally, Nance Warren, have never had an experience with these beings. He goes on to write, as I look back on my life, I have had more than one possible experience with these beings. My wife and I listen to your YouTube every day, and since you read your messages, I thought I would write you about my experiences with the unusual when I am hunting. Being a whitetail hunter in Georgia for the past 30 years, I have had the pleasure of being outdoors and just enjoying still hunting in my deer stand. One Friday evening in November, about 20 years ago, I was hunting just after work, and I noticed a nice buck approaching from my left edge on the edge of the woods. He stopped about 125 yards from my stand. I lifted up my 7mm Magnum, put it square on his chest, and squeezed off a round. The deer leaped and went straight into the woods. I heard him crash on the ground and flailing about, then silence. I waited another 15 minutes before I got down. Hearing nothing, I thought I ought to go find him before the sun went down. So I eased out of my stand and went to go check. I found the blood trail exactly where I had shot him. The trail was pretty clear for about 15 yards. As soon as I reached the edge of the woods where he had turned in, I heard a sound of something picking up a heavy object and running off away from me, as a thief runs away with their prize. I cautiously approached the woods, and about 30 yards inside the tree line, I found the place where the buck had lain down and bled out. It was about a quart of deep red heart blood. I thought, he couldn't have just gotten up. Well, I began to search for more blood, and I found a few drops heading north. The trail would go without a drop of blood about once every 10 or 12 feet. I followed the trail about 75 yards, and it was getting dark. I stopped for a moment, and the hair went up on the back of my head. I was being watched. I heard the strangest sound, the strangest thing I've ever heard, a howl like an ape along with a few whoops. I figured I would come back in the morning just to see if I could recover my kill. I came back with my buddy, and we looked around the woods and couldn't find anything other than what I had found the evening before. This type of thing happened again with my buddy, Tim, a few years later. My buddy Scott, who was a Cobra attack helicopter pilot, had hunted the area where I had heard the whooping, and he heard the same thing one morning that he had hunted. He told me that he was not going to hunt that spot again. Just this last season, my wife and I were up in my stand hunting when we heard the howl and the whoops. Needless to say, I am an anthropologist and a retired educator. Before these experiences, I did not believe in Sabe. I am apt to believe that they exist and are alive and well in South Georgia. Sincerely, Mark McCall, Ph.D. Hi, Buckeye, Bigfoot, Nance, and hi, Sasquatch Squad. My story isn't exciting. I didn't see it, but we all think that is what was around our camp that week. This is what happened to me, my dad, and my brother. June 2015. We're in Arkansas. Me and Dad still live in Louisiana, but we went up to Arkansas Way to meet up with my brother who's living up there. We were meeting up for a few days to do some fishing and camping. This took place in the White River National Wildlife Refuge. We were camped near Bradley Bayou. We heard all kinds of noises we didn't know. Now, it's nothing that I knew down from Louisiana way, but no one said anything, so I didn't. The first night, we were catching up and keeping the fire going, and we were up late. Next night, much the same. We heard some screaming noises out there, but we just decided they were wood panthers. 2 times, we thought an animal was walking near our camp. It wasn't clomping around like an animal, though. The footfalls were slow and even. We put a spotlight out that way, and we heard it moving away. We shrugged and told some jokes about it, and that was it. We cooked up powdered eggs on a small cast-iron skillet over the fire the next morning and toasted some toast on skewers. We had those little plastic and foil jelly containers like from a restaurant for our toast. We ate, cleaned up, and headed out to go do some fishing. We got back and saw someone had been through all our stuff. The only thing we knew taken was our bread and the bag of jelly packets. It didn't look like an animal did it. Nothing was torn up. The bread and the jelly packets had been in a closed cooler. We weren't using that cooler with ice. It was just a place to keep things insect-free. There were other foods in there as well, but they were all the kind that take fixing, like pancake mix or the powdered eggs. Those weren't taken. I forgot. There was one other thing missing, our bottle of syrup for our pancakes. We're thinking there's a hungry person living out here. We didn't like being stolen from, but we let it slide because we thought somebody was hungry. Same thing again that night, and it sounded like someone was out by our camp. We shined our lights all down through the trees. We kept hearing it, but we didn't see it. My dad yelled out they were welcome to sit with us and have some food. We still thought it was a hungry person. We didn't get anything said back to us, so we went on with our night and thought maybe they'd stop by and maybe not. But we decided to take shifts sitting up with the fire all night. No one came out and said it, but none of us was going to sleep well knowing somebody was out there walking around our camp. We wanted to think they were friendly, but we also know there's a real world out there. We took turns, and there were all kinds of weird things we all heard. but maybe we heard them because we were listening hard. In the morning, we could see that something had been circling around our area. There was an area that was pushed down like something had been walking back and forth through there. We were trying to make jokes about it being the Arkansas monster, since we were in Arkansas and all that. But we went on with our day and got some great catch. We were leaving the next day anyway. In the morning, we're packing up, and that's when we had heard some of the weird sounds all night. Not those wood panther screams, but something that I do not know how to best describe it. It was a cross between bear huffing from time to time, and then there was a twitter sound, but it wasn't a bird. It was a vocal sound like a big animal, but it was all twisted up. It was closest to someone rewinding a cassette tape and the sound of voices being run backwards. We also heard a clacking sound, like rocks were being banged up together. If we hadn't already been planning to leave that morning, those things all night certainly would have made us leave. We aren't newbies out there in the wild, but we were all a little spooked by that point. Something had started to feel really not okay. We're packing, and my brother finds a trail all around our campsite. It was about 50 feet out from us. It didn't actually circle us, but it couldn't because of the way we were situated. But we saw that something had been spending a lot of time there. We hadn't seen it before because we didn't have to go that way to go fishing. It couldn't circle us because we were in a partially cleared area with no trees the other way. Just trees behind us wherever whatever it was. Of course, it might have come out there in the open at night, and we just didn't know it. This looked like something bigger than a human made that trail through there. But you could see also it wasn't made wide like a 4-paw wide creature would make it either. It was depressed deeply, and it had been heavily traveled back and forth, but it was not wide. Near one of the open areas where it transitioned into the clear opening, we saw what might have been a footprint. We kept looking at it. My brother said it was a bear. I said, "There aren't any bears out here in the bayou, are there?" He didn't answer. This was a big print. Those Sierra sounds, I have looked them up, and they are the closest to what we heard what it sounded like. My brother isn't on board with the idea it was a Bigfoot, but me and Dad, we now think so. We are very positive. Thanks a lot. Signed, Drew Mayu from Marksville, Louisiana. I saw a blonde Bigfoot. I was the only one in our group that saw it. We were staying in the Teton National Forest. There's a place you can rent horses and take rides. We went on one of those rides. The guide was really nice. There were 8 of us on that ride, but I didn't know anyone else but my dad. It was sunny out. We were riding for about an hour and a half. We were by a river. I could see water between the trees. Once I saw something blonde-looking. I wondered what it was. I looked harder. Next time I saw it between more trees. Now it's standing up. It was a Bigfoot. I don't know how tall it was. It looked big to me. It was bigger than my dad or anybody I knew. I saw it. Then it walked into the river like it was going swimming or something. I said, "Dad, look." I pointed. Dad was behind me. He kept saying, "What? What?" The woman in front of me looked too, but no one saw it because it was probably already in the river by then. Just me saw it. I think because I'm 14, no one believed me. But I saw it. I swear to everyone, I saw it. Signed, Ashley. When I turned 10, I was allowed to go with my dad and uncles to the cabin one of my uncles owns up in Washington. The nearest town is Medellin Falls, which means we aren't far from the Canadian border. If you've never been up there, you know right where the border is, even though there's no guards or a fence. There's a big, wide, bare area that's had all the trees and everything else cut down right along the border. I don't know how wide, but you know it when you see it. One time, when I was 12, me and one of my cousins thought the neatest thing in the world was to just run from the U.S. side to the Canadian side back and forth again and again. We got such a big kick out of it, like we were doing something wild and dangerous. I don't know why. I was 14, this time I'm telling you about now. I was still learning, but one of my uncles had just hit a big mule deer. We were bow hunting, not gun hunting. Border or not, my dad and uncle say they will chase that game if they've hit it. And that's what we had to do that day. You always want a quick kill, but sometimes it doesn't happen. It didn't happen that day, and so we're hopping like crazy following the trail. We ended up following it right to the border. We come out into the bare open space at the border. We're all hauling butt. And when we go down the left side that we're heading towards, we stop. All of a sudden, we hear a strange sound. It was really loud. We stop just short of the trees, and we look down the left side that way. Big old Sasquatch, that's what we saw. And it wasn't all that far from us either. It was close. Me and Dad now say it was about the length of our back deck, and that's 22 feet. I'm glad my dad and my two uncles were there, or I don't know what I would have done. I was 14 then, and I was scared to death. I'm almost 19 now, and I'm still scared to think about it. It was standing on a tree stump that had been cut down on the Canadian side, and that is why I'm not sure how tall it was. Standing on the stump, it looked 12 feet tall. My one uncle said that he thinks that stump was 2, maybe 3 feet off the ground. So that Sasquatch was probably really only 8 or 9 feet tall. I think it was taller, though. It was black, and it had something else in its color. I don't know, silver, white, or gray. It looked like the hair was salt and pepper, with a lot more pepper and just a little bit of salt. I was scared. My one uncle said that we all should walk backwards and not to take our eyes off of it. We didn't have guns, just our bows, and yeah, the 4 of us could probably have killed it. But if it had been a bear, we wouldn't have killed it, so there was no reason to kill it. It watched us all the way back to the trees. It never moved till we were in the trees on the U.S. side. It stepped down, and boy, we turned and ran for I don't know how long. When we got back, we were all out of breath, and we were all saying, "Did you see that? Did we see that? Did that just happen?" We were saying things like that to each other. We talked about it all the way to the cabin. My one uncle said that his uncle, my granddad's brother who left the cabin to him when he died, he said that uncle had once told him that those things were real and they were all over up there. But in the 9 years of going up there by himself at times and a lot more times having a lot of other people with him, he said he had never seen them, so he didn't think it was real. He'd never gone outside and found stuff move except from bears that he actually heard and saw. That cabin is so far from anything that when he's up there, he doesn't even lock the truck. We talked all of that over. And he said, come to think about it, there was a time several years ago that he went out one morning and his truck battery was almost dead because the door had not been closed all the way on his truck and it ran his battery down from the lights. He thought maybe he just didn't close it all the way because he was carrying stuff in the night before and he didn't realize it. But now he said it made him wonder. My dad said it was okay if I went ahead and sent this in. Thanks for being nice. Signed, Colby. I've always had high sensitivity to things around me, feelings and such. But on the day when I was having another feeling that I could not understand, I just thought, well, it's a busy day. It's the 4th of July, 2014. My husband and I were invited to a cookout at a lake with one of his coworkers. Some others were there as well. We took the four-wheeler to go group riding. It was early in the day. My husband had attached a seat on the back of his four-wheeler for me to ride with him, so I got to enjoy the scenery. The first hill we went up was a little steep. It made me a bit nervous to go up. But we got up there to the very top, and the view was amazing. We took pictures. It was a little hot up there at that time of day, so we all rode back down. We ate, we drank, and chatted at the campsite. I never saw a campsite so crowded before. The campers were so close together. I get high anxiety when there's a lot of noise and people. I wasn't really comfortable. I really didn't know them that well. Around 5 or 6 p.m., the light was still nice, but it had cooled down some. My husband and I and his friend's adult son decided to go for another ride on the four-wheelers again. We didn't know the area, but he did. He said for us to follow him, so we did. He took us out to the main road. I asked my husband if we're allowed on the road with this four-wheeler. He said, yeah, we saw others riding them on the road. So the guy we're following cuts over the lane and goes up a little dirt trail. We follow him up. Got to the end of it. We stopped and we got off the four-wheelers. We stood in a very woodsy area, but we could look down and we could see the Scioto River, and across from that we saw US 23 and the tracks on the other side of that. But it was really oddly quiet. We decided we were going to go get some snacks from the carryout a little ways down the road before we went back to the lake to watch the fireworks. We got back on the wheeler and started. That guy was ahead of us again. I heard something snap on a dirt ledge to our left. About 8 feet up, that side of the hill, I saw something very tall and hairy. We were going about 10 miles an hour, so not too fast. But as I got a little bit better look, I couldn't put in my mind what I was exactly looking at. It made a raspy, deep grunt. I saw the long right arm and the big, hairy hand. My husband didn't see it because he was trying to keep up with the other guy who drove a bit faster. Then that thing started chasing us, still up on that dirt hillside. I saw it grabbing these 2 to 4 inch trees and snapping them like they were nothing. It was keeping up with us, and now we were going so fast. But it was still keeping up, even with all those trees in the way. I was really trying to keep my eyes on it. I told my husband to slow down. I think it's a Bigfoot. I wasn't really thinking clearly. I had mixed emotions like curiosity and fear. It was all happening so fast. When I told him to slow down, and I told him Bigfoot, he yelled back at me, F Bigfoot. I know he heard those trees snapping, but he wanted to get us out of there, and he wanted to make sure we weren't going to wreck. In my mind, I thought this Bigfoot seemed aggressive to be chasing us like this. If it wanted to, it could just jump down and snatch me off this four-wheeler, or it could flip us. It stopped chasing us before we got to the main road. When we got to the carryout, I asked him, did he see it? He said no. Then I said, didn't you hear it breaking those trees? I could see in his eyes that he heard it, but he denied it. He would not take me back to see the broken trees. He said he's not going back up there. My husband is a big guy. He tells me he does not believe in Bigfoot. He teases me about it when I talk about it. But, like most guys, they try to change the subject when something makes them uncomfortable to talk about. That is what he does. But Nance, I saw and heard it with mixed emotions about it. Excited, then in fear and panic. But I'm like, I knew it was aggressive because we didn't even notice it. No sounds or smells like people say. I keep thinking, then why did it let us know that it was there? We could have left, not even knowing it was there. We didn't disturb anything. We were just looking at the river and the highway. Was it protecting its home or family? I'm always going to wonder. So this 4th of July, I plan on going back to the area. I'm going to take fruits for a peace offering. Also, to see if I can see those broken trees and get pictures. I know it's been a while, and things change, but I need to understand. Thank you for listening. I didn't want to let any Bigfoot research groups know and them going out there and doing all those show-off things and scaring it away. That is their home, and they don't need people coming around scaring them. But I have also heard of other people's stories around our area having encounters as well. The area we live around is mostly hills and forest. I live at the lower end of Ohio in Portsmouth. I can look out my upstairs windows across the Ohio River and see the hills of Kentucky. So, I'm kind of surrounded by rivers and lakes. Our city gets a bad reputation, but it has a beautiful history to it, too. I've had other experiences as well, but this is the one that scared me the most. Signed, Tina. Hi, Buckeye Nance. I saw one of those beings you talk about, and I saw it in Ohio. So I figured you're the best one I could send this to. I can't tell you a lot about the being that I saw, but I will tell you what I saw and how I saw it. I was backpacking, and I was preparing to camp out for a couple nights in the summer of 2019. I was in the Shawnee State Forest in Ohio. In Shawnee, they have really good backpack trails, better than most places. My only complaint with Shawnee is you are supposed to camp in only their designated areas. There's no dispersed camping. But I guess we all now know why they want everyone together in one or a few select areas at night. I was on the backpack trail loop. It's an enjoyable trail without extreme elevation, but also manages to give great views at different points. I was on the eastern loop, heading north towards the camp. At one of the viewpoints along the north ridge, I stopped and I had a snack bar and some water. I didn't want to sit too long. I like to keep my heart rate up. All day, I hadn't seen any other hikers coming or going that morning. I start walking, and there's a pinch point where you can see the next part of the trail down below from where you're standing. I was looking there as I'm walking. I stopped. There was something walking down there on the trail, and it didn't look right. I had a second that I saw it, and then it was blocked by trees and brush. Then it came out the other side, right into my view. I didn't know what to think. I have better than 20/20 vision. I am healthy, physically fit, and sound of mind. I am 61 years old. I am no spring chicken who can easily be taken in on a joke or a prank. I was too young to serve in Vietnam, but I still served in the Marine Corps. Point being, I am not given to flights of fancy, and I do not have a wild imagination. I stopped to watch it. Now, people say they don't know what they're looking at. I have to question that. When you have a vision and you can see it, I have to question that. Because right when I got a clear look at it, I knew immediately. There was an elevation difference and 100 yards or more between us. But I knew. Right away I knew. So I'm not sure that I buy these people who say they don't know what it was when they saw it, at least not at first. How do you mistake it for anything else? It was following the trail the same as any of us would do. I did notice that it was walking very close to the trail edge on the right side. I had 5 or 6 seconds solid of uninterrupted view before it was blocked by foliage. After my last sighting of it, I waited a few minutes. I did not want to keep walking and run into it. I was not prepared to engage with such a being, whether it was friendly or aggressive. I wasn't prepared on any level, not even mentally, even if it was friendly. Encountering something as mythical or legendary, whichever you prefer, as Bigfoot, well, that's a big thing. I was always taught you do not engage unless you have the upper hand and you're well prepared. Worst case, you engage if you're forced to. Well, I didn't have the upper hand. I was not prepared mentally, physically, and I had no weapons, and I was not being forced. So, I waited. I was actually hoping to observe it more. I knew what it was I had just seen, and I knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime possibility. But I did not see it again. What I can say is that the being that I saw was noticeably large at 100 yards distant. It was a solid dark brown. It walked on 2 legs with no noticeable limp or a sideways walk, like a bear with its legs bowed at the hip sockets when it's walking on 2 legs upright. This was 1 leg or foot going straight out and then the next. I could not tell you how high the back foot went up or if it walked with that bent foot trait. I have been asked that many times. I don't know. I could not see or didn't notice from where I was. I saw the legs working, but oddly, I don't remember looking at the legs. At no time was the face visible to me. The arms did swing back and forth, but I wouldn't say excessively so. They did look long, however, when they swung. I know that isn't the type of detail that you or your listeners are looking for, but I was at least a football field away from this being. I could not see those kinds of things. I saw shape, color, and its locomotion. When I finally got to the area, I looked around, but I could find no prints. But the trail was packed very hard from all the traveling, and it had been very dry for quite a while. I also looked and used everything the Marine Corps taught me and what I knew as a hunter from many years ago in my youth, although I no longer hunt. I could not see where it had left the trail, or if it had left the trail. For all I knew, it was a quarter mile ahead of me on the trail. I continued at a slow pace. I was very alert, listening and watching. But I heard nothing and I saw nothing of any importance for the rest of the way to the camp area. I got to the camp area and it was still early in the day. There was no one else there. I didn't know if anyone else would be there. I did not feel comfortable staying there by myself. The trail was short enough that I decided to hike on back out of there, and I went on home. I really don't know how someone can look at one of those beings and not know what it is. Did they grow up under a rock? But I hear that all the time in these encounters. You have to know what it is when you see it, even if you don't believe in them. I do not believe that there are any dinosaurs alive on the planet today. But if something weird happened, and I was driving down the road, and I look over to my left and I see a T-Rex at a couple hundred yards from me, I would know exactly what it was, even if I didn't believe it existed. I have told lots of people what I saw. I talk about it with other backpackers and hikers when we meet up on the trail. Half of them think I'm loony. Of the other half, I think most just listen and are polite and don't say anything. Most. But there are a few that not only listen, they turn around and they have told me their own sighting scenarios. None of this has stopped me from going out in the wild, and it hasn't stopped any of them that I talk to either. Of course, logic dictates that the ones who had a sighting and stopped hiking are not out there for me to meet up with on the trail and talk to. I feel like I have to point this out because I have heard you talk about how these beings are dangerous and unpredictable. I do agree with that, to a point. But then again, so are bears, and they're all over in the United States. It doesn't stop me or others from going back out into the wild. And neither will Bigfoot. Keep on truckin', signed Doug Tipton from Columbus, Ohio. Hello, my name is Luke. I live 23 miles northwest of St. Louis. In 2006, me and a friend were out fishing at a conservation area. It was starting to get dark. We heard rocks being thrown towards my truck. We were the only two people at the lake that we were fishing at. Within minutes after the rock throwing, we heard a limb break. It was like someone was walking behind us. Now I weigh 355 pounds. The sound of that limb being stepped on was double the sound that a limb would make if I stepped on one. We left to go fish the Missouri River. After an hour of fishing at the river, we were sitting at my truck. We were looking at the traffic drive by. We both see what looks like a very tall object between two trees. It looked like two people put together and about at least 8 feet tall, just standing between two pine trees. We got the heck out of there. If you want, you can use my name. Signed, Luke. Hello, Nance. I have enjoyed your channel for a long time. I have never seen a for certain Bigfoot, but I have seen tracks and heard a very loud ape-like roar. The night I heard it, coyotes were howling all around, causing all the neighborhood dogs to bark. That ape-like roar, it bounced off the mountains. Even though it was more than a mile away, I felt the vibrations. As soon as the roar was over, the night went silent. The dogs and coyotes hushed to a sudden quiet. Even the crickets stopped chirping. I was about 1/16 of a mile away from my front door. My neighbors have cattle and horses. Whatever made that noise caused the cattle to be very spooked. I made the walk back to my front door. Before I walked inside my house, I checked my donkey and my dad's gelding that I keep at my house. Both of them were visibly shaken up by the roar. I was too. I'm no Marty Stouffer, but I knew that whatever made that noise was bigger than I am. And I'm no little feller by any means. I'm 6'4" and over 300 pounds. I know I wouldn't have wanted to see what made that noise at night. This happened this past Easter at about 10:30ish that night. I live in LaFleur County, Oklahoma, but I only recently heard of the Choctaw Bigfoot massacre. It was on a YouTube channel, but I don't remember which one. There have been BFRO documented activity 30 miles south of me, but I have only seen footprints and heard this unidentified roar. I know this isn't an exciting story, but it is a true one. Signed, Christopher. Hello. I don't know if this is something like what you're looking for. This isn't my story, and I am just going on what I remember him telling me, so I might not remember all the detail. This was my grandpa's story. He passed in 2013. He was a timber cutter and worked many places along the West Coast. These stories took place somewhere in Washington State. If he ever told me the exact location, I do not recall. They had been working one day in one area. They had to stop and go back partway down the mountain because there had been heavy rains that began to wash out one of the roads. It was too dangerous for the trucks, so they had to fix it. They left all of their stuff up at the main collection site, which was the halfway point from where they radiated out to cut their timber. When they finished that road cut and had it shored up, they went back to their main collection point. They all knew immediately something had happened. Everyone had all kinds of things thrown around. It was all a mess. There were stacks of logs that had been waiting for pickup by truck. They were now in all kinds of shambles. He said these were not the kind of logs you could push around. These logs weighed more than any human could budge with all their might. He said some of those logs had a diameter that was almost as wide as he was tall, and it has been many a year since he saw trees that large. Every person there had things that had been moved, in some cases destroyed. Grandpa said that he had a tin lunchbox at that time. He said the lunchbox had a domed lid and 2 thumb hasps on the front. When he found it, he could see that something had ripped the lid up with enough force that it stretched and broke the metal hasps on the front of the box. He said that inside there had been 2 sandwiches spread with the kind of potted meat that you used to get from a can. They were on thick slices of my grandmother's homemade bread. He also had a cold boiled potato that was left from the dinner the night before, and a whole cucumber from their garden that he could have sliced for his lunch. But all of it was gone. He wasn't the only one, though, who lost their lunch and lunchbox. He also had a thermos missing, too. They found it later that afternoon, but it was no good, he said. It was made of glass. I have never seen a glass thermos, but that's what he said. And he said that it was broken and it was no good because it had been thrown. He said he remembers what was in his lunchbox so well because when he went without lunch, he thought about it all day and he was mad. When he got home, Grandma told him what she had packed in it for him, and he was doubly mad. I guess back then, lunch was kind of a surprise for the men. Also, I know it's a weird-sounding lunch, but Grandpa said that whatever Grandma had on hand to put in there for him was what she packed, and she always made sure that he and the kids had plenty to eat no matter how hard times were. And he told me that he was always happy when he opened his lunchbox every day for lunch. He made a point of telling me that that wasn't the case with a lot of the men. Some of them were downright disgusted and unhappy with their lunches. So, a special shout out to my grandma in heaven for that one, I guess. They didn't know what had made this mess. They thought it had to be a bear, but they'd never known that kind of bear activity. Grandpa said that they had heard stories that there was something supposed to be in the forests up there. The natives in the area had told some of them about them. They thought it was just a fairy tale or something that they were being told to spook them. He said that he did not recall ever hearing the word Bigfoot or Sasquatch at that time. He recalls the term being used of ape or gorilla men. None of the men working up there believed in any of those stories. That was one time he told me about. Another time that Grandpa told me about was how they came on the site one day, and he said this is not the same site as the other time. But this time, he and another man were working, and they kept getting things thrown at them every time they would start. They would stop, look around, but they didn't see anyone. They thought maybe it was one of the other guys. But when they all met back at lunchtime, they all said it wasn't them. Grandpa said none of them were jokers, so he didn't know what to think about what had happened that morning. I asked him if he ever saw one. He would not say that he did. He also would not say that he did not. He would just say that he saw something that he didn't have a name for. I asked, why couldn't it be a Bigfoot? He said, Bigfoot is dark-colored. What he saw was wolf gray with a dark undercoat. Now I know that supposedly Bigfoot comes in all kinds of colors. I said, tell me about the time you saw it. He said that he had been asked to stay and mark trees for the next day. There was a baby on the way, so he was happy to have an extra hour pay. He was coming back from doing that when it happened. It was probably 7 or 7:30 in the evening. He said it was summertime, and it was still very light. He said they tended to work extra long hours during the long daylight periods. Usually they worked from 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. with an hour lunch, so they worked 12 hours a day in the summer. Everybody parked down in one area on the side of the mountain. There was a quicker way to get there by cutting through an area that they had not cut timber in yet. The path that they were cutting actually followed a band of hardwoods up the other direction on the mountain. But if he cut diagonal down the side through the uncut timber, he could save a lot of time, and they had all done it enough that he could clearly see which way to go. He said that he had probably walked that path 100 times and never saw or heard a thing. He was about a third, maybe almost halfway, when he heard a huge roar close by. It stopped him in his tracks, he said. He said he stopped dead because he was afraid that maybe it was a bear, but also at the same time, it didn't sound like a bear. None of them ever walked through all that timber unarmed, he said. It was a much wilder place up there 70 years ago than it probably is now. At this point, he told me a side story that one time one of the guys had spike coverings on his boots that they used to scale the trees to do top cuts. That guy was coming down a tree. He sees a bear under him, and the bear sees him, so he goes right back up the tree. Well, the bear did see him, and he followed him right up the tree. That guy had no choice. He pulled out a gun, and he shot the bear right down its throat and another time right in the face, and he thinks one more time in the neck. He caught it as it was coming up after him. The bear fell back off the tree and crashed down through all the branches to fall about 30 or 40 feet to the ground. If that guy's gun hadn't killed the bear, that fall crashing and hitting everything on the way down surely did. That incident was a lesson to all the rest of the crew, so none of them ever were unarmed. So he's walking through and he hears that roar and he stops. Grandpa said he carried a Colt 45. He stopped. He gets it out and he's checking it, and he hears another roar. He's looking around, and he said that he remembers more than looking for the bear. He was trying to listen for the sound of paws hitting the ground running, because you often will hear the bear before you see it in the woods. That at least would tell him which way to turn. He's listening, but he didn't hear any paws or any running sounds. He said he didn't mind telling me right then that he was very frightened. This is where he tells me that side story about the guy with the boot spikes, because he said right then he was wishing he had some. He thought maybe he'd have a better chance in a tree shooting down on the bear like the other guy did. But he didn't have those. All he had was the stuff to mark the trees, which was some red strips hanging on a looped piece of rope at his belt, a hammer, and some nails to nail the red strips to the trees. And he had his 45. He looks around, and all he sees is an old gray, weathered half-tree in all the fresh-standing timber. But no, that wasn't a tree. It was moving. He said he didn't know what to do. He was expecting a bear, but what he saw was something gray, like a wolf. It was about 9 feet tall. He said the shoulders were 2.5 times as wide as his. It came to 30 yards from him, and it stopped. It was in a perfect line of sight between them, right down between the timbers. He said, just one look, and he knew. Whatever it was aggressive in its posture, and that it was staring at him hard. Even though he couldn't see the eyes, he said, he knew it was a hard stare. You just know, he said. He didn't know what it was. He now thought about the gorilla men that he had heard about. He was saying his prayers, and he was saying them out loud and didn't realize it until he saw the thing move its head like it was listening to him. So he thought maybe he could speak out loud to it, and he did, yelling out that he was going to leave. Wrong move, though, he said. It didn't like that. It roared, stomped its feet, and leaned forward. So, he thought, mumbling softly was okay, but speaking wasn't. Grandpa took off running all the way back to their clear-cut area. He said he does believe that it chased him the entire way. He could hear the pounding of feet on the ground behind him, and the roaring. He could hear that, and it sounded close. He just knew he was a goner. Grandpa said he did not believe for 1 minute he was going to make it home alive to Grandma or the kids ever again. He said he turned around, and he fired twice while running blindly. He doesn't think that he hit it, and then he said the strangest thing was he didn't even see it when he turned around, but it sounded like it was right close to him. When he hit the clear-cut area, he broke out from the timber, went out into the middle of the clearing, and stopped. His lungs were burning, his legs were shaking. He didn't know if he could run any farther. But the sun was going down. He was trying to catch his breath, and the whole time he's looking at the timber area, gun drawn, expecting it to burst out from the trees after him. But it didn't. He kept looking, and he didn't see it. He wondered, did he imagine it? He kept looking. Then he saw the flash of gray. He said it was high up in the timber. It was not on the ground floor where he expected it. It hit him then that when it was chasing him, it had been in the tops of the trees, going from tree to tree. His words were, it was moving like Tarzan, probably, just no vine ropes. At that, Grandpa said he started jogging down the mountain as much as his burning lungs and jelly legs would allow. The whole time he watched it, and it was jumping from tree to tree, just following him, sometimes hitting the ground to cover the distance when there wasn't a tree to jump to or one that was big enough to hold it. Partway down that mountain, he looks over at the timber line, and it's gone. By now, the sun was mostly down, and dark was coming fast when he finally got to his truck. He got home, and he actually thought about quitting his job. But he looked at Grandma and the kids, and he knew he had to provide for them. He didn't know that Bigfoot was all over the Pacific Northwest at that time. He thought that what was there was some kind of weird local thing. So he eventually joined a different crew down in Northern California a few months later, doing what? Timber cutting. He wasn't thrilled when he got there that he soon began to hear the same kinds of legends and being told that something was out there in the timbers. He had to work, so he kept his eyes and his ears open while he worked. But he did not have another experience or sighting. Although he did say there was definitely times that things happened out there, and there were times that all the guys reported smelling something weird, and all the time they often said they felt like they were being watched. He did not feel that way, and he thought they were just spooked from what they had been told. But Grandpa said he never saw anything like what he saw up in Washington ever again. At that point, he was living in Redding, California, when Patterson made his famous film. He was still working cutting timber. He tried to reconcile what he heard about the creature that Patterson had filmed, because it was a long while before he ever actually saw that film. He says, though, that he was certain at the time that it could not be the same creature. When I questioned him, he said no, it couldn't be. Its shape might have been the same, but the fur was all wrong. The color was all wrong. Everything was all wrong. That creature walked along. His creature went from tree to tree. The last time that I talked to him about this was 2005, maybe 2006. Grandpa passed on in 2013 at the ripe old age of 88. My grandpa was not a man who was easily spooked. He was a World War II veteran serving in the 1st Marine Division all through the Pacific. He said that those days of battle in the Pacific, and that day that he saw whatever that was up there, those were the only days in his entire life that he wasn't sure he was going to survive till morning. He said that this happened to him in 1953. He never told the other guys he worked with about it at the site in Washington. He did eventually talk to some other timber cutters about it when he was working in California, but they thought that he was just jumping on the bandwagon because of the Patterson film coming out. But Grandpa said that he talked about it only then because he was thinking maybe they were the same creature. But he learned quick to not talk about it when you worked cutting timber. You quickly got labeled as something undesirable, and that was not a good thing when you were working in a profession where men were routinely hurt and sometimes were killed because it was very dangerous work back then. So, that's my grandpa's story. I can now think of 1,000 questions that I would like to ask him, but they didn't occur to me way back then. You know, you just don't know what the really important things are to ask someone until you can't ask them anymore. I have had that happen lots of times, I am sorry to say. I hope that you will use this in one of your YouTube spots. I keep listening to find old timber cutter stories. I don't find that many except the famous ones. I keep wondering if anyone else reported what my grandpa said happened. I mean, the first one, where all the mess the other men saw. Maybe those guys never put 2 and 2 together. My grandpa still would not say that it was a Bigfoot that last time we talked, but he also would not say that it wasn't one either. He was definitely more on the fence. He also did not talk freely about this at first, but I'm glad he did finally talk to me about it. I just wish I had recorded it all. And that is my advice to anyone listening. Start recording, people. Not just about Bigfoot, but everything. I remember one time my mother said that she would give anything to hear her grandparents' voices or laughter just one more time. But they had passed on when she was young, long before most people had a way to record people easily. So, record your loved ones. Record their stories. I regret not doing it with my grandpa. What details did I forget? What did I get wrong? I don't know. It's been 16 years since he last told me these stories. I bet I've gotten some things wrong. And if I got it all wrong, I hope Grandpa up there in heaven forgives me. I am sorry that this has gotten to be so long. I guess I sat down and I started typing the way I talk and think, which, according to some people I know, is way too much. Signed, Amos Coleman. My name is Burke Burns, and I grew up in Sweet Home area in Lynn County, Oregon. I worked for a timber company around Sweet Home. I marked timber to be thinned out and laid out clear cuts for 30 plus before developing heart failure, and I was let go because of my heart problems. Now I am retired in Salem, Oregon. My first encounter was during a hunting trip near Highway 20 and Lava Lake Road. I parked at the restrooms in a snow park area along Lava Lake Road, and I walked to a spot a buddy had told me that he called in a buck deer a few weeks earlier. I walked out an old cat trail that paralleled Highway 20, 300 feet east of the highway. I stopped 200 feet short of an old lava flow that crossed Highway 20. I began calling deer using doe bleats and buck grunts, and I waited for the deer to come to me. All of a sudden, approximately 300 feet away, I hear 3 solid thuds of a wooden object hitting a tree. Then, about 200 feet away, I heard another 3 thuds of wood on a tree. I never heard any noise of any animal traveling to the next tree that was struck. Then, another 3 hits on a tree, 100 feet from me. The timber was old growth, with lots of brush and small hemlocks that were blocking my vision from seeing what was approaching me. Whatever it was super stealthy. No noise except for thuds on the trees. The 4th time I heard the 3 raps on the tree, it was obvious it was circling me. The 5th time, it beat on the tree for 3 raps. It was past me, heading towards the lava flows. I was convinced then that it was trying to get between me and the lava flows. I use a little bat to determine the rot in the base of trees when cruising timber for my job in the woods. I first thought someone was stalking me, but I could not cause that much noise beating on a tree with my bat. At this point, I got scared and left the area and went back to my truck, not ever seeing what was stalking me. Years later, I was surveying hill timberlands for the endangered spotted owls so that we could know where we could lay out timber sales. Around midnight, I was playing a spotted owl tape to locate owls west of Crescent Mountain and northwest of Iron Mountain. The Bigfoot scream I heard sounded like it was coming from Cougar Lake, south of Crescent Mountain. I just listened to it, waiting for it to stop, but it just went on for an unbelievable amount of time. I could not scream that long. I listened to Bigfoot screams on the internet, so I recognized right away what I was hearing. It was the famous Bigfoot yell. The 3rd occasion I had something strange occur was later that calling season. I downloaded Bigfoot noises off the internet, and when I got to a remote area after getting no owls returning my calls, I played those Bigfoot calls that I downloaded off the internet. Last time I did that, I got a basketball-sized rock thrown near me. I saw it fall through the trees at about 50 feet high as it plunged to the ground. I jumped in my pickup real fast. My brother once found a track in the middle of the road as it jumped across the road, leaving a toe-arched track in the center of a 30-foot wide road. My brother got spooked. He then went to the nearest clear cut and shot a nice buck. My dad heard the shot and drove fast to the clear cut to help my brother with the buck. They went back to see the track, but my dad had ran over the track while going to the clear cut where my brother shot the buck. Hello, Nance. I had a conversation with a friend of mine about how long I have lived here in LaFleur County, Oklahoma. I told them I was born here, and other than leaving a few times for a job, I have always lived here. All of my grandparents were born here. None of them were born in a hospital. All of them were born at home during the mid-1930s to the early 1940s, back when my part of the world didn't have running water, electric, or asphalt roads. Not a lot of people had vehicles back then. Horse-powered transportation was the normal mode of transportation, and people did not take road trips. My grandpa told me about the first armadillo that got ran over. Someone hauled it into town, hauled it around, showing everyone that would look at it. The old-timers around town said it must have escaped from a circus that passed through earlier that year. When I asked what year that was, he told me that must have been around 1945. His father-in-law was born in Oklahoma Territory and married my great-grandma right as the Great Depression got started. But he kept the Great Depression way of thinking until he died. He didn't spend money unless he had to. He had a farm in the mountains. He raised Hereford cattle and hogs back when people kept their cattle up and let their hogs go free range. Farms would put their marks on the piglet ears to show ownership, like a brand. The unspoken rule was, you don't poach other folks' hogs unless you were about to starve, and then you would make it right with the owner of the hog, either through money or a replacement hog. But something put a big dent in my great-grandpa's hog population. He thought it was one of his neighbor's teenage boys using his hogs as target practice. When he confronted his neighbors, they denied it and said something was getting their hogs too. So they built a strong hog pen to keep them from losing any more of their hogs. My great-grandpa followed suit and built a strong hog pen. That slowed the hog loss down to a crawl, but he would still lose a few shoats every year. He assumed they somehow learned to escape. His neighbors still had hogs missing on a regular basis, even after they improved their hog pen. One day, the neighbors' young daughters were milking the cows out in the barn when one of them noticed a bear climb over the fence and grab a fattened butchering shoat. Then it climbed back over the fence with the shoat in its arms. The whole time, the shoat was squealing its head off. The girls watched in shock, watching this bear take off towards the mountains with the shoat held up against its body. That was about the same time that the girl's mom walked outside to see that bear. She yelled for the girls to get into the house. She promptly armed herself and waited for the bear and her husband to return. The husband returned to learn the fate of his shoat. He quickly got a hunting party together to go look for the bear and the shoat. They followed in the general direction, but they didn't find any sign of either. Everyone in the community kept an eye open for both the bear and the shoat, but nothing ever surfaced. The dad asked the girls what they had seen, and they both said the same exact story, that the quote-unquote bear climbed into the hog pen just like their dad or brothers would, grabbed a fat shoat, and climbed back out. The bear must have known it was being watched because it took off like a wide receiver on all fours until it got to the timber. Then it stood up on two legs and carried the still squealing shoat into the woods. Men working out in the fields said that they would sometimes see these bears in the timber lines, but no one ever got a good look at that bear, besides the two girls. My grandpa told me this story when I was about to graduate high school in 2002 while we were having lunch at a local restaurant. One of the patrons eating there that overheard him telling me the story was an old man from that community. He added that he remembered his folks talking about that bear. He allowed a bear would have eaten that shoat on the spot, and what kind of bear would have climbed into a hog pen like a man, rather than just tear in like a bear should, and then, once it got into the timber, stand up like a man and carry that shoat like a man. The other man said that those two girls didn't cook that story up, and also that their mother saw the bear run off into the woods. That wasn't a bear, the man said. No one knew for sure what it was, besides that it wasn't your typical bear. The man also said that folks was missing calves too. They just disappeared, never to find any carcasses like you would with typical animal predation. Most of the people from that time are gone now, or have since moved away, and with them the stories of the strange bears and other unexplainable stories. Signed, Christopher. I once thought it would be an interesting scenario to have Bigfoot activity on your property to observe and study the elusive creatures. Until I worked as a temp fill-in for 7 nights over 3 weeks on a semi-rural property. I had filled in for days several times, and there was an odd crow call from deep in a copse of trees in the next field. I took pictures of the spot. I had 2 sightings in different locations prior to that, so was suspicious. The old family home was used as a guest house, and half was used for part of their business. Nights I swore the place was haunted, and heard footsteps in the hall and voices in the guest room next door to the den where our main workroom was. When I asked our manager, she said they'd found a huge nest of mice on a closet shelf next door that butted up to the wall between. Mice had tunneled along the shared wall from the west exterior wall, but the pest man had taken care of it. Our end was our den/workroom. There was a couch that we sat on with 2 pictures above it on the shared wall. The left west wall had a bank of low windows. There was TV in the corner, door to the patio, and a chair. We faced one end of a galley kitchen and down the hall to the private office on the north end. Off the right of the hall was our entry, staging, shipping, and receiving behind garage doors. On the left was a mudroom with a back door, then a half bath. First night. Loud sniffing and rustling in the bushes. Mice next door, and the pick behind me shifted on the wall. A bump on the patio. Light footsteps across the low-beamed ceiling from kitchen to directly over my head, and stopped. What the heck? At 2 to 3 a.m., I noticed people-shaped shadows moving around in the thick ground fog cast by an unseen pole light behind a maintenance building at the back of the property. Then realized a breeze was blowing bushes by the back door. Then at dawn, noticed shapes darting around at an angle to the house. What the heck? Oh, a huge flock of turkeys. Wow, they've been coming through there forever. Overnights 2 through 6. The more I tried to ignore the mice and the steps on the ceiling, the bolder they became. Party next door, and the steps more frequent till the steps followed me everywhere inside. The picture was on the mice highway from the roof. Scrape on patio, and something hit the handle on the patio door. Then I noticed a light pounce prior to bold running footsteps, and the mice are agitated. It's on the roof, and it's after them. Then I heard breathing as I stared up. Then I'm sneaking around in the dark, looking around outdoors. The steps would eventually find me in the bathroom or mudroom and sniffing around. Then I heard something try the back door. I did hear something, glass bump next door, and 2 voices. It was like 2 people trying to be quiet, and one started laughing and muffled it. I checked. Nothing there. The last night, the mice highway was busy, and suddenly there was a crashing pounce onto the den roof and crunching, running steps across, and the mice are scared. They're squeaking and scratching, and the picture is thumping. My head was where my butt had been, and I was just staring up. Then I hear loud sniffing, and then a weird noise. What the heck? Then the screech of metal on metal, and the picture started flip-flopping and swinging around and around on its wire. Dust started dropping out of the hole. I hopped up, and I could see a shiny, narrow strip of metal moving around. It was probing the hole. That lasted for a minute or 2. It was unbelievable. I freaked out, and I hid in the guest bath. About 5, I went to use our half bath, and I suddenly heard what sounded like someone using a walker coming down the hall. Wow, someone's here. It was odd. I wasn't expecting anyone, but thank God. I called out, "I'm back here. Be right out." I flushed. The steps still approaching. "I just got to wash my hands." Steps stop right outside the door. I wash and reach for a towel next to the door, and the knob turns twice. It wasn't locked. Irritated, I said I'm in here," and I jerked open the door. There was nobody there. The hall was empty. 7 a.m. Couldn't get there fast enough. But the big freak was to come before I could leave there. There was no turkey that morning, and I was looking around for them. As I put my stuff in my car, I noticed 2 deer on the far side of the field. They were grazing along in front of that copse of trees. Too far, but I get my cell out and I snap a quick pic. I zoom in and lose them there, and I start to take a picture. From my right is a bad mimic of a human whistle for attention. Weird. More vocal than whistle. All 3 of us turn to the source. Then brush crashing and thudding, and the deer are gone. The only obvious signs of the brutal attack that was going on was the flailing brush and the ferocious snarling growls and grunts. Whatever it is, there's 2 of them. Then just heavy breathing. Then a deer scream and surprised grunt and a brief struggle. Heavy breathing. I could only stare at the brush. I did try to take pictures blindly and pointing, but my hand started shaking too badly. I saw something dark drop from a tall tree behind the kill. Suddenly, from my left came the loudest, craziest jungle mix of scream, screeching, and calls that dropped into monkey ooh-ooh-ah-ahs. Now that wave hit me instantly all over. Every hair stood like wire, shaking head to toe, my heart pounding erratically, and chest tightness had me sucking air in raspy gasps and panting. My teeth were chattering so loudly that I was looking for the source of the noise before I realized it was my teeth clacking together. About the time it started, I noticed something scurrying on all 4s in tall grass across an opening, left to right, toward the kill. It slowed, and it stood up, and it looked my way. It was dark brown with a light face, and was nodding its head. It took a couple of side steps with its hands up. As it turned to my right to continue on, it did a funny, loopy wrist motion with one hand before disappearing. I took the wave as celebratory at first, and I believe the far one did too. But I now consider it was warning the far creature of me and to go around. There were 7 to 10 waves from various points. I was just stunned when I realized I should have used video for just sound. The waves faded with the thought. I managed to open the app, and I got 2 single calls and a huff. Then I thought of the whistler, and my head spun around whiplash fast, spinning my body with it. Nothing. Phew. I dove into my open car door. My hands were shaking, and my heart was pounding thinking of that organized hunt. That pushed all the other night's activity away for a while. It creeps me out to think they were on the roof following me around, and I'll never forget them using a probe or trying the door. But the jungle wave will echo forever in my head. Scariest crap ever. That was in southwest Missouri. They never hurt me. It was just a crazy affirmation to put all of it together. Almost too much to wrap my head around. I knew they had a penchant for mice and knew those steps were bipedal. I think the haunted reputation and the mice distracted me at the time from fully processing it all in the first 6 nights. I do believe it was haunted to boot. But until I heard more about the dead mice and others talking about them on the roof again, but one Bigfoot I encountered figured where and how to probe. They tried a locked door. I don't think they were after me, really, but ignoring them made them bolder. But the mice as well. I think they were counting on me starting my car and distracting the deer by getting in my car and driving away none the wiser. They're clever. I believe they have a right to be. But now I'd just as soon not have them as neighbors. I had to wonder if the roof leaked after the last pounce and run across it. My name is Daryl Highslope, pronounced High Slope. I live in Ozark, Missouri. I really don't care if you use my name or location. There's a sidewalk that goes from the Finley River Bridge to the OC Gym. My wife and I walk it as often as possible. Last Monday night, we were walking down that long sidewalk, and I heard a tree knock. I said in my mind, "It's okay. I'm not here to harm you." I heard it. My wife didn't. 2 nights later, we were walking it again, and this time we both heard the tree knock. Again, I said, "It's okay. We're not here to bother you." Then we heard whoops, several of them. We laughed and tried to imitate it. Today, I was walking it by myself. All of a sudden, I felt deep terror. I said, "Wait a minute. I want a selfie with you." Then I said, "You're not watching over the brush, so which tree are you behind?" The terror left me as fast as it came. You all have helped me know, for the most part, that we don't have to fear them. Tomorrow, I'll look for an orb. I really don't just want pictures. I want a DNA sample, and I want to record their sounds. I know they could tear me apart, so I'm not going to give them any reason. I have a better relationship with our Father in heaven than anyone I know. It's that relationship that keeps me safe. I'm 57 years old. I've had 2 heart attacks and 5 strokes. If all that can't cripple me, I'm not worried about Sabe. It's pretty cool that I'm kind of developing a relationship with them. If you're really only as old as your heart, well, I'm still a pretty young man. There was another time when I was around 12 years old. I was hunting bullfrogs near Columbiaville, Michigan, where I grew up. I was in the swamp near our house having a pretty good time hunting them. I love frog legs. I was talking to the frogs saying, "Just sit there while I make this as quick as possible." Then I'd shoot the frog, and it would be dead real quick. The old CCI Stinger hollow point lead rounds would pop them up about 8 feet, and without their head, there wasn't any suffering. Then, after about the 10th frog, I suddenly felt terror. My mom had married a guy that would beat me on average every other day. So suddenly, I felt terror, and I felt something watching me. So I said, "What did I do now?" Because the last thing I needed was more broken bones. Then, as quick as that feeling came over me, I heard, "You didn't do anything. Don't worry about it." So, I had enough to eat, and I walked up the hill to the house, and after battering them 3 times, I deep-fried them. They were excellent. Thank you again, Nance. Well, hello to Nance and the Buckeye Bigfoot or Big Feet crew. I'm sorry it's been so long since my last visit. Been busy, and I did say I'd write shortly, but one's perception of time is different than another, especially since you yourself have so many awesome stories coming through. This story is short, but I'll try to give it an edge. Hopefully it makes sense, because in this day and age, what makes sense? My first sighting, I was 10. I saw a Bigfoot take 2 steps, and then he was across the road. The last time I ran into one was in my last story that I sent you and the crew back in May, although I have heard them scream a few times and hit things with a bang in the back 40 since. My fiancé heard one the other day, so I thought this would be a good time to send this message. You know, get it out while the trail is still hot, so to speak. We live next to a swamp. I got this house in 1985, a 3-bedroom. I had received help from our reservation representative. I had went to visit him, and he said, Tub, that's the nickname from my dad since I was 2. He said, Tub, you got a house? I said, no. And he said, we're going to have to get you a house. And so there we were, now in the swamp house. My son Jimmy, God rest his soul, he was 4 at the time. He coined the phrase swamp house. Back then, I had planted 4 trees in the yard, 1 for each boy. Only 1 tree survived, and today I'm glancing at it now. It's almost 40 feet tall. During the first few years that we had the house, we did our share of drinking. We'd drink, and one night, when the night was late, the music was over, we had danced our last dance and fought our last fight. Everyone went home. Me, my boy's mom, and my cousin Jeff decided to walk through the trail. This is about 3/4 of a mile to my dad's house down an old railroad bed trail. There aren't many houses, no street lights, just trails on our walk. I got by some of these old pine trees. It was about 2:30 in the a.m., you know, where you can't see your hand in front of your face. We were walking alone, not saying much. My cousin Jeff was mumbling. We heard this crash coming from the other side of the garden that my dad used to plant vegetables in when we were in grade school. This thing was breaking branches and breathing heavily, and it was walking straight towards us. I hollered out, "Hey!" but it still kept coming. I hollered louder, "Hey!" Finally, when it got within 3 feet in front of us, I hollered, "Hey!" and it stopped. I had my fist cocked by my side, thinking, where am I going to hit this thing? In the kneecap? As far as my almost 5-foot 11-inch frame could reach, and the tip of my finger up in the air, project onto that another 1.5 to 2 feet higher. That was around where the mouth was. It teetered sideways back and forth, breathing heavily. Then it turned around and walked back the way it came. Nance, I could have reached out and touched its stomach. The funny thing was, I wasn't scared. I came back the next day, but no tracks, no smell, just like the last story I sent. No tracks. Throughout the years, hunting, cutting wood, going out picking boughs for Christmas wreaths, whatever, I often wondered why trees about 6 inches in diameter would be broken off about 8 to 9 feet up, or why I was seeing strange bends in the trees, and why I was always looking left or right. Even now, when I drive a semi or if I'm out on a drive to the lake, I look around to see. I look to see if I can see one. I mentioned my fiancé heard one last Wednesday. She called me up and said she heard one. She heard a deep voice from across the swamp. It came from the chest. When I got home, I took out the binocular to see if the beaver was okay. I thought the Sasquatch was going to get the beavers because the swamp water level was real low because of lack of rain. but I saw his ears in the water. Well, that's about it, Nance. You know what, Nance? You're never the same after an encounter. Signed, James. I have hunted in the wilderness north of Leavenworth, Washington a couple of times. This weekend I had to work, but I could go hunting the next day. I usually hunt with my brother, and I hike up the mountain 4 miles and camp on the top to hunt. On this trip, I was on my own as my brother left earlier. I drove to the trailhead and decided to hike the bottom trail. I knew that there were hunters at the camp at the end of the bottom trail. I decided to hike in part way on the flat, and then go up the steep hillside and find a spot to pitch my tent. I was where no other person has camped. I found a flat spot high on the mountain. I was tired, and I set up my small tent, ate, and went to sleep. I was awakened by a stomp, stomp, stomp. The noise was so loud it woke me up, even as tired as I was. I fumbled for my flashlight and shined the light towards the footsteps. But my light was too dim to go very far. I loaded my rifle, and I did a belly crawl out to gather small twigs to light a small fire at the front of my tent. I kept this fire going a half hour, but I was tired, and I hoped the critter was scared off by this time. It started to rain, so I closed my tent and went back to sleep. About an hour later, I woke up again to stomp, stomp, stomp. The rain was too heavy to start my fire again, so I hugged my rifle until daylight. I looked for tracks of what was walking outside my tent, but the needles were so deep I could not see a track. The rain stopped by daylight, and I didn't get any sleep, so I packed my tent and hiked out of there. Thank you, signed Bob. P.S., he says, I'm glad I didn't see what it was. This morning, I went to the local convenience store. I needed some snuff and a cold drink. As I stood at the cooler looking at the cold drinks, trying to decide what I wanted to drink, a former town drunk commented, "No beer today?" "No, not today. It's too hot for alcohol. This Diet Dr. Pepper will hit the spot," I replied. The man said, "I never told anyone the real reason I quit drinking, but I seen a wood booger one night when I was good and toasted." He continued, "I thought it was just too much thunderstump, so I walked inside of my cabin and took one of those long whiskey naps. I forgot about the wood booger. I went about my day, and when I got back to my cabin, I grabbed a full mason jar of Bengal firewater. I sat on the porch, and I proceeded to find the bottom of that mason jar. About the time the sun went down, I found the bottom of that jar. I had been feeling good for a good bit when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was a stray dog, so I didn't pay much attention to it until it started walking towards me. When I looked back up, I thought it was someone trying to scare me. But then I smelled it, the smell of an old billy goat and a dumpster fire. I knew then it wasn't someone in a suit. It was the real deal. I bolted into the cabin, locked the door, and hid in the bathtub. I hid there until the next morning. Then I got up and I drove home. I gave up drinking that day when I saw that animal in the early winter of 1990. This story was told to me by a sweet lady that we call Grandma Jane. It was told to her by her mother, who had the story happen to her sometime in the 1920s. On the Oklahoma-Arkansas line, somewhere in the area of Sugarloaf Mountain, a few families lived in the community. In the late fall, early winter, the families all got together to make sure that one of the families had pork for the winter. The work was considered man's work. But Grandma Jane's mother was part of the goings-on that day. More than likely, it had mostly been from the fact that Grandma Jane's mom was sweet on one of the neighbor's sons, the boy who would one day be Grandma Jane's dad. The day's work went on without any occurrences. It was just a messy, bloody day. After the workday was over and the sun began to set, Grandma Jane's mom started to walk home. It wasn't a far walk, maybe 30 minutes to walk home. She said bye to her sweetheart and started home. Her dad knew about her sweetheart and allowed her to stay behind, but she had to be home by dark, and she always had to take the same route home because in case she had trouble, her daddy knew where to start looking. She was about halfway when she heard the sounds of several dogs running. But it wasn't dogs. It was a small pack of wolves. She didn't take the time to count them. She Super Mario'd up the nearest tree, and those are Grandma Jane's words, by the way, and she began to wait on her dad to check up on her. She got as comfortable as she could, but not too comfortable, so she wouldn't fall asleep and fall out of the tree. After what was probably 15 minutes of yelling, "Get out of here!" and promising bodily harm and several sailors' cussings, she heard footsteps. She thought it was her dad or one of her brothers, but it wasn't. Stepping from the brush and trees, a huge 9-foot-tall dark figure walked toward the tree. Grandma Jane's mom forgot all about those wolves and now shifted her concerns towards that figure. The figure walked towards the wolves and the tree. The wolves must have known that this figure could have easily ended their hunting careers. They tucked their tails and they ran in the opposite direction. The figure walked past the tree, glanced up at the young girl, and walked on in the direction the wolves ran toward. The girl sat there on that limb and listened to the footsteps fade. She then climbed down and raced herself home. When she made it home, a very concerned daddy was waiting for her on the porch. "Any troubles?" he asked. "Wolves put me up a tree halfway home," she answered. Her dad didn't say anything, but just nodded one of those nods that speaks volumes. The next day, her dad rode out to the tree, and he saw the wolf tracks, so he could see them for himself. If he saw any other tracks, he did not mention it. Grandma Jane said that her mom only told that whole story only twice, once to her husband and once to her children. Grandma Jane said she didn't tell the whole story because she didn't want anything to happen to the figure that ran the wolves away. Hello, Nance. I had a lengthy by-chance meeting with an old-school logger that opened up about some of the old stories of the unexplainable sights from a time way before my time, and a few stories that were before his time. This gentleman is one of those that you can tell if and when he's pulling your leg. I point-blank asked him about the bear and related stories. He goes on to say that he told me he remembered his people talking about that bear and related a story that happened about the same time. He said that when he was a youngster, he attended a shoat killing and scalding. Now back then, folks butchered their own meat. The menfolk would help out their neighbors and make a kind of party out of a messy job at hand. The hosting farmer's wife would cook for everyone, and that was payment for the men's work. No one would ever take money. After the butchering took place, they would put the meat in the smokehouse to preserve the meat. A man's smokehouse was like the shoats. You don't take from it unless you're about to starve, and once again, you would make it right. He told me that on this scalding party, after the meat was butchered, they put the meat in the smokehouse ate a large meal, and then went home. He remembered that his dad and Grandpa had driven a team of mules and a wagon to that party, even though they owned an old truck. But trucks, they needed gas, and mules, they could eat grass and shrubs, so they drove the mule team. He said that after a few days after they got home, the farmer came to his house on a horse, and he was beyond mad. The farmer pulled his dad and Grandpa to the side and began to question them like a cop would a hardened criminal. He tried to sneak closer to hear what was being said, but he was told to go help his mama, so he couldn't hear the interrogation. It took him a few years to hear the story from his grandpa, who, like most grandpas, will tell the stories that the parents wouldn't approve of. His grandpa told him that the farmer had meat missing from the smokehouse, so he put a hasp and a lock on the smokehouse door, just for someone to bust the door down. When the farmer quizzed his nearest neighbors, they pointed the finger at his uncle and named him as the suspect, just to find out that his uncle had made his late fall trip at that time to the mountains to make some easy money. So there was no way it could have been him, because he was over 20 miles away from the farmer's place. Grandpa told the farmer it was probably a bear wanting some fresh smoked pork. But the farmer said it wasn't a bear, because the meat was carried away, and that his dogs, they would have chased the bear off. So it must have been a lazy man. He said that his uncle was known far and wide for being lazy, but he always had money. So if he had wanted the meat, he would have traded or just paid money for the meat. The farmer left, leaving a cloud of dust and swearing that he would get to the bottom of the theft. When his uncle came home, he was also mad. He would learn later from his uncle that something had toppled over every one of his easy money barrels while he was sampling the previous batch of easy money, causing him to come home early to go get some ingredients for his easy money. Grandpa told his uncle that it was probably a deputy just doing his sworn duty, but his uncle paid those deputies to turn a blind eye to his easy money operation, and if it had been the law, they would have torn up his printing press instead of just pouring out the barrels. His uncle made the trip into town to get the ingredients for his easy money and then returned to the mountains with 2 cousins to help keep an eye on the barrels. This time, he was able to make his easy money, and he returned home to put his easy money in his own smokehouse that had never had the first fire built in it. He then locked the door, and he let word of mouth get around about his easy money. His uncle told him that he would often see large footprints, and he would see something big walking upright, but he thought that it was a side effect of sampling too much of his own easy money. But one day, when he was heading back to his mountain escape, he saw something that spooked him to the point that he quit his easy money operation up in the mountains, and for a brief time, he made a few dollars from his own sweat. But that didn't last long, so he moved his easy money operation closer to home, where he could guard his operation better. But he didn't retrieve his printing press from the mountains himself. He hired it done. His uncle never returned to the mountains for the rest of his life. The men he hired to retrieve his printing press said the whole time that they were packing everything up, they felt like they were being watched. So they quickly packed everything and got off the mountain in a hurry. One man said that the pack animals acted nervous, like a predator was near. But it wasn't until they started off the mountain that the rear rider turned to see a bear watching from the timberline, and that the bear followed from a distance until they got to the road. The man who told his uncle about the bear sold his place soon after he came off that mountain and moved to Fort Smith, and he never came back to Oklahoma. The logger told me that his dad and grandpa logged using big draft mules that were brick wall strong, and they didn't spook, ever. But one day in the late spring, they were working in a thick pine forest. His dad hired several men to cut down the timber, but the male family members were the ones to drive the mule teams to keep the mules from getting abused by ill-tempered loggers. But this day, the mules did not want to work. They tried every little mule trick to head home and out refused to go into those thick pines. They brought in different teams of horses and mules, but none of those animals wanted anything to do with that stand of pines. For a week, they cut down pines. They had several trees down, but the animals refused to go into that pine thicket. Finally, they got a man with a tractor to skid the timber out. On the last day at the pine growth, 4 men quit, and they sold their logging tools for what they could get out of them, and they left in a hurry. One man told the grandpa that he saw a devil in the thicket, and he was motivated to change occupations, and he too left Oklahoma. One man later said that he saw the biggest bear that he had ever seen watching him from a distance, and then he said that he would much rather be broke than become bear poop. He said years later, before his grandpa died, he said he too saw the bear, and that it scared him to the point he thought about moving. But he had put a lot of work in on his place, and that's where his wife and a son was buried, and that was the main reason he stayed. That way, those 2 graves would be taken care of. His uncle and grandpa died 10 days apart, and they were buried next to each other. When his folks passed, they too were buried in that same spot. A week before his uncle died, he said that he had heard strange yells coming from the mountains, but he once again said it was a side effect from sampling too much of his own easy money. The logger told me that he would often hear strange cries coming off the mountain, even when he hadn't had any of his uncle's easy money. He said it sounded like a sorrowful cry, like a wailing woman. There would be one would wail, and another would answer. He said sometimes it would last half the night. A lot of folks heard that wailing, but they either never talked about it, or they chalked it up as another known animal. Only in recent times have they admitted that it wasn't a known animal. I asked if he had ever seen what was making those noises. He said twice. Once while he was deer hunting in Wholesome Valley. He was driving down the forest road, and 2 miles shy of getting on the county road, one crossed the road not 20 yards in front of his truck. He said if it was a man in a suit, he would have dwarfed me. He allowed that animal was close to 10 feet tall and weighed 800 pounds if he was 1 ounce. I asked, he? And he assured me that he was really that big. The other time was close to where the BFRO had made the reports. He said that he was working for a corporate logging company as a dozer operator, and the sheep dip mechanic put a few quarts of hydraulic fluid in his dozer's full tank, causing the dozer to cut out and smoke like the cinders of hell. He said it was getting close to quitting time, and he saw something out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head to see a small creature watching from a closer than comfortable distance. He said it was watching him like a human child would watch a dozer work. About that time, the bulldozer backfired, as loud as any cannon firing, with a boom that shook the whole mountainside. That sent the little guy in the opposite direction at a speed that would have impressed any good-blooded racehorse. He was able to get the bulldozer started and parked it for the night. He told me that was the last time that he saw one, but he still hears a wail echo from time to time. On his last birthday, his son-in-law asked if he had ever seen any strange animals. When he asked back, "Why, did you?" His son-in-law changed the subject. His daughter has asked several times for him to move in with her, but he is adamant about staying on his family's land, even with the whales coming from the mountains. He then told me of the mountain witch that lived in a cabin at the bottom of the mountain. Everyone avoided her place, even though she never hurt anyone. But he said that if you look up a picture of a witch, well, there would be her picture, and that is what caused folks to give her a wide berth. Every morning she would make 3 big pans of cornbread for her mountain friends. He said his family learned this from her after his grandpa was bitten by a rattlesnake. He said his grandpa was bad sick, and there was no way they could have gotten him to a doctor in time to save him. And as if summoned by magic, she showed up at the house with a small bag of medicine and a pouch of chewing tobacco. She made a poultice and smeared it over the snake bite. Then she made a tea and almost forcefully forced his grandpa to drink the entire cup. He said Grandpa choked it down. She told the family when he woke up, give him all the whiskey he could stomach and feed him wild game for a week, and that within a week he would return to work. And sure enough, 5 days later, he returned to work. His grandma made a pie for the woman and delivered it herself. The woman asked that if she had food brought to her again to please bring 2 of the dish, 1 for her and 1 for her mountain friends. So from that day on, when they brought her food, they would make sure to bring 2 to her. When that woman died, they buried her as she requested, and for almost a month, cries could be heard coming from the mountains. Not the wails, but the sounds of a mournful, heartbroken cry. The family locked the door to the cabin and let nature reclaim her place as she had requested. He said nature reclaimed the house that he was born in and the house that his dad was born in. Nothing is left besides the memories and the grave markers. But that's the way nature had it planned all along. Recently, I found your site and I love listening to the stories. This is my encounter, if it was an encounter. Dear Buckeye Bigfoot, as I get older, I see the need to tell of an experience that happened to me as a child. I'm 52 now. Whether this was a Bigfoot encounter or not, I do not know, but it does seem to fit. I absolutely do not want any recognition. You can pass this along, read it on your channel, edit it, or use it any way you see fit. I just wish to remain anonymous. You may use my first name, however. Location: Scioto County, Ohio, between Minford and South Webster, Ohio. Farmland on the edge of what today is the Ohio Hanging Rock Nature Preserve. Time: late afternoon. Still daylight, so I would say around 7 p.m. It was in the summer, but not exactly sure of a month. The year was 1975, and I was 6 years old. My mom and dad had left me and my siblings at my cousin's house while they did some shopping. This was an old small farmhouse and had stairs right in the center. They went up to an attic that had been finished for a bedroom. This bedroom took up the entire width of the house. It had sloping ceilings and 1 window in each end wall. The highest part was right in the center of the house at the peak of the roof. This house has been torn down now. I was sitting on the floor playing with a toy truck and my feet were on the top stair step. Both windows were open. I turn my head and see this thing looking at me. It was the ugliest thing I'd ever seen. All I could see was the head and 2 hands on the windowsill. I now estimate it would have been about 15 to 20 feet away. No noises were made by this thing or me. I do not remember any bad smell, but I've always had sinus issues. I wasn't scared because I thought it was one of my cousins trying to scare me. I looked down the stairs, then back over to the window, and it was gone. So I then get up, and I calmly walk down the stairs, still thinking it was one of my cousins. I look in the living room, and everyone is in there watching TV. I then walk out the front door and around the house to where the window is. I was looking for the ladder they would have had to use to get to the window, but no ladder. Still not really scared, but confused on how my cousins could have pulled this trick off. As I think about it now, that windowsill would have been approximately 12 feet high off the ground. Old houses were typically shorter back then, but I arrived at that height by this: 12 inches ground to the first floor, 8 feet tall first floor ceiling height, and it was probably less than that. 12 inches for the attic floor thickness, and 24 inches for the attic floor to windowsill. All that adds up to the 12-foot windowsill from the ground. So whatever it was had to be standing on something. As I stated, there was nothing near the window when I went out and checked. I never heard of a Bigfoot encounter with a 12-foot tall animal before, so this makes me confused on what I saw. Also, as I got older, my buddies and I were in the surrounding woods pretty much every day, hunting, camping, etc. We have never seen or found any evidence of a Bigfoot. That makes me doubt that it was a Bigfoot I saw that day. As much time as I spent in the woods, why did I never see a Bigfoot again? One thing I can say, since as long as I can remember, I have had a fear of Bigfoot. Even though I'm in my 50s, I don't like being too near wooded areas at night. So maybe my subconscious knows what I saw, but I've tried to convince myself otherwise. I cannot say for sure what I saw that day, but I did see something, and I've recounted it just as I remember it. Signed, Tim. My husband and I started listening to your YouTube channel at the end of 2020 and was amazed to hear the different stories of encounters and sightings. Your most recent video about the man down by the pond who had lost his wife, I turned to my husband and said, I think I'm going to write Nance about our encounters. So, to preface this email, I will say that this might be a bit lengthy. I apologize for that in advance. But in order to give our encounters plausibility and foundation, I need to start at the beginning. In 1998, my husband and I and a 4-year-old daughter moved to a very small town in north-central Missouri. We are, literally, 30 miles in any direction away from a city. We have to drive a good distance to grocery shop to go to the doctor or dentist or anything. Also, when I say small town, I mean less than 50 people. The perfect town to raise a small child. Our small family traveled a lot the first 5 years of moving there, and sometimes we were home maybe 2 months out of the year. A couple of years it was less than that. At the end of 5 years, 2003, I found a job working remote for a large company. It made it perfect to allow us to homeschool our daughter and still be home. My husband and I both took turns homeschooling our daughter, and she was and is a very intelligent individual. So, she would have her workbooks complete by noon and would then go outside to play. We never let her go out to play alone before she was 8 years old. While we do live in a small town, our house sits on a hill on the northeast side of the town. Down below the meadow is a line of trees that outlines a huge creek that runs for miles. I checked one time, and the creek behind our house and down in the meadow runs almost through the middle of Missouri, with forests and conservation land lining the way. Since she was our only child, I was very protective of my little girl. So if she went outside, either her daddy or I would go with her. Before I get into the meat of the story, I want to explain that I never really believed in Bigfoot. I had seen Boggy Creek when I was a kid, and I related it, in my mind, to the same thing as the boogeyman. It was a good, clean, scary story, plain and simple. I truly had no idea. Okay, on to our encounters. Up until our daughter turned 8 years old, we never really had any activity of any kind, or at least that is what we thought. When our daughter started going out to play by herself, she really wasn't playing by herself. She had some small friends in the town that she played with, and our neighbors were like built-in babysitters, as they liked to sit out on their front porch and watch the kids playing. My neighbor would actually call me if she couldn't see my daughter behind the house. The best neighbors ever. On one afternoon, our daughter, Michelle, came skipping into the house saying that she couldn't find her cat, Tommy. It wasn't like little Tommy to roam, so I went outside to help her find him. A week after Tommy went missing, my hubby went to the barn to find some items in the barn had been moved around, but nothing was missing. It was just odd things moved, replaced, or fallen over in the barn. We both never thought any more about it, but my hubby made sure the barn doors were shut and the main door was locked after that. During that same week, our next cat, Bootsy, went missing. He did come back about 3 days later, but his leg was torn open and he was hurting really bad. I went to the vet and got him some antibiotics. But Bootsy was a roamer, and as soon as he started feeling better, he started roaming around. After 3 or 4 days, he never came back. So I went outside one night around 10 p.m., and I tried to call Bootsy as he was my cat. I started walking down the small road in front of our home. It is an old rock road, and there are neighbors on the other side of the street. I started calling Bootsy, making those kitty kitty sounds when I was trying to call the cat in. I think you know what I mean. We own 2.5 acres behind our house, and the back half of the property is grown over with weeds and pasture about 4 or 5 feet tall. We don't have a brush hog, so we just let it go, and sometimes we let our neighbor have the grass if they need it and want to come hay it. But on this night, I heard something in the brush. This was about 100 yards to the north of me. I stopped and called, "Bootsy, come here, buddy." And then I heard this yell. That is the only way I can explain it. It was a yell, very guttural, but very, very loud, ending almost in a high-pitched question. And then I heard running feet. I actually heard the pounding of running, whatever it was, coming through the high grass. I had a watch light above me, so I couldn't really see into the field. It scared me so bad, I ran the distance back to the house. I don't think I have ever run that fast in my life, honestly. When I got into the house, I told my hubby, and he went outside to look around, but didn't see or hear anything. We also never saw Bootsy again. During this time, I started doing some research online on what type of animals we had in the area. Besides coyotes, deer, badgers, a few timber wolves that were introduced, and a bobcat, there really wasn't anything that I could relate to the yell that I heard. As I was researching, I came across a Bigfoot site. There were some yells, whoops, whistles, etc. in their media file, and I'll never forget the hair standing up on my arms as I heard a yell quite similar to the yell I heard that night behind our house. In the course of the research, I found a lady who actually habituated with a group of Bigfoot. So I reached out to her about what was going on. She lived in southwestern Missouri. When I told her about the things that had happened, she asked how old our house was. I found out that our house was built in 1858 and was the first house or building in the area. It had been around for a long time. She told me that Bigfoot saw our house as a landmark of sorts. They don't live down below us. She said they probably use that creek as a migratory pattern and probably just used the forest down there as a stopover place before migrating south. They used our house as a landmark as they passed through. Her biggest advice to us was to pay attention to what happened down in that creek, that they wouldn't hurt us, and that they were very curious of children and women, especially their females. So I decided to talk to my husband and daughter about my suspicions. At first, my husband didn't really take to it, but he didn't poo-poo the idea either because the things that had happened around our place were odd, and none of our neighbors would do the things that we had seen in the barn. Our daughter was not scared at all. In fact, she was probably the most proactive when it came to watching the meadow below our house. Nothing happened for quite a few months after that, until we came home from church one evening in October. It was about 10 p.m., and as we started to go inside, our daughter looked around the side of the house and said, "Daddy, I heard something." So we stopped and walked over to her. She said she was going to say hi and do a whoop like she had heard on the internet. I laughed a bit and I told her, "Sure, honey, go ahead." So she yelled really loud, "Hi there!" And then she gave a very loud, high-pitched whoop. The air was a bit chilly on that late October evening, but it had nothing to do with the chills that ran through me when a high-pitched whistle, almost sounding like a tea kettle on the stove, came shrilly from the bottom of the meadow. All three of us looked at each other, and it was our daughter who broke the tension as she laughed and said, "I think they want to be friends." For almost 10 minutes, she kept yelling hi and whooping, and they would respond with those high-pitched whistles and very loud knocks. However, when my hubby or I tried to yell, they never responded. We kept a close eye on the meadow for a few weeks after that, and Michelle would go outside and yell and whoop, but they didn't respond. She was disappointed, but as kids often do, she went back to schoolwork and playing with her friends, and Bigfoot was forgotten for a few months. All through the winter, we watched and waited, but nothing happened. No more incidents. Until early May of 2005. My husband was visiting his cousin about 40 miles away to help him do some work on the farm. I was working in my office, and Michelle was finishing up some end-of-year schoolwork when he came into the house. He walked into my office, and his face was as white as a sheet, his eyes wide. He said, "I saw him." I was a bit confused. "Saw who? Your cousin? Is he okay?" He shook his head, and he looked me straight in the eye. "I saw Bigfoot." He then proceeded to tell me how he was leaving his cousin's house. They are very rural and raise cattle. He looked into the tree line and saw a large person standing with one hand holding the branch of a tree up so he could look at him. He said that he looked back for a second look, but the Bigfoot was gone. He was dark-haired with little to no hair on his face, and he said he looked like a person, not an animal, not an ape. He was deeply affected by it. So I contacted the lady in southern Missouri, and she sent back a drawn picture of a black Bigfoot. When my hubby saw it, he said, "That is what I saw." Sure enough, it did not look like an animal. It looked like a person. My hubby said he looked like a big black man, except he had hair all over his body. Later, he went back to gauge the height, and he stated it was hunched down to look under the tree limbs, so he gauged it to be 8.5 to 9 feet tall. After a few weeks, everything settled down. Michelle had turned 9 and was growing like a weed. She loved playing outside and riding her bike around the small town. I always told her to stay on the little road in the town and not to get near the highway. She never did. At close to sunset, if she was still outside playing, her daddy would whistle for her. His whistles are shrill, loud, and everyone within a mile can hear it. So we knew she would hear it, and when he whistled, it meant dinner time and time to come in for the night. He had been doing this for a while to call Michelle in at night. It was a ritual. One evening, in the middle of June, it was just a little after 6 p.m. I had just started working on dinner, and Michelle came running in. "It's time to eat?" she asked. Her daddy said, "No, baby, you have about 30 more minutes to play." Her eyebrows crinkled up in confusion. "But you whistled for me." My husband said, "No, honey, I didn't. I've been in here helping Mommy." She stared back at us, clearly still confused. "Daddy, you whistled twice. Even Mercedes heard it and said, 'Your dad's calling you.'" At that point, I looked at my hubby, and he looked at me, and we clearly communicated to each other that it wasn't us that had called our daughter in that early evening. Let me just add right here that the lady that we have been communicating with in southern Missouri said Bigfoot are very good impersonators. They can mimic other animals, but they can mimic people sounds too. My hubby and I had been researching everything that we could on the subject, and we realized that someone had heard my hubby's whistles and that Michelle would come when he would whistle for her. Michelle became very absorbed with wanting to communicate with them. We heard how some people had placed gifts out for them, toys or food. Michelle had an idea to place 3 pretty pink ribbons out on the barbed wire fence on the back of our 2.5 acres. They weren't just pink. They were a bright, vibrant pink, very eye-catching. She tied the ribbon on the fence. She would leave apples out there and other little trinkets. At first, nothing happened. But as time went on, there would be times the ribbon was braided. Sometimes the apples were gone. Sometimes you could tell a small critter had got to them. She did this all through the summer and even through fall and winter. I do have to add, there was less activity in the winter. I think there was only one time that we saw footprints in the snow one winter, but that was all. In the spring of 2006, Michelle went out to the ribbon in the backyard, and it was all faded and torn from the elements. It was just starting to get warm, and we noticed that the prairie brush that usually bunched up in that area of the fence was gone. The ground was all trampled. We thought it was odd, but our neighbors had cows, so we thought maybe a cow had come too close to the fence here. But in a few weeks, we realized something was different. There was a little bush growing in the fence row, and it started blooming. Can you guess what color the flowers on that bush were? The flowers were the same vibrant pink that the ribbons were when Michelle had placed them out there the year before. The bush is still there to this day. After that, Michelle placed other little gifts out there for them. Sometimes they were taken, sometimes they were not. That summer was the first of the summers when we started having a lot of activity. They would hit the side of the house to get our attention. They would yell, "Hi!" and "Hi there!" from the meadow with that deep, guttural roar. It was as plain as could be. "Hi!" Michelle would holler back. She tried yelling "Friend" down to the meadow, and then there would be that tea kettle whistle that would follow. Around August, it was very hot, and we had the air conditioning unit on. We heard a loud slap on the back of the house. We were getting used to this now. It was like they were saying, "We're passing through, just letting you know." We would look at each other and smile and keep watching TV or whatever we were doing. But that evening, my hubby went into the kitchen and left the light out and looked out the window. It was almost totally dark out, but not quite. Just a bit after twilight is how I would describe it. On the other side of the fence, he saw two figures. One was so large he could only see from the chest down, but the other was smaller, maybe 5 feet. He couldn't see its face as it was very dark, but it looked like a kid, and he was dancing back and forth on both legs excitedly. What he was seeing was either a daddy or mommy and little Junior. He was sure of it. My hubby didn't tell Michelle and myself until the next day. We went out to where the fence was, and sure enough, you could see where the parent had just been standing in the tall grass, and where little Junior had been. You could also see the activity of how he had been dancing back and forth on both legs. For the next few years, several times Michelle was called home early before her daddy actually called her. She kept trying to communicate with them too. When Michelle turned 12, she went to camp one summer. She was gone a week, and that week we had some activity. I think they were looking for her. After the week had ended and Michelle was back home, we were sitting down watching a movie and eating some popcorn together, and we heard 3 very loud slaps on the back of the house. We all froze, and immediately Michelle smiled and laughed and said, "I think they are glad I'm home." Sure enough, the next evening she was called home early with that loud whistle. She came home, and she didn't even need to ask if her daddy had called her. She knew who had called her. Fast forward to when Michelle graduated high school and started working full-time in a town about 30 miles away. There was much less activity. We still had whoops and "hi" from the meadow bottoms. But Michelle never really went outside to play anymore. The only time we had major activity was when Michelle's cousins came to visit one summer. Michelle was 18 or 19, so that made her cousins all ages 19 to 25. The boys stayed out in the RV in the barn, and the girls stayed with Michelle in her room in the house. My hubby and I shared our encounters with the nephews and nieces, and we actually had some evenings when we drove out to the back roads and made whoops and calls. It was fun and kind of scary a few times. When we came home from Bigfoot hunting, it was late, around 11 p.m. My hubby and a few of the boys went into the backyard, and my hubby said something big and dark was standing at the back of the property, and the waist of the figure was above the tall prairie grass, which put the figure at about 8 foot tall. But when he looked over at it and brought the nephew's attention to it, the figure hunched down quickly, but not before one of our nephews saw him too. That night, something hit the side of the RV in the barn. Scared the boys to death. We all had a good laugh about that. It was like the big guys were trying to join in the Bigfoot fun. The next day, we had the best evidence ever. A huge footprint behind the barn in some fresh dirt. It measured 18.5 inches long and about 7.5 inches wide at the ball of the foot. It was huge. It brought everything into stark reality. Through the years, our daughter grew into a beautiful woman. She got married and moved away, as children often do. We had a few more encounters after that. We saw a totally white one in the meadow below the house with a bunch of the neighbors' cows. I have no idea what in the world it was doing there among the cows, but we took the binoculars, and sure enough, it was a tall, white, man-looking being. Almost as if he knew he was being watched, within 10 seconds, he had crouched behind a bush with just his white head sticking out. Funny dude. As if we couldn't see him. 2 years ago, we were driving home from a church service that was about 70 miles away, and we saw one, I saw one, on the right side of the road. The reason my hubby did not see it is because there was a fresh hit deer in the middle of the road, and it was not yet dead. He slowed down, but there was another car coming from the other direction, so his attention was on the car and the deer. My attention was on the huge bush on the side of the road that seemed to change shape as we got closer to it. It was in the ditch on the right side of the road, directly across from the deer that had been hit, and the bush was a female, approximately 7.5 feet tall. She was silver, and she looked very old. Her eyes were closed when we passed her, so I didn't get to see any color reflection in her eyes. But there was zero hair on her face, and I swear to you, she looked like an Eskimo in the face. Very round face, slanting closed eyes. She had zero hair at the end of her breasts, but those were the only things I could detail as we drove by. All I could think of was, did I just see what I thought I just saw? I even said it out loud, and my hubby said, it was a deer. Why? Then I proceeded to tell him what I had just seen. We deduced that she was there to grab the deer. There is also a conservation area right behind where I had my sighting, so that would make sense. Not long after that incident, our daughter brought her family to visit. It was early June 2019. She and her husband now have a 4-year-old daughter. They came to stay about 4 or 5 days. Our little granddaughter wanted to play outside, so Michelle and I took her out to the side yard, where my husband saw Mama or Daddy and little Junior in the past, and we let her run around. She was hollering and playing, and out of nowhere we hear this long tea kettle whistle. We all looked at each other. They were passing through. So Michelle had her little girl yelling, "Hi!" down to the meadow, and whooping like when she was a little girl. The responses from the meadow just warmed my heart. The next night, Michelle and Rosie were coming home late from visiting a friend, and as they pulled into the drive, Rosie looked at the fence line and yelled to her mama, "A deer!" Michelle knew what it was. It wasn't a deer, but she didn't want to tell Rosie that. So she called from our carport into the house and said, "Mama, please come out here. Bigfoot is at the fence, and Rosie saw him. She's scared." So Mimi came out to the rescue. I went outside, but did not see our big friend. I went out into the carport, and I picked Rosie up and walked both she and her mama into the house. But before we did, I had Rosie yell out, "Hi!" out to the fence row. And we heard the sweetest, softest whistle I have ever heard. To this day, Rosie still calls it a deer with red eyes. She doesn't know what Bigfoot is. That will come in the future. But for now, it was so awesome that she got to see our big friends of the woods. I will update you if we get any new or exciting activity. I would like to stress, they are not animals. They are people. Very, very big people. Very intelligent people. Why haven't searchers found bones? Because they bury their dead. They seem very spiritual to me. Just like us, I think there are good Bigfoot and bad Bigfoot. But I think we need to realize that they are curious and truly do not mean any harm. At least, the tribe that migrates behind our house. I often wonder, on that night when my hubby saw the parent and the juvenile, I wonder if a mama was bringing Junior up to the house to meet our Michelle. Whenever I see Michelle, I tell her, I think your Bigfoot boyfriend came to visit the other day. She laughs and says, "Oh, Mama." Thank you, Nance, for letting me share. As you can see, it has been many years of experiences. I haven't told half the story, like the bad-smelling Bigfoot, the Bigfoot that broke into a neighbor's barn and stole their feed bags, or the Bigfoot that was literally yelling from the meadow to make the dogs in our town bark like crazy on purpose. I still laugh at that one. Maybe I will tell you about those someday. But for now, I will end this email with a reminder. If they don't bother you, don't bother them. They are curious. They are ornery, but they are a gentle people, and I feel so very privileged to be able to see them and interact with them. Signed, Kay from Missouri. Big Jim is an 80-something-year-old retired big machine operator. He was born around Howe, Oklahoma, sometime in the late 1930s or early 1940s. I have known Big Jim most of my life. He is stooped over now, and he's still taller than me. I am willing to bet that when he was a young man, he was close to 7 feet tall. Big Jim told me about various stories that had happened in this area. Big Jim's mother-in-law had fallen and broken her leg while he was at work. His wife, being a good daughter, had the mother-in-law move in while she recovered from her broken leg. Big Jim then said that if he had to do it all over again, he would have sent his wife to stay with her mama, and he would have braved the cooking stove and that mysterious room called the kitchen. But hindsight is 20/20. With a nagging she-devil now staying at his house, Big Jim looked for every excuse not to be in the same vicinity as the injured gremlin. Big Jim said she was only 5 feet tall, but most men were scared of her, including Big Jim. After one of the gremlin's verbal assaults, Big Jim went to his brother's house to escape the smell of brimstone. Big Jim and his brother went down on the Poteau River to unwind after a rough week. They fished and camped in a tent. They had a few gallons of mineral water with them, and they both quenched their thirst. The first night after they fell asleep in their tent, Big Jim was awakened by the sound of something walking in the river, but thought nothing of it. He thought maybe it was someone's stock coming to get a drink, so he went back to sleep, just to hear footsteps walk around the tent, but he wasn't too worried. He then heard something lean against his truck, and then he heard the sound of urine hitting the side of his truck. Now that was too much for him to take, so he jumped up out of the tent just to see a large silhouette of the biggest man he ever saw. About that time, his brother came out of the tent. His brother had a flashlight and shined it on the still whizzing man, but the light shined only to show a huge, hair-covered critter. Big Jim said that it looked darn near human, but it wasn't human. He and his brother were in shock to see this thing taking a leak on the side of his truck. His brother, who was still feeling good from their earlier drinking, stated, "Do you mind? We don't whiz on your truck." The critter just snorted as if to say, "I'll whiz wherever I want to, little guy." Big Jim said that the critter stood there for over a minute whizzing on the side of his truck. When the critter finished, he walked down to the river and walked out into the water and away from the campers. Long after the critter left, they could still smell the urine on the truck. Big Jim said it smelt like a tomcat's litter box, but he couldn't remember smelling the critter itself. He said he wasn't scared, but annoyed at the audacity of the critter whizzing on his truck. Big Jim put more wood on the fire and waited for the sun to come up. When there was enough light to see, he checked his truck and he saw that the urine caused the paint to fade. Even after washing his truck several times, you could still smell the wee. And after 4 times of painting that spot, it was still faded. About 6 months later, the brothers were coming home from work. They passed near the spot where they had encountered the hairy whizzer. They both looked and saw a large form in the riverbank. Big Jim said he probably had a she-devil for a mother-in-law too, and just needed a place to escape to. And what better than to whiz on a shiny Chevy truck? Kyle is Big Jim's younger brother. For years and years he had his eyes on a few hundred acres in Wholesome Valley. One day it came up for sale, so he jumped on the deal. He quickly had a well dug and ran electric there. He began to build a house and real quick began to have issues. After he had the floor built and was gone getting another load of lumber from the mill, someone climbed up the steps and dropped a huge deuce right in the middle of the newly constructed floor. He cleaned it off and began to build the walls and brace them off, and got a few more loads of lumber so he could continue to build his house. But when he came back, the lumber was strewn everywhere. He thought it was a bear behind the mischief, so he borrowed money to hire some carpenters to finish his house. He could work full-time, and carpenters could get more done quicker. On a Friday, the head carpenter said they would not be back, and he gave him the name of a group that would be able to finish the project. So he hired the new group. One of the new group told Kyle why they quit. They said that they were scared of the monster they had seen several times. But the new group needed money, and they had a rifle, and it would take more than a monster to scare them off. The second group stayed in a tent and worked longer hours. But at sundown, one of them would fire several shots off of the rifle, but they could hear heavy footsteps during the night, and when they finished the job, they told Kyle that they had seen his monster, but it stayed in the timber. Kyle had his furniture moved into the new house, and he stayed the first night. It was October, so he had the windows raised and a fan blowing in the window. He had a jug of drinking spirits that was made by the neighbors. Now that night he had to answer nature's call. Instead of going to the toilet, he stepped off the porch and done his business. He heard several footsteps approaching his new house. He called out, "I can hear you walking, and I'm not scared of you. This is my home, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let an ape run me off." He walked back inside his house and grabbed his rifle and jug and sat on his porch swing and listened for sounds. He could hear those heavy footsteps. "I told you, it's going to take more than an ape to run me off, so beat it," he yelled. He could hear the footsteps getting closer, so he cocked his rifle. There's no other sound that will get anything's attention like the sound of a Henry rifle getting cocked. This made the footsteps stop. He took a big pull off his jug. "I'm going to sit here and finish this jug. If I was you, I would go home before you piss me off and I climb off this porch and teach you manners." He sat there listening, but he didn't hear anything. He took another swig out of his jug, and as he was about to swallow, he heard a high-pitched whoop come off the mountain. He almost choked. Then, less than 50 yards away, another high-pitched whoop answered. Kyle said that little funky monkey had some nerve calling in for reinforcements, and that if he had a phone, he would have called his dad, his brothers, and cousins, and he would show that twerp how to have a proper family feud. But he didn't have a phone, so it would have to be a private feud. Another whoop came from the mountains, but before the little twerp could answer, Kyle returned that whoop with one of his rebel yells. Kyle waited on the porch swing until the sun came up. Then he walked around his house several times, and he saw several sets of footprints. He took a bath and drove to Big Jim's house, and he told him the story about his monster. So Big Jim came back to Kyle's house to help with the feud. Not long after they made it back to Kyle's house, their dad and uncle followed, and then carfuls of various family members pulled up and got out. "Heard you have a bear problem," an uncle said. Then a cousin said, "That bear is going to have a people problem." They cut wood and built several large fire rings around his big yard and waited and watched for the bear. Now all of these men had nerves of steel, and they didn't spook easy. They passed the jug around, but one uncle, Big Jim, and Kyle stuck with just lemonade. At sunset, they built small fires in their fire rings and waited. An hour after sunset, the same whoop came out off the mountain. Everyone jumped. And when the whoop was answered not 100 yards away from their fire rings, everyone jumped even bigger. Then someone asked, "What's that smell?" And someone answered with a sorry excuse, "That was me. That last whoop startled me." Flashlights lit up the area from the last whoop, but no one saw anything. All was quiet the rest of the night. The next day they all looked for signs of the monster. They all saw footprints, but everyone had to work the next day, so they all went home. Kyle stayed behind to continue the feud. That night, Kyle deadbolted the door, bathed, and then laid on the couch. Once again, a whoop came out of the mountains, and it was answered by another whoop that was close to Kyle's truck. Kyle jumped up, grabbed his rifle, opened the door, and flipped on the porch light just to hear retreating footsteps. Kyle yelled insults about the monster's mother and his whole family. Whatever this monster was, it knew Kyle was alone and that he had a rifle. So it was brave, but not stupid. The rest of the night went by quick, and Kyle went to work and then came home to find the wood in his lean-to thrown around his yard. He left the wood laying in the yard. No need to play this twerp's game. It seemed that this little twerp wanted to push buttons. Kyle went inside, bolted the door, bathed, and fell asleep. Right before the sun began to rise, a whoop filled Kyle's house. At first, he thought the little twerp was able to get in the house. But no, the windows were not big for that reason. Kyle didn't want anyone to be able to break in. What the monster had done was stick its head close to the window and whoop. Kyle didn't storm outside. He laid back down and dozed until the alarm clock rang out. He went to work, and he asked one of his co-workers how his family had handled their bear problem. His co-worker said they shot several shotgun rounds off and hundreds of black cat firecrackers, and finally the bear ran off. Kyle said, "Well, I have shotgun shells, but I don't have any firecrackers. His coworker said, "Don't worry," that he had something much louder than a firecracker. When Kyle got home, he noticed a huge pile of poo on his steps. He cleaned it off, the whole time swearing vengeance on his monster. It had been a long day, so Kyle went to bed and fell asleep. If anything happened that night, he didn't know about it. The next day, his coworker gave him a big sack of homemade pipe bombs. Kyle laughed at the thought of sending this twerp on the run. After a long day, Kyle came home to find that mud had been thrown on his screen. He thought, well, it hadn't rained. Where did the monster get mud? But after he looked closer, he found out that wasn't mud. This little twerp had gotten ballsy. After Kyle cleaned the crap-covered screen, he waited till dark, and he lit one of the bombs and threw it towards the mountains. The explosion was loud, and the sound echoed. Kyle laughed out loud. He then went to bed and slept all night without any interruptions. He went to work, where his coworker gave him another big sack of pipe bombs. Kyle went home to find that nothing had happened during the day. He picked up his wood and was walking towards the steps when he saw the monster in the timberlines walking toward his house. He acted like he hadn't seen the monster. He got his bag of pipe bombs and waited near his lean-to. That twerp was walking straight toward his lean-to. Kyle fought back laughter and watched as the monster got less than 30 yards away from his lean-to, then 20 yards. Kyle lit a fuse and threw it toward the monster. The monster had turned to look up at a plane and didn't see the pipe bomb. It was less than 5 feet away when it blew up. The monster lost control of his bodily functions and made both lemonade and fudge. Kyle lit another bomb. It landed right behind the monster. He spun around just for another bomb to go off, and then another. The monster headed back toward the mountains at a full run. That night, Kyle got a full night's sleep. It rained that weekend, and Kyle stayed inside. Nothing happened that next week. But the next weekend, Kyle seen a large gorilla-colored critter walking in the timberline. Just to be on the safe side, he lit another bomb, and the sound sent the monster running. That was the last time he saw one of those monsters at his place. He saw one cross the road one night when he and his wife were in Missouri for a funeral. It was at night near the Arkansas-Missouri border. I went to the store this morning, and when I got home, I found a note on my door with a short but sweet message. So I did exactly what the note said, and I called the 2 numbers on the note. The first number I called was an old coworker's dad that I also worked around, but not with. He heard that I am gathering stories about unusual animals in my area, and he gave me an account of what he had experienced. When I called Fred, he told me that back in 93 and 94, his family was living in California. In fact, he had witnessed O.J.'s white Bronco going down the highway in that infamous highway chase. He was going in the opposite direction, but he was listening to the radio, and then he thought to himself, I'm getting close to the scene of the chase. And then he passed the chase and witnessed history being made. He was heading to his company's office to get new work orders. His boss told him they wanted him to go to Idaho and to oversee drilling operations there. It would mean a big, nice, fat raise, so he agreed to go without talking to his wife. She was mad at first, but when he told her it meant twice the money, she got over her mad spell quick. And with it approaching summer break, she and the kids could come to Idaho and stay for a while. So he went to Idaho and did his job. On the morning of the day his family was supposed to arrive in Idaho, Fred hit an elk head-on in his GMC Jimmy. The impact caused the motor and transmission to shift back into the cab, shattering both of his legs, his hip, and his collarbone. The wreck knocked him out. When he came to, a trucker was checking his pulse to make sure he was still alive. He was alive, but he was in shock, and when the adrenaline wore off, he was in great pain. So much so, he passed out. When he came to again, he was in a room with 2 doctors in his room. They asked him his name, his wife and kids' names, where he was born, and what he could remember about the wreck. He told them where he was going, how fast he was driving, and about the elk running head-on into his Jimmy. And he looked down about the time he made impact to see that his speed was close to 60 miles per hour. He told them he remembered seeing a large, dark animal chasing the elk, and the elk had the "I'm getting out of Dodge" look on its face right at the time of impact. He told the doctors about the trucker feeling his pulse and the pain, and then coming to just then, and the doctor's battery of questions. The doctors told him the questions were to make sure that he didn't have any long-term memory loss. He said he laid in the hospital all that summer. When the doctors released him from the hospital, he learned that his wife had negotiated for him to be transferred back to Oklahoma. California had become too crazy for them to stay in. So Fred's dad and brother drove Fred back to Oklahoma, where he would continue to recover. It was a long recovery, but his company paid 100% of his medical bills, and when he returned to work, he had a cushy office job. And like most people who went from busting their hump out in the field and into a desk job, he packed on the pounds. He said he gained over 90 pounds, and that added to the pain that the accident left him in, and he didn't feel like doing any extra walking. But that year, he was able to get an elk tag in Colorado. He said he wanted to get revenge on the species that crippled him up, but he knew he would have to do a lot of walking in the mountains. So he began walking an hour every night and an hour every morning. The area that he still lives in, everyone is related either by blood or by marriage, so it's a safe area to walk when the sun is not out. Fred's brother-in-law had a quote-unquote bear getting into his trash, and it was scattering trash all over his yard, so he had a motion light installed. That seemed to run the bear off. But the bear just went 2 houses down and got into Fred's cousin's dog food barrel, where it was helping itself to the buffet feast. A master lock took care of the bear at the second house, but one of Fred's uncles had chicken houses, and something would get into the compost bins and eat the dead chickens, scattering feathers all over the place. A couple of big barking Great Pyrenees dogs took care of that situation, but one family member with a chemical problem claimed to see a large hairy man walk throughout the neighborhood at night. The neighbors knew about his chemical problem and chalked it up as just that too much of the LaFleur County miracle diet that doesn't require you to eat or sleep, but has side effects that may include hallucinations, and that cousin had not been vaccinated against lying, so everyone knew that he could tell some Wendy's, so not much thought was put into what he said. Fred still continued his walking, and when he would walk next to the creek, he could hear something wading in the water, but he paid it no mind. This went on for a few weeks. Then one night he walked by the creek and he heard the water splashing, but this time he stopped and listened. The moon was bright, so he eased to the bank of the creek to see what was causing the splashing sounds. and to his shock, there was a 6-foot-tall, hairy man trying to catch fish by hand in the same creek where his parents and his son-in-laws took his children and his nieces and nephews wading when the weather was warm enough. There he stood, watching as this hairy man caught a fish and began eating it right there in the creek. He watched with his jaw dropped. Fred said that he had seen a bigger version of the hairy man chase the elk that he had collided with all those years earlier. The next gentleman that I called was once employed at a local newspaper, and later he worked for a news station in Fort Smith. He recalled 2 events that had happened years earlier. One was a story submitted in a local paper about a man's encounter with Sasquatch on Kavanaugh. The man submitted the account anonymously and included a Polaroid picture of a large, dark animal. The paper printed the story as an April Fool's joke, and they used the Patterson picture instead of the picture that was included with the letter. The story was edited as a colossal joke, and the whole idea of Bigfoot as being nothing more than a huge joke. This caused the gentleman to quit the paper and to go work for a news station, just for history to repeat itself. A family south of me, some 40-ish miles, had an encounter with a tribe of Bigfoot. I believe they contacted law enforcement, and somehow the news station got involved, just to mock the story. The reporter, whose name I can't remember, acted like Bigfoot was mauling him on camera and had a laugh at that family that filed the report. The BFRO sent a man down there and made a report. I have seen that on YouTube. But I think that openly mocking folks is in poor taste for anyone that is supposed to be a professional journalist. And soon after that report aired in 2000 or 2001, there were a lot of t-shirts made up that said, Bigfoot, meth or myth. I'm not saying that methamphetamine hasn't played a role in a lot of sightings, and it's the meth heads that cause the folks that have had an honest sighting to keep their mouths shut out of fear of public ridicule, which isn't right because the world will lose out on a story that sheds much more light on an ancient legend. And you know, behind every legend, no matter how tall the tale, there is a little smidge of truth. But I think that people hear a story about Bigfoot wearing a tie-dye shirt and a headband looking like Dude Love, and they know that someone is making the story up. These 2 stories came from the same man, Old Griff. Now, Old Griff is a super cool old retired railroad hand, and like a lot of folks his age, he's seen some things in his time. He told me at the time that he had some trouble with his youngest daughter's admirer. He ran him off when he found out how old he was. She was 16, and he was 21, and he did not like that, so he put an abrupt halt to it. And that is when trash barrels got thrown around and eggs started going missing. He just knew it was the young would-be suitor. So he stayed up, and he was going to catch that young man in the act. But he would always fall asleep and then wake up to find the trash all in his yard and eggshells in the chicken coop. He said if he would have gotten his hands on that boy, well, he was going to make a firm believer out of him. He was at work when he got a call from his wife. She was crying. All he could understand was big, peeping Tom, and shower. He said he was beyond pissed, and the fact that it would be 2 days before he could get home made him all the more mad. Finally, he pulled into his own driveway where he had had his brother drive his truck, so it looked like he was still at work. He loaded his shotgun with salt shot and then made 2 pots of coffee. He chugged the coffee and waited in his woodshed. He said that due to the fact that he had never really drank coffee, he was jittery, plus being mad, so he couldn't keep still. He waited as still as he could, though, and when he heard heavy footsteps approaching, he said he could hear deep breathing. Then he heard the latch on his chicken coop lift. He jumped out of his hiding spot. He turned on his bright headlamp to see what it was, and it was not the young suitor, but a large man wearing a fur suit. Without thinking, he yelled, "What the bleep are you doing watching my wife, you pervert?" The critter tried to finish opening the coop's door. That's when old Griff gave the critter one of the barrels of 20-gauge salt shot. The critter then bolted away, heading back towards the trees, and old Griff gave it the other barrel, which gave the critter another boost of speed. Griff said he could hear that critter crashing through the woods. He stood there for a few minutes, listening to make sure that the critter didn't come back. He latched the coop door, went in, and bathed. Then he grabbed a mason jar from the fridge and sat at the table and drank the whole mason jar of the mountain's finest mineral water and soon passed out. When he woke up, his wife was sitting across from him with a very concerned look on her face. "You didn't kill him, did you?" she asked. "It would take more than salt shot to kill that bleeper," Griff said. "Your brother's outside, looking for the body," his wife said. "There's no body," Griff said. "But the biggest, hairiest man I have ever seen has a mighty sore rump this morning." Griff went out to his brother and told him exactly what had happened. His brother laughed at the thought of his older brother going to war with the ape man with a double-barrel 20-gauge loaded with salt shot. But from that day on, he got every one of his eggs, and he didn't have to pick up any more trash. Griff also told me about the big cats that he and his brother had seen at his grandparents' place when they were just kids. Griff and his brother had an old car that they shared, and one time they went to see their grandparents. As they were driving down the dirt road to get to their grandparents, over in the hayfield they saw 6 large brown big cats. Now Griff said they were the size of lions and colored the brownish color of a dead cedar tree. He stopped the car, and they got out to watch those big cats. He said they were walking out in the open hayfield. A large one was walking in the front, and the rest were following the large one. They were all walking at a slow pace. Griff's brother got in the car and asked Griff to drive them to their grandparents. When they got to their grandparents, their grandpa was sitting on the porch with his jug. He could tell that his grandsons had seen something that had the youngest one spooked to the point that when he spoke it came out as a whimper. They told their grandpa what they had seen. Their grandpa told them, "Yeah, I have seen that big one." But he said he didn't know about the smaller ones. Grandpa told them that he had shot the biggest one, but the bullet didn't seem to hurt him any. And Grandpa knew that he had hit him. He heard the whack of the bullet making contact with the cat's body, but he ran off into the woods. Griff asked him, "How close were you to it?" "Close enough to see his peaches," Grandpa answered. The people in the area were told about the large cat, and everyone kept a rifle on hand. But no one ever got a killing shot on that cat. When I asked Griff, "Was it a mountain lion?" Griff said, "No, it was way too big, and it didn't move like a mountain lion, and the tail wasn't long enough." He sighed and said, "Dad and Grandpa said it was a wampus cat. Plus, mountain lions don't hunt in packs, and more than one person said they had seen the biggest cat, but never the group." I know that the big cat encounter isn't what you typically read on your channel, but if you have any idea of what it is, I would sure like to know. Mr. Hancock is one of the most cheerful men I have ever met. I'm not sure how old he is, but he has grandchildren my age, and I'm 37. Mr. Hancock lives on the Haskell-LaFleur County line. It's where he was born, and in his words, "I'm not dying in a stinking hospital. I plan on dying in my garden, so when I drop over, just shovel dirt over me and plant some tomatoes over my carcass." Mr. Hancock's dad died while he was very young, so his grandpa became his father figure. His grandpa took him and his twin brother fishing in the creek that runs through his property to help ease the pain of losing their father. Soon after, they began their fishing trips. They would have something take the apples they would take to have for a snack. They saw several little footprints in the soil surrounding the cloth sugar sack that they would use to carry the apples in. The sack would be laying on the ground, but the apples would be gone. His grandpa said it was probably a hungry little Indian child that liked apples. Being a typical little boy, he believed it, and for a long time he and his twin brother believed that there was a family of wild Indians living in the woods. They only took apples, so the boys weren't afraid. One day, their grandpa let the boys go fishing by themselves and said that if there was any trouble, they were to yell like a bunch of banshees, and he would come running. So the two young men felt like they were grown, and they were going on an adventure, even though they were less than 200 yards from the back door. After a few minutes of fishing, Mr. Hancock's brother tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Look at that," in a calm voice. When he looked up, he saw a light brown animal on 2 legs watching them from the other side of the narrow creek. He said it was about the same size as they were. The twins smiled and waved. The critter waved back at them. They continued to fish, and the critter stood there, watching them, even mimicking their casting motions. They fished for over an hour with that critter watching them. When they would catch a small perch, the critter would whistle softly and make a whistle sound. They were not afraid of the critter. It was their size, and probably just needed a friend as much as they did. They were fishing and laughing when all of a sudden the critter walked away and off into the woods. They looked around to see what made the critter walk away, and they could see their grandpa walking towards them, carrying a large pail and that sugar sack full of apples. Their grandpa walked up and sat down between them and opened the lunch pail. "Granny said to call you boys in and eat lunch, but I told her outdoors men eat out in the wild." The twins replied, "But we can still see the back door, Grandpa." Their grandpa said, "To some folks, this is the wild frontier, and to some other folks, this would be like living in town." He handed the boys a sandwich and a bottle of root beer, and they began to eat lunch. Grandpa was telling them stories that his grandpa had told him about life in a faraway land called Tennessee. Grandpa was halfway through a story when he stopped mid-sentence. Quietly he said, "Boys, look there. I believe we found our little Indian." It was their furry little friend. He came back, and he was standing in the same spot that he was standing in before he walked off. The critter sat back down and watched them eat their lunch. Grandpa said, "I bet that little guy would like to have some lunch too." Then he got up, and he grabbed a sandwich and a few apples and walked over towards the critter using a plank for a bridge. The whole time, Grandpa walked closer to the little guy. He was humming a tune like most people from around here anyway, like most people use when they are approaching an animal that they want to get close to without scaring it away. He got about 10 feet away from the little guy before the critter slowly got up and walked away. Grandpa sat the food down and walked back to the boys. They finished their lunch. Soon the critter came back and sat down again and began to eat the food. That little guy packed away the food like a grown man, and soon all the food was devoured. Grandpa took the remaining apples over to the little guy, who stood up but didn't walk away. He only picked up an apple when Grandpa crossed the creek and rejoined his grandsons. Grandpa then told them that his grandpa had told of such critters in that mythical land of Tennessee. The twins asked him, "Did it follow you all the way from Tennessee?" "They didn't follow me. I was born in a cabin over the hill yonder," Grandpa said, motioning with his head. They sat there watching their new friend. Then there was a high-pitched whistle coming from the trees. The little guy shot right up and trotted off toward the sound. "His mama called him," Grandpa said. "And speaking of mamas, we need to get back to the house before y'all's granny starts looking for us." They got up and walked back to the house. Mr. Hancock asked his grandpa, "Have you ever seen that little Indian before?" Grandpa replied, "Once, about the time you two were born. I saw him and his mama taking shelter from a storm in the old barn out by the woods. It was raining good, and I was going to hole up in that barn with old Rusty, Papa's cow horse. I was checking the fence on the hayfield, and a shower started. So I headed toward the old barn and was almost to the door when I saw that the barn was occupied. So I just turned around and headed home in the rain. That little Indian couldn't have been more than a month old when I saw them, but I have seen both of his folks several times." "Where at?" the twins asked. "Mostly by that old barn and in the timber lines. They know I'm not any harm to them, so they never run off," Grandpa said. "Has Granny seen them?" the boys asked. "Why, sure she has. She has seen that little Indian several times. In fact, she used to drop food by the old barn, but too many nosy neighbors started snooping around, so she just got sneakier on feeding the little Indians," Grandpa said. They walked in the yard where Granny was hanging laundry on the clothesline. "Granny," they said with great excitement, "we saw the little Indian." "Good," Granny said. "But you have got to keep him a secret, so no one will come hunting him with a gun." The boys vowed to keep the secret. The boys did not tell anyone, not even their mother. The years went by, and the twins fished in the same spot, and most of the time the little Indian would watch from the other side of the creek. They could get close to the critter, but they only touched it once. Mr. Hancock said that the hair felt like a hog's hair, rough, but he said that the critters didn't have a bad odor and that it smelled like a horse. Over time, the twins saw all three of the critters hundreds of times, but never once did they feel threatened. Mr. Hancock said the mother had a calming effect on him. When she was around, he felt like everything was going to be okay. Mr. Hancock's mom remarried a man that, according to Mr. Hancock, he has accidentally ran over skunks with more class. The man had a terrible drinking problem and an even worse temper. He was very mean to the twins, but they never told their grandpa. They didn't want him to go to prison. So they went fishing to get out of the evil emperor's sight. One day, the emperor followed the boys to the creek and demanded they go home and wash his truck. Mr. Hancock told him, "It's your truck. You washed it," since, he was the one that got it all muddy. The emperor took off his belt and began to swing it at the boys, landing several blows, causing both boys a lot of pain. That's when they heard a rumble in the trees and the most blood-curdling roar they had ever heard. The emperor dropped the belt and turned around to see that the little Indian's daddy was crossing the creek. He was breathing heavily and had his chest stuck out as if to say, "You want to play rough? Okay, here I am, big boy." And he charged towards the emperor. The boys took the cue, picked up their poles, and made dust fly as they ran toward Grandpa's house. Grandpa was running towards them with a shotgun in his arms. They stopped, and Grandpa told them to get to the house and stay there till he came back. The twins got inside the house, where a red-faced granny was looking out the window. "Don't let Grandpa shoot the Indian," they pleaded with her. "Grandpa's not going to shoot the Indian," she said. Granny stood there, looking out the window with a little vein popping out of her neck. Finally, Grandpa walked in the house. He laid his shotgun on the table and sat down. "Well?" Granny asked. "Well, he soiled himself like a little baby, but he won't be taking a belt to anyone else," Grandpa said. They could hear the sounds of the Emperor's truck leaving. "Don't worry about him any more," Grandpa said. "He didn't hurt the Indian, did he?" they asked. "It's going to take more than the Emperor to hurt the little Indian's daddy. It would take 1,000 emperors to even make the Indian's daddy look up," Granny said. "He must have heard you boys yelling in pain the same as we did, but he was a lot closer than we were. Good thing for him that I wasn't closer, or else he would have hoped that the Indian's dad got a hold of him," Granny said, and she took a .38 revolver out of the pocket of her apron. "What happened?" the boys asked. "Well, the Indian's daddy was going to show him how tough he really was. But the big guy, well, he couldn't get past the smell of a grown man filling his britches. The Emperor hurt himself even more trying to get away. He slipped on his own poop trying to run away, but the big guy stood above him, panting and snorting like a mad bull. I don't think the big guy would have hurt him unless he was provoked. But it's hard to provoke something when you're slipping in your own poop." The boys spent the night at their grandparents' house, and that evening Granny made a huge cobbler and had the boys set it out by the creek. The 3 critters were sitting on the bank, chattering with each other. Mr. Hancock said you could hear what sounded like laughter coming from the mom and the little one. They set the cobbler down and said thank you, and the dad nodded. Mr. Hancock said they understood what they said. The next morning, they found the large metal cobbler bowl sitting on the back porch steps. Mr. Hancock's mom and the Emperor went their separate ways. The years went by, and the brothers fished the same spot. Their furry buddy would sometimes join them, and sometimes the parents would. Their furry buddy grew to be 9 feet tall, and he was massive in the chest. One day, Mr. Hancock's draft notice came in the mail, but his brother intercepted the letter and reported to the draft board for his brother. By the time Mr. Hancock found out what had happened, the bus had already left, and no one at the draft board would believe him. While his brother was away, Mr. Hancock would go fishing. His buddy would join him, and for the first 2 weeks the little Indian would glance at the house and then back to Mr. Hancock as if to ask, "Where's the other one?" "He's away for a little bit," Mr. Hancock said, with tears in his eyes. He knew that that crazy Asian war was a bad place to be. The whole family prayed for his safe return. And 2 years later, he came back home, and the first thing they did was go fishing in the same spot with their furry buddy. Then their buddy stopped showing up. The boys looked for him, but they couldn't find him. They saw his parents, but the little Indian was nowhere to be found. They looked for signs of a body, but they couldn't find one. Then one day in the hayfield, they spotted a familiar brown dog out in the tree line. They walked closer, and soon they could see 2 brown figures, and the smaller one was carrying a little brown furry bundle. They now knew why they hadn't seen their little Indian. They told their grandparents what they had seen. Grandpa smiled that sly smile. Well, well, the little Indian has his own little Indian. Soon after that, the twins were at the old barn. They had kept it repaired just so their friends would have a dry place to sleep. They saw fresh dirt piled in the shape of a large man. They knew what it was, but they didn't know which one it belonged to. A few days later, they saw the little Indian and his mom standing over the grave. Not far away was the young female cuddling her baby. Mr. Hancock said that the two of them had tears in their eyes, and they were mourning their loss just like anyone else who has lost a loved one. Soon after the old man passed, the family group left. The brothers looked for them, but after a few years, it was for certain that the family had moved off. But the boys kept an eye on the tree line. Last fall, when Mr. Hancock's twin brother passed away, he went back to that creek to go fishing and to have a chat with his old memories. He sat in his cloth camping chair. He was watching his bobber when he saw a brown figure in the water's reflection. He slowly looked up, and just behind the willow thicket, he saw a familiar-looking face with a smile. He waved, and the critter waved back. Then there was that old familiar whistle. He looked to see the critter that made the sound, and there in a small opening was a young female. Too young to be the little Indian's daughter, but maybe, just maybe, it was the little Indian's granddaughter. Only time will tell if this new little Indian is up to making a new friend. Now, at the end of this email, Christopher left me this comment, and I wanted to share it with you because I think it's got a good thought in it. These beings have shown a large range of human emotions. They shed tears when they mourn, and they do bury their dead. They have a language, and they tell of their own history. After gathering up these stories, it's hard for me to go on calling them animals. I've got a few more people to interview, but I've got to weed through them and try to pick the ones out that's true and the ones made up by meth addicts. That's the bad part of this, but that's the way it is with everything else. One person can ruin the credibility of 24 honest folks, and the media seeks out those tweakers to ruin the credibility of the honest, sure enough, true stories. Hi, Nance. Love your narrations, and the snackage talk always makes me hungry. Maybe some Gold Star chili would hit the spot. Anyway, this story is from 1968, when I lived in a rural area east of Buffalo, New York. There was a very large wooded area across the road, which used to flood from time to time and which we could ice skate through in the winter if there was enough water to freeze and make ice. There were only a few houses on that road, and one old farm across the road with a single farmer who was an elderly guy living alone. Well, one day, when walking to school, which was about a mile away, I noticed that the fire squad was at the field next to the old man's barn, and they had a ladder up against a tree. I walked over, and I asked him what was going on, and they said that somebody had torn up this farmer's only cow, and that they were bringing all the pieces of it that were left out of the tree that he found them in. Now, this event happened about a week after the local gas company had purchased all the land across the road and cut down most of the trees in that floody field to construct a motor pool for the gas company vehicles. It turns out that another neighbor about 2 miles away on the other side of these woods had their chicken coop destroyed, and one of their German Shepherd dogs was injured by something that tore into the coop and destroyed most of their chickens. A lady who lived in that house with the chicken coop said that she saw what looked like a monkey running around in the field as they were cutting the trees down after the crew had left. We also had an incident just after the cow incident where during the middle of the night My beagle started barking hysterically and whimpering while backing into a corner. In the kitchen was a really powerful smell that woke everybody up. My mom insisted that the septic tank was overflowing, but that was impossible. It was buried under 2 feet of dirt, and it certainly was not leaking. We turned on the big floodlight out in the yard, only to hear a crashing sound coming from our apple trees, which had branches damaged when we looked the next morning. A man the next town over said that he saw what looked like a large ape with a dog in its mouth running through his yard a day after this. The strange part is that all these stories came together during a town meeting to discuss running municipal water to all the houses in that area. We all had wells, and the gas company needed water for their motor pool, and a well wouldn't do for them. So they were going to pipe water to everybody's houses that lived around there. I believe this was definitely a stinky Bigfoot who was kicked out of his home when they cut the woods down. The area was very swampy in those days, and the woods were very thick. One of the local state troopers who was at the meeting said they see all kinds of strange things out there, but they don't want to talk about any of it for fear of losing their jobs. The area is now much more developed, and there are houses all along the road where it used to be nothing but woods. I hope you liked the story. This Bigfoot wasn't a Buckeye, but he sure was active. Thanks for the good stories, and you better be careful you don't eat too much of that snackage. Signed, Dave. Hello. While I'm still not 100% convinced that Sasquatch actually exists, I have had 2 encounters in the exact same location in 2 separate years. I grew up in the Ozarks of Missouri, hunting and camping my entire life, and I'm 47 now. One of the places I camp and hunt at during the fall is a tract of over 6,000 acres of mostly timber and old clear cuts. It is public land. In 2013, in the middle of November, during the firearms deer season, I set up camp the Thursday before the Saturday opening day. The property has several numbered trails that go into the woods at various distances, and I was at the end of a trail approximately half a mile off the main dirt road. I was camped near an 8 to 10-year-old clear cut that was approximately 50 acres surrounded by old timber. A great place to hunt. I had a friend drop me off and help me set up everything, because he was going to take my truck back with him to drive to his college classes that he was taking at night while working during the day, because his vehicle was at the body shop being repaired because he had just hit a deer the previous weekend. He had planned to come back on his day off on Wednesday to hunt that day with me, and perhaps if I had been successful, I'd go back home for a day or 2. The first night I was there, as darkness fell, I heard something that I hadn't heard before in the woods. It sounded like someone was beating a tree with a wooden baseball bat, just 3 or 4 hard whacks, probably 200 yards into the woods towards the west. I really didn't think much of it, and I went to sleep shortly after dark in my tent. The next morning was frosty, as it had dropped into the low 20s, so I built a nice fire and started gathering more firewood. The day was basically uneventful, and the next morning was opening day for firearms deer season, so I was planning to go to bed early, as it would be an hour walk to my stand the next morning. Just before dark, as I was finishing dinner and preparing everything for the morning hunt, I heard those knocking sounds again, only this time they were much closer. Now, I hadn't ever thought about it being anything like a Bigfoot, and honestly, if that had been all that happened, I, while curious, wouldn't have worried much. But just as I got up from my camp chair, something landed in my campfire. Hot coals and ash flew everywhere. I was startled, but I still didn't know what had happened. Perhaps one of the rocks circling my fire had exploded? I didn't know. After studying the situation briefly, I turned towards my tent to prepare my cot and to take off my sidearm. I was about to set it beside my rifle next to my cot when something in my peripheral vision got my attention. I turned just in time to see a bowling ball-sized rock come over my fire and hit the backrest of the chair that I was just sitting in. It came from the east, and the woods were 25 yards away in that direction. I quickly grabbed my .45 ACP 1911, a flashlight, and then threw a couple big chunks of wood onto the fire. I then shined the light in the direction that I thought the rock had come from. I spotted glowing eyes, but I thought it was an owl because they were very high off the ground. So I continued to search the area, rather frantically, actually. Suddenly, another rock that I could see was coming up over the trees, which were approximately 20 feet tall. It came flying in my direction, again bowling ball sized. This was followed by a very loud sound that I would describe as something between a roar and a snarl. I don't know. I was a bit shaken at this point. Suddenly, I heard very heavy steps on the frozen leaves, and I heard small trees shaking. It was very close. I kept trying to spot it with my flashlight, when suddenly I saw the eyes again. But they were moving to the north, just into the woods, now barely 25 feet from me, and they were still very high off the ground. I pointed my .45 at them and fired 4 shots, only after I could faintly see a torso below those eyes in the light of my flashlight. It screamed, and it started moving much faster, and it seemed to be moving towards me. So I quickly grabbed my rifle, knowing that my handgun wasn't going to be enough. I chambered around, and I started searching for its location. Then I heard it circling my camp in the woods, heading north, then it circling to the west. It was close, but it wasn't coming towards me, so I tried to calm down and to just listen. I heard it walking farther away, now heading toward the west, but it would let out a scream every few seconds. As the footsteps faded, and I was certain it was headed away instead of towards me, I then started wondering what the hell that was. I suddenly started thinking of the possibilities, and I came up empty. I knew it couldn't be a human, thankfully, because it certainly would have announced its presence after I fired, or it would have ran straight away the hell out of that area, or it would have died, which would have been a tragic situation, and that thought gave me chills. But I reassured myself that it wasn't human. It was too tall, for one thing, for certain. I'd guess the eyes were at least 8 feet high. I kept listening as the scream ceased, and it was quiet for the rest of the night, though I did not sleep. That was the first experience. I'm not sure what to think, but I will write about the second experience a year later in the exact same campsite. Signed, Mark. And folks, Mark did send in his second encounter. I almost missed it in my inbox today, and I actually emailed him back asking him to please send the second one, only to go right back to my inbox and see that it had already been sitting there and I had missed it. So thank you again, Mark. All right, here we go with Mark's second encounter. Hello, Nance. I wrote to you about my first encounter, and I wanted to clarify a few things before I got into the second encounter that happened the next November at the same camp. After I got home and had some time to think about it, I seriously regretted having shot at it. I started thinking about what it could have been. I really didn't see much other than a dime-sized view of an upper torso and eye shine. I started looking up videos on YouTube about Bigfoot, and the more I researched, the more I am convinced they may exist. The following deer season, I took my 13-year-old son and one of his friends to that same place. We set up camp 3 days before the season opened. My son has hunted with me a lot, even though he lived with his mother at this point. He was always excited to be with me and eager to hunt. I had him and his friend gathering firewood while I prepared a fire ring for my cooking and another for just a campfire. I had not told them about the last year's previous experience. I did not want the boys to be afraid. As evening approached on our second night there, I started hearing that now familiar knocking sound from the west again, but it wasn't very close. I was wondering if the boys had heard it, when they both approached me with concerned expressions on their faces, and they asked what that was. I replied I wasn't sure, but I said we should take a drive around the area to see how many hunters are camped on the property. It is a public hunting area of over 6,000 acres, with several trails marked with campsites. We were camped on the south end of the tract, so we drove around, checking all the trails for campers. We only found 2 other groups of hunters in the far opposite end of the property, probably 2 miles away from our site. As we returned to our campsite, the sun was going down, and the temperature had dropped considerably. So I told the boys to start the campfire while I started the cook fire to prepare dinner. They were busy breaking the long limbs that they had gathered, when suddenly I heard something off in the distance that got my attention. The sound of the boys' chaotic efforts to break up firewood muffled the sound, but I suddenly was brought back to last year's experience, and I was starting to feel a sense of dread. I asked my son's friend to gather the firearms that we had with us and to set them on the table so I could check them all. We had 3 high-powered deer rifles, a .44 Magnum revolver that I often hunt with, my 1911 .45, and my son had brought one of our AR-15s for armadillos and a .22. I felt we were armed well enough to handle any situation. But I was thinking to myself that I really had zero desire to kill whatever this was, unless we were being threatened. And then I asked myself, is rock throwing threatening? Are we in danger if it throws rocks at us like it did to me last time? I'm trying to formulate a plan in my head for whatever might occur. Do I tell the boys now? It's now getting dark. I had burgers cooking, and I told the boys to gather around the fire and let's talk. I gave them a brief description of what occurred here last year. They both seemed to believe it and said, as long as we have the guns with us in the tent, that they weren't afraid. I said, yes, we will keep all the guns close. But I told them to remember gun safety, and I reminded them to keep a flashlight close and to remember, never panic. And if something did happen, they were to always do as I said. They both agreed. So I get the burgers put together, and we eat, just sitting in our chairs around the fire. We start talking about where each of us was going to hunt. My son always wanted to roast marshmallows ever since he was very little. Every time we camped, which was nearly every fall since he was very little, and as always he asked if I had remembered the marshmallows. I said, but of course, they're in the blue cooler. He got up to get them when a rock came rolling right in front of him as he took a step toward the cooler. His reaction was to say, "Did you do that?" To which his friend and I both replied, no. The rock was baseball-sized and came from the south side of our camp. Both boys followed my direction to stay calm, grab a rifle, and to sit down. I tried to see if I could see the culprit with a flashlight, but I couldn't see anything. We could hear footsteps very clearly, sounding as though they might be 50 yards or so into the woods. The boys seemed very fascinated, yet not afraid, as we were all very well armed. I didn't want a confrontation, and I told the boys to just be quiet and listen. A couple more rocks came flying into camp, not dangerously close to us, but definitely within 15 feet of us each time. My son said, "Dad, that's not a person." I replied, "I know, but what in the hell is it?" His friend instantly blurts out, "It's a Sasquatch, you guys!" About that moment, the thing let out a long, whooping sound and started running to the west very fast. We listened as it went farther away until we could no longer hear the steps. It got quiet. Then, about a half hour later, another series of whooping. Then, quiet again the entire night. We didn't talk much about it after that, but the next few days hunting, I noticed the boys were reluctant to go far from camp to hunt. I have hunted there since without incident, and my son does talk about it occasionally, but he and his friend are convinced it's a Bigfoot. As for me, I really don't see how it could be anything else. But I guess I'm still a bit of a skeptic. I am what I would describe as almost convinced. I hope they exist, I guess. I just hope they aren't typically hostile. It's an intriguing topic for sure. Anyway, I tried to be to the point, yet make the details enough to be interesting. I was a bit afraid at brief moments, yet I think being calm is important in those types of situations. It obviously wasn't too seriously interested in harming us. But why throw rocks? I'm curious as to its intent, if it was indeed a Sasquatch. I mean, we could do it serious harm if it had been hostile and entered our camp threatening us. I guess in closing, I'd just like to know more. Thank you. I just discovered your channel recently, and I love the way you tell the stories, but some of them seem very unrealistic to me. No offense to anyone, yet some seem just as real as my experience. Signed, Mark. Canada, Lake Minnewanka. I saw what I can only say was a Sasquatch. Lake Minnewanka is a very large glacial lake in Banff National Park. We, that is me and my then girlfriend, who is now my wife, Mindy, we were skirting the shoreline in a small boat that we had rented. It was almost sundown. We were heading back to drop off the boat before dark. We had been out on the lake for several hours. We came up to a jut-out part of craggy shoreline. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet of rocky shore with heavy forest behind it. The sun was setting, and the last of that light was going into the trees. About 30 yards away, we saw a dark shape hunkered down there near the trees. As we got closer, we were both startled to see that it suddenly stood upright and then walked into the trees. We slowed the boat down, and we were looking right where we thought it was. We heard a sharp crack sound. Then a few more seconds went by. We were waiting to see, and we were still looking right there. A big tree limb came flying directly at us, barely missing us. It went right into the water on the other side of the boat. And when I say it came right at us, I mean it was like a spear or a javelin someone threw. That limb had already had most of the outer limbs pulled off, though I could see there were still some small bits left on it here and there. It wasn't shaped like a spear or anything, but whatever it was, threw it just like it was one, including a little arc for altitude. It looked, for all the world, like they just threw a primitive javelin spear at us. We heard another crack, and we weren't waiting. We revved up and steered away from the shore and made our way down to drop off the boat. With God as my witness, that really happened. Could not have been someone doing it. I tried that night to see how far I could throw a like-sized limb, and it wasn't very far for all my effort. There was a lot of force behind the limb that was thrown at us. I was thinking it, but my girlfriend, now wife, said it first. Sasquatch. The more I thought about what happened and replayed it, yes, I think Sasquatch too. This happened June 2018. Signed, Sean and Mindy Statler. Dear Nance, recently I started listening to your Sasquatch stories. I am enjoying them so much. My story might be a non-starter for you, but you can use it if you think it has merit. I'm not in the Buckeye State, and it didn't happen in Ohio. It is a memory that I recalled very suddenly while listening to your channel. In the late 1970s, my husband and I were fly fishing in the Pacific Northwest. The river was in a remote, wild area. We reached it by car in the early evening. We parked in the forest maybe 50 yards back from the sandy, rocky beach of the riverbank and slept there in our station wagon. After we had been asleep for hours, we were awakened by a strange noise. That sound was a smooth shushing sound, like a big broom sweeping over the rocks and the sand. It was not loud. It came from our distant left and moved along the river line in our direction. Neither my husband nor I had any idea what it could be. We waited silently and motionless in the darkness. The sound never stopped. It had a consistency, a sort of rhythm to it. When it got close, we could see very dim shapes. The night was black, with only minimal moonlight. We heard a male and a female voice in casual conversation. They laughed and talked as they walked along the river, dragging a large tree by its trunk. We couldn't understand what was being said, and we couldn't see much more than the vague outline of what could have been a fir tree and two figures close together, one taller than the other. The figures, walking and talking light-heartedly and effortlessly dragging that big tree, they passed in front of us and continued following the river until we could no longer hear any sound. That's it. Everything about the incident was eerie. My heart was in my throat for the entire time. Nothing made sense. Afterward, my husband and I could not suggest one logical scenario for what we had seen. I never thought of Sasquatch until now. Do you think what we experienced that night could have been Sasquatches? And what were they doing with that tree? With appreciation for your thoughts and for you maintaining my anonymity, I thank you. Hello, my name is Alex. I love your channel and been thinking about sharing my stories, although they're not as exciting as others. I'm not a good writer, so it's up to you if you want to put them on your channel or not. First one, I think it was late May or early June 2005 or 2006. I don't remember exactly because at that time it was just another camping trip to me. I didn't really know much about Bigfoot. I just moved to the States from Russia about 6 years ago at that time. So I learned about Sasquatch and Bigfoot later on in life here in the States. But anyway, we, who is now my wife, my girlfriend at that time, my sister, and about 4 other friends, we went on a 3-day camping trip by Wrights Lake off of Highway 50, just west of Lake Tahoe in Northern California. We never liked camping, not even to this day. We don't like camping in designated campgrounds. So we found a nice spot right next to Lyons Creek before Wrights Lake, parked on the side of the road, and set up our campsite maybe about 200 feet into the woods. Everything was pretty uneventful the first day and night as far as I remember. But then again, back then, I would never even pay attention or think of anything, even if I would have heard something strange. Second day, my wife, sister, and one of the girls went for a hike down the creek. It was about 5 p.m. or so. Me and my other buddies were just hanging out at the camp drinking beers. About 40 minutes to an hour later, we hear girls screaming, and we see them running back like crazy. They get back, and all they're saying is, "Huge man in black. We just saw a huge man in black." We asked them to calm down, tell us what exactly happened. And all they were telling us was, on the way back, they saw a huge man in black by the creek. They started screaming and ran back to camp. I didn't ask for any other details. In my mind, I imagined there was some tall creep wearing a long black coat out there, wandering around the creek. So me and my other buddy, we both had 12-gauge shotguns. We unloaded a few rounds just to let that creep know that we have guns and don't mess around with us. We started a fire as it was getting dark. It seemed like everyone kind of forgot about the incident, except I could tell my wife was scared. She even asked me to go with her every time she needs to go pee. So later that night, I was awakened by heavy footsteps. I could hear and almost feel it in the ground. Someone was walking around our tents. The steps were slow and very heavy. One of our guys in the group was a bit chubby, so I thought it was him going to the bathroom. But I couldn't figure out why he kept walking around for so long. So I fell asleep maybe after a minute or two of listening to the footsteps. Next day, we packed up and left kind of early. Fast forward about 5 years or so. I was watching some documentary on TV. Don't remember the name of the show. And my wife happened to walk through the living room when they played a clip from the Patterson-Gimlin film. And she goes, "Yep." I asked, "Yep what?" She says, "Yep, that's what we saw that time that we were camping." I said, "That's a Bigfoot." She replies, "Well, we saw a Bigfoot then." After I heard that, my world has changed. I started asking her if she was sure to tell me more details. She was still a little hesitant talking about it. She said she doesn't want to think about it because it scares her and she wants to still enjoy camping. But I still managed to get a bit more detail from her. She said that they were walking back to camp along the creek, and on their left, on the other side of the creek in front of them, that's where they saw it. It was looking for something, or maybe picking berries or some vegetation roots. They screamed and started to run. She said the thing got up and started walking up the hill, turning its head back a few times. That's where she said she got very scared because it looked huge, bigger than any man. So that's the story. Sorry it's a bit short and boring. Story number 2. I think I saw a Bigfoot teepee structure. I go gold panning sometimes, so about 5 years ago, I decided to go check out a new spot I found on Google Maps. It's on the South Fork of the American River, a few miles before Ice House Road. I parked my truck on a dirt road. I went down a 400 to 500-foot steep hill to get to the river. It was pretty difficult to get down, plus I had to carry my sluice box and a few other things. But I got to the river and prospected a few spots, and I found some decent gold. So after a while, I got tired of moving rocks and digging. It was time to pack and go home. I started to climb back up the hillside, taking breaks every so often and catching my breath. About halfway up, I came up on a semi-flat spot on this hillside. I set my sluice box down and raised my head, and right in front of me, there was a teepee structure. I mean, you could tell someone built it. It consisted of broken and snapped-off trees, about 4 and some were 6 inches in diameter. One tree still had roots on it, like someone had ripped it out of the ground and placed it there. I got goosebumps, and the hair on my body stood up. The very first thing I thought, the Blair Witch movie. I grabbed my stuff and started going up as fast as I could to get out of there. I did snap a quick photo with my old phone. I will try to find that picture. I think I still have it on a computer. I just don't know. Who would have made that structure there? I mean, it would take 2 to 3 adults just to be able to move those trees. And then again, why would someone waste their energy to do that in the middle of the forest on a pretty steep hillside? So Bigfoot or people? I don't know. Story number 3. This was a number of unusual events that happened this last Memorial Day weekend. I'm not making 100% conclusion on who that was messing with us. Just wanted to share the encounter, and maybe someone had similar events happen to them. So we went on a 4-night camping trip this last Memorial Day weekend. It was me, my wife, and my 2 children, aged 11 and 9, and my wife's sister with her husband and their 3 daughters, whose ages are 14, and the 2 twins are 10. Also, my parents-in-law went with us. This camping spot is our usual spot that we go to a couple times a year. It's on the south side of Highway 50, several miles past Pollock Pines. I won't give any more specific location, as we still go there quite often. There is a creek there, and a few spots where you can camp along that creek that are fairly close to each other, and all are accessible from the same dirt road. There are also several other dirt or logging roads that we go riding on as well. The place is only about 6 miles from the last few houses. There is no cell service, which we all enjoy, and usually it's pretty quiet up there, with only an occasional ATV or dirt bike rider and some neighboring campers coming occasionally as well. So we arrived Thursday night. I brought my enclosed trailer that I recently converted to a toy hauler/RV for the first time. To my surprise, everything worked flawlessly. Fridge, hot water, shower. I was actually impressed. We brought 2 ATVs. They were 4-seater, side by side, and my wife's sister's family had 3 kids' electric dirt bikes. So, nothing unusual that night. Next day, we go riding up and down a couple of the dirt roads. drove down the creek about a mile past other 2 camping spots to our fishing hole with my son and my twin nieces. We caught 5 small rainbow trout. The fish were small because the creek itself is pretty small and shallow, but the kids still had fun. There were no people camping in those neighboring camping spots. The only thing we noticed is an empty bucket with a toilet seat attached. I mean, gross, right? And there was a red sweatshirt up on the tree branch, about 8 to 10 feet high. It looked like someone just tossed it up there. We saw a truck go up and down the main road a few times. And then, on Saturday, we saw 2 more cars go up the main road. So me and my son went for a ride on that main road on our ATVs, about a mile and a half, and we saw those people that had driven by. They had set up their camp literally 10 to 15 feet from the road in a nice opening overlooking the mountains. We drove by. We waved, and they waved back. We rode maybe another couple of miles further and stopped at another creek. We looked for fish and also found a small dirt hump, and we decided to take turns jumping it a few times. The last jump, my son landed on one front wheel first, and it jerked the handlebars pretty hard and hurt his wrist. So we stopped and went down to the water. I told him to keep his hand in the cold water for a little bit. We are sitting by the water, and in front of us, a little in the distance, I hear these short whistles about 10 seconds apart, like if you put your lips together when you kiss someone on the cheek and blow. It was that type of whistle. It was loud, but yet I couldn't tell it wasn't close, so my son after a while asked me, "What is that?" I tell him it's probably just a bird. So he gets up and whistles back. It stops. Then a short whistle comes again, and then nothing, like it's waiting for a reply. My son whistles again, and we hear a whistle back right away. It did it a few times, and I actually thought it was kind of cool that that bird replied back to our whistles. So we got back on our quads and rode back to camp past the other people that were camping and waved at them again. So the rest of that day and night is uneventful and pretty quiet. Sunday, probably around 10 to 11 a.m. It's pretty warm. The kids are playing in the creek, and they asked me to help them dam it up so they could swim. I told them, why don't we just go to our fishing hole? The water is deeper there. So I hop on my quad, my son on his ATV, and my daughter and their twin cousins on electric dirt bikes. We head down the same dirt road again, past the other 2 camping spots, and I notice that red sweatshirt is gone. I was like, okay, maybe someone stopped by here and we just didn't see them. Now note, the only people we saw that weekend are the ones camping up the main road. We get to our fishing hole. The kids get in the water and they're having fun and being loud. I brought a fishing pole and I was standing on the log trying to catch fish, and the kids are kind of in front and to my left. All of a sudden, I hear something flying to my right, hitting tree branches and leaves as it flies through the air. As I turn, I see a large rock hit the pine tree about 25 to 30 feet from us. It hit with such force that a few small dry branches fell from the tree. It scared the crap out of me. I yelled at the kids to get out, but they didn't hear me. They were pretty loud playing in the water. "Get out now!" I yelled at them again. I was moving closer to them while getting off the log I had been standing on. They didn't know what was happening, and they looked at me startled. I yelled, "We have to go, now!" They were all asking, "Why? Why?" I said, "I will explain, but we need to go, now, fast." All kinds of thoughts were going through my head. I didn't have any firearm on me. I was thinking I would have to stay and fight off whoever was doing this while the kids got ahead and went back to camp. Everyone was getting on their dirt bikes and ATVs. I tell them, "Get back to camp fast." I stay behind for a few seconds, looking around, but I hear nothing. I get going, and quickly I catch up to the kids. I see them piled up on the road. One dirt bike is down on the ground, and they're trying to pick it up. I pull up, and I quickly ask, "What's going on? Did you guys crash?" The reply came, "No, someone put these branches on the road." And yes, I see these pine tree branches almost all the way across the road in one line. Not very big, though, but I guess big enough to make one of the kids fall. I help them pick up the bike, and they keep going. I drove over the branches about 50 feet or so, and I thought, I need to take a picture or video. I stopped. I pulled my phone out and recorded for a few seconds. Now, on the way there, I was right behind the kids, and I had recorded them riding with my phone, and you can see there were no branches on the road before. I will attach screenshots from those videos on the way there and on the way back. But anyway, we get back to camp, and I'm freaking out. Who's messing with us? That rock could have killed someone. I tell everyone what happened, and it's like no one wants to take it seriously. "Oh, you got to be careful," someone said. Or, "It's probably just some teenagers messing around." My adrenaline is still through the roof. I'm angry and scared at the same time, and I don't know what to think. People? Possibly. But I haven't seen a car or a dirt bike on that road the whole time we were there. And it's impossible for anyone to ride a dirt bike or ATV through that forest. You would have to take the roads. Trust me, I have tried. I just can't get the rock being thrown at the kids out of my head. I can see my wife is nervous, and she tells me not to go there anymore and to not let the kids out of my sight. But as the day comes to an end and the sun starts to set, my wife walks up to me and says, "There's a cuckoo bird whistling back there behind our trailer." I get off the camping chair, and I'm angry. I grab my pistol and start walking down the road and all around our trailer. I hear nothing. So I go back, and I tell her, all clear, I didn't see anything. But I have this uneasy feeling for the rest of the night, and I just tried to sort everything out in my head as what has happened. Night was uneventful, and the next morning we packed and left. When I got home, after we unpacked everything and was taking a shower, I started searching for bird whistles and sounds, and I could not find any bird that made the whistle we heard. There is a video I found, though, that had exact whistles like we heard. I let my wife listen to that video, and she said the same thing. That's what we heard. So I don't know what to think about all of these events. I never smelled the bad smell as some people describe Bigfoot, and I don't think the forest went completely silent. You can use my first name if you want. Signed, Alex. I live in Harlan County, Kentucky. We've been here before Kentucky was a state. I reckon we'll be here long times to come. Most I say about where this is, it's not far from a county line. Pick your direction in the county. Most folk elsewhere don't seem to have one, but we have a family cemetery. and by most folk elsewhere, I mean outside of Kentucky. Our cemetery is up over the rise where our old homestead was. Back in the day, that might have been a nice clearing on the hillside. Now it's all trumped up with trees and forest growth. We do keep it all up, and my daddy used to go up and wash the old stones with a brush so you could still read them. The stones go dark and they get covered fast out there in the trees if you don't clean them. My daddy and my mommy are both gone now. They're up there too. So now I do what Daddy did, and I try to go and keep it all up. Sometimes I wash stones. More often I'm removing all the weeds and the vines that grow like crazy up there. I try to get my youngsters to come with me, but they don't want to. They don't care no about cemeteries. They said they don't know nobody up there. They never knew my parents. So it's mostly me alone going up there. I asked if they was going to go up there when it was me laid up there. They ain't never answered me. I think they're planning to put me someplace in town. I say that's the last dang thing I ever want. But on this day, my two oldest boys, 15 and 17, said they would come up in a little while and they would bring the weed whacker to help me out. They've said that before, and sometimes they did showed up, and sometimes as not, they didn't show up. So I just didn't know. I went on up there myself anyway to get started. Now when I went up there, this was last spring, we was supposed to wear masks if we all went into town, if you remember. But who was going to make me sick up on the mountainside if I chose not to wear no dang blasted mask? That's right, nobody. So I chose to go on up, and I was going to spend me a good day up there, breathing free, rather going into town looking like I'm setting out to rob a bank or I'm going to start me a riot and get me a bunch of free stuff. I had my small tools in my bag. I carried both kinds of pruners, a little fork rake thing, and a little shovel. All the stuff is whatnot I thought I might need to tidy up some of them stone areas. The day was real nice. I like going up there. I know, sounds bad to say you like going to a cemetery, but it's quiet, peaceful, and I think it's beautiful. I never have felt scared like they was ghosts or nothing up there. I got up there, and I'm pulling weeds from around stones. I was pulling weeds from the grave of a woman named Elizabeth Ann Gregory. I know this stone well, ever since I was a teenager and I figured out what it meant. Gregory was her maiden name. I don't want to use the other name on her stone 'cause that's my family name, and then people would know where this family cemetery is. But I was always sad for sweet Elizabeth. I think of her as sweet. She was born in 1871 and died in 1887. She was only 16, and she was buried with her little one. They died the same day, so I reckon she died trying to give birth. I don't know which man she was married to. I always thought, did he go on, marry again, have more babies? I reckon he did. I wonder, did he ever think of poor Elizabeth up there and about that baby that had no name? That's right, they didn't even name it. It just says infant on the stone. I was always sad for them both. Clean old graves, and you can't help but wonder at their stories. And no matter how much you wonder, all you're going to get for an answer is that little dash between their birth and their death dates. That little tiny dash is supposed to tell a whole life story, but it don't. It don't tell you nothing. I was on my knees with my butt on my feet, and I was at Elizabeth's grave. I'm thinking all about her and that baby, right? Those stones aren't great big stones. Most of them are thin and small. Some are broken, and only half are the kind that stand up. Lots are just stone chunks laying in the dirt. But Elizabeth Ann's, hers was a thin slab that was standing up. It wasn't so big like I could hide behind it or nothing. But over all these stones, the sunlight's coming in just as pretty as you please through the trees. And I had a nice breeze. And over those stones, I kept lifting my face to feel the sun and just being glad I was alive. I thought it was the least I could do for all them people under all them stones. It was one of those times when I was feeling the sun on my face and the breeze running all around me. I went to lift my head up, and I about had a heart attack. I looked up, and I thought, maybe it was one of the boys that had come up and they was playing a trick on me. That was it, I thought, and all the same time, I knew that wasn't it. I thought, my God, there's a bear down on all fours that has crept up by me, and I didn't hear it none. That danged thing, whatever it was 50 feet or thereabouts from me. It was 2 rows ahead of me. It was a few gravestones in from the edge of the cemetery. But it wasn't on all fours. It was in a position like you see them runners. They're on front hands leaning forward, but they're still on their feet. It looked like it was about to take off running. And maybe it had just been creeping up on me like that. I did not know. It was looking right at me for all the world. It was all hairy, and it was a dark brown hair color. The hair wasn't all long or shaggy. It looked like real close dog fur, maybe an inch long. The eyes, them was dark, and they was set back in the face. It kept perfectly still, just a-staring at me. Me? I was scrambling backwards on my hands, and I was trying to yell, I think. It gave me a look of pure hate, pure evil. I had made it mad as heck, I think, because I saw it. I was scrambling backwards, and it took a big crawl forward. And, buddy, that crawl covered 10 feet at once, I think. All I had was my little hand shovel, 'cause that's what I had been using digging weeds. I banged the shovel, the metal part, on a nearby gravestone, and I'm yelling at it to go away, like I was dealing with some stray dog. But seeing as how I didn't have anything else, I reckon I was just doing something. And it didn't like me doing that. It must not have liked the noise of the metal on the stone. I saw it pulled its lips right back, like it was a stray dog snarling. But I didn't hear anything. It was staring at me. It was burning holes right through me, I tell you. I don't know what all I was doing right then. I think I was yelling. I know I was trying to get to my feet, move away from it, and I didn't want to take my eyes off of it. It was like it was trying to hypnotize me, I think. But it wasn't working none. It took another big crawl toward me, and then it stood right up. Lord have mercy, it stood up, and that thing was tall, like all the trees around us. Well, seemed to me on the ground, anyway. And it was coming right for me. I don't think there was 20 feet between us. It stopped, and it turned its whole body towards something, towards where I walk up the hill to that cemetery from the house. But it didn't take its eyes off of me. I didn't hear anything at first. Then I heard it. My boys was coming up the hill. They were just talking to each other and doing their normal teenage stuff. Right then, I took a deep lungful. I got my breath. I screamed like I was being murdered because I thought I was about to be. That nasty hairy thing made a move like it was going to grab me, and I rolled, and it barely missed. And now here come my boys yelling too. They had just come up and seen it. My oldest had his .38, and he was firing away at it, but it was already running back through the trees before he ever cocked that .38. I was so scared, I couldn't hardly talk to my boys. They had to help me up. I hate to say it, I think I peed on myself a little. Okay, maybe a lot. But my boys, They started to go after it when I stood up, and I still couldn't hardly speak. It was all I could do to not let them go after it. They kept asking me, "What was that, Mama? What was that thing?" And I was saying to them, "Get me down off this hill now. Get me home." Even after we got back to the house, I was shaking and I was scared to death. I had trouble talking. My husband got home from work that afternoon, and the boys and we told him the exact same story. We all went up there then, my husband, my boys, and me. They measured up there where it had been from where I was. That's how I know, about 50 feet or thereabouts. My husband said, "Oh, those are bear prints." He was referring to the ones where it was crawling towards me. I looked at them, and it did look like bear prints. I didn't see claws, though. I also didn't know then that Bigfoot's feet are supposed to break in half when they walk. So if it was a Bigfoot, that half where it was crawling towards me, it might just look possible like a bear print. But me and my boys, we knew it wasn't no bear. I ain't never seen no bear up there since I was a very little girl, and it was a smaller black bear, and it ignored us and moved on. I wasn't as scared of a black bear when I was a little girl as I was this thing that scared me that day. With 3 of us being serious and telling my husband again and again and again what we seen, what happened, he started to believe it might have been a Bigfoot too. He asked me a lot of other details, but I really didn't have any to tell. I kept looking at its eyes the whole time till it stood up, and then I just looked up. I don't know why, as I didn't see any boy bits, but I'm pretty sure I was looking at a man Bigfoot. Since we kind of figured it out, we've been trying to find out things, and we was all shocked to find out there are other sightings right in here in Harlan County. I haven't heard anything, I haven't seen anything, and I never go up there alone anymore. If there's one good thing that might have happened from this, my boys are taking an interest in the old family cemetery. I hope you can understand all this. I can't really type much, and I tried to speak clear for my voice text to put an email on my phone. My boys are going to help me do this and send it. I hope you can put everything together and understand my story. Thank you, Dorinda. My story is not a sighting or attack, so it may not be the best, especially since I'm not very good at writing, but here goes. My name is Farrell, and I live in Weatherford, Texas. I was 19 when this happened, and I'm about to turn 55. Up until now, I've never shared this story with anyone outside of those of us involved and my family. And some of those involved are my family. I've hunted and fished all my life, and I've traveled all over the country, and I've hunted in a lot of different terrain. I've hunted quail, rabbits, squirrels, coyotes, raccoons, and deer for years. I say this to show that I'm very used to the different animals and the sounds in the woods. I've encountered bobcats, cougars, and even bear in my hunting trips, so I've heard the sounds of pretty much any animal that roams the land. My dad, he loves coon hunting, and my brother, cousin, my granddad on my mother's side, and myself hunted with him many times in this particular part of the woods over the years. We were all together on this hunt, including a close family friend. The night of our experience was in 1983. On a piece of land we hunted many times in Paradise, Texas, just off of Highway 114 between Boyd and Bridgeport. We heard the dogs trailing an animal. They make different sounds when they're tracking, trailing, and when they've treed a raccoon. Anyway, once we heard they were hot on the trail, We sat down on a creek bank and waited for them to tree the raccoon. We would always wait. Then, once the dogs had him treed, we would go catch the dogs and praise them for a job well done. Then we would lead the dogs away so the raccoon could get away. We then usually moved to another area and tried to get the dogs on another raccoon. We just enjoyed the time together and working the dogs. I loved hunting at night this way because all my other hunting was in the daylight. In nature, it's just more exciting in the dark. Or at least it was until this night. As we sat quietly listening to the dogs, they suddenly sounded like they had treed something. But right away, we heard a very loud scream that literally reverberated through our bodies. Nothing I had ever heard before sounded so loud or strange as this scream. All of us sat straight up with the hair standing up on the back of our necks. My cousin asked, "What was that?" My dad said he had never heard anything like that, ever. Then we noticed that the dogs had gone silent. Nothing in the woods was making a sound. The frogs and the crickets near the creek, they weren't even making noise. We sat there, stunned for several minutes. Then we heard whimpering, just as every one of the dogs came back with their tails tucked between their legs. They absolutely would not get out from under our feet. They were scared, and I'd never seen that before. That night, I saw 4 grown men and 2 teenage boys, my brother and I. I saw them get so scared that we all voted to load up and go home right then. We wondered what that could have been over the years, until my dad and I saw a show on TV about Bigfoot, and we thought, maybe, but in Texas? Many years later, I heard the same sound on the internet when someone posted a video with what they claimed was a Sasquatch. I let my brother and my dad listen, and they both agreed that that was the sound we had heard. Over the years, I've heard rumors about that area having a Sasquatch roaming around. I don't know, but we only hunted that area in large groups after that, and we never heard it again, thank goodness. I'm sorry, my story doesn't include a sighting, but that was enough for me. I will say that I've had a keen interest in Bigfoot ever since. Thanks for letting people tell their stories to you. I've listened to other channels, but yours is my favorite. This is why I've finally chosen to tell my story. Thanks again for all you do. God bless. So hello again, Nance. I'm back. I never thought I'd be writing you twice, but this is too good not to pass along. You see, I finally have the rest of the story, and I have you to thank for it. But I never could have guessed when I told you the story of my dog and I that there was so much more to the story. I do apologize for the relative lack of detail compared to my earlier post. The first story was from my memory. This one was told to me. My oldest brother and his wife came to visit for Independence Day. I know, but before anyone panics, we are all vaccinated, so we figured we could get together. This was the brother that I mentioned before that I always thought had seen something back in the summer of 1973. They came a few nights before the 4th, and the mood was festive. But in the middle of all the chatter, I noticed my brother giving me these thoughtful looks. I knew he had something on his mind. After dinner, our wives settled down at the table to gossip. I grabbed a good bottle of whiskey and a pair of glasses, and I waved my brother into my study. He closed the door and locked it. I noticed. We sat a while drinking and talking. Then he shocked me. He suddenly said, "You told Nance our story." He'd had something on his mind, all right. but I wouldn't have guessed this was it. I didn't know that he listened to your show. Of course, he knew right away it was me. To cover my surprise, I responded with a little accusation of my own. It was my story, not ours. I don't know your story because you've never told me your story, and only the dog and I were there for my story. To my surprise, he blinked first and looked away. Now, this wasn't like him at all. My brother mostly comes across as a swaggering alpha male type. He does not act guilty. He said slowly, "No, I never wanted to tell you because it was my fault. What happened was all my fault." Over the next 2 hours, my brother finally told me the other half of the story that I told you before about my dog and I and about our unfortunate encounter with Bigfoot. I have waited to hear this for 47 years, and it was a doozy. I have my brother's blessing to pass this along. He didn't want to do it himself, but no names, of course. He doesn't want people to know that it was him that did something so incredibly stupid. And those are your words, my brother, not mine. 3 years or so before that summer, when he was around 13, my brother decided to start a trap line. A kid he went to school with was graduating, and he had told my brother he made decent money from pelts. So my brother bought a dozen traps from him and started trapping. For a few years, he made some spending money that way. A few months, he got lucky, and he brought in what to a young man from Ohio seemed like a fortune. Then, in the early months of 1973, it just dried up. A trapper couldn't expect to catch something every day, but usually a few days would go by, and he'd get something. But months went by, and he didn't bring home one animal. He started to get suspicious that maybe one of the boys from another farm was poaching his catches. He started looking more closely. He found tracks a few times. They weren't clear, and he thought they were boot prints because they were too big to be shoes. As it went on, he became angry. And my brother had a fascination with military things when he was young, and he owned several books about techniques used by Army Rangers. He got those out, and he made himself a booby trap. What he described was a sort of a mild booming device, or like a firework. Not big enough to kill someone, but enough to scare the bejesus out of them. I won't describe how he made it, but he talked about it in great detail, and it seems like something that would be effective. Then he grabbed a fresh roadkill possum that he had found, and he took it out into the woods, and he put it in one of his traps. From what I can tell, his plan was to get his revenge on the poacher by scaring them half to death. And he wanted to let them know he was onto them. You know, teenage boys and their games. I was no better, I'm sure. But he took great care with it. He was laying a trap for another boy instead of an animal this time. Or so he thought. The next day, he hit the woods first thing in the morning to see if he had caught himself a poacher. The booby trap was still wired to the tree, and it had been set off. My brother got a little distracted, though, for a while. The whole area had been torn up. Little trees and bushes were uprooted or broken off, branches everywhere, big clumps of grass pulled up, thrown around. It sounded like whoever had set off the booby trap had thrown quite a tantrum. It took him a while to actually find the trap. It was up in a tree, 20 feet off the ground. Not thrown. Someone had clearly hung it up there.
Laughing, my brother leaned his shotgun against the tree and started to climb up to get his trap. Then he froze. Two things occurred to him all at once. The first thing was raccoons. You see, when you hunt a raccoon, most of the time it will go one way. And you get a good tracking dog and you pick up his trail and you chase him. That raccoon, he will run until he gets tired. Then he climbs a tree. He does it for safety, or they hope you'll miss them and pass them by. But once that raccoon goes up in that tree, they are trapped. It's a simple thing to shoot them up there, because you see, once you're in a tree, you are helpless. The other thing that struck my brother was how quiet it was. The woods were unnaturally, dangerously silent. Something felt really off. My brother was looking at the torn-up brush around him, and he was thinking that whoever had done that might be really pissed about that booby trap. Maybe they were pissed enough to lay a trap for him in return. He slowly backed up, picked up his gun again, and just as he lifted it, a loud crack rang out somewhere nearby. My brother thought it was a gunshot when it happened. He realized later it was a big branch being snapped. But at that moment, he thought that he was being shot at by another kid, and he ran. The edge of the woods were only 100 feet or so away, and he was a pretty good sprinter. But his pursuer was a lot faster. He could hear them coming. Then they roared, and he knew that was no kid chasing him. I asked him about that roar, and he shuddered a few times before he described it. He said it was deep and just a brief, huge, big kind of sound, almost like a bark, but louder. He said he felt it in his chest. He also said he never wants to hear it again. He fired a shot over his shoulder to try and slow down whatever was chasing him. He heard another barking sound, but this time he said it sounded more surprised than anything. I remember well the old .410 shotgun that he used to finish off the animals that he caught in traps. It wasn't much of a gun. It was the single-shot kind that you had to break open to reload, and it didn't hit very hard. My dad owned much better guns, but he only got them out for hunting. The fields had been tilled recently. The dirt was soft and uneven. My brother couldn't run on that without falling, and he knew that if he tried, whatever was after him would catch him. He had no choice but to stop. So he turned and began to reload the gun. At this point, my brother stopped talking. I asked a lot of questions, but it was clearly really hard for him to go back to that moment. I don't blame him. When I saw it up close, it hadn't seemed threatening to me. It was weird, and yeah, it was scary, but not a dangerous confrontation like his was. To summarize what he did tell me, he saw it up close, and it was pissed off. It ran to the edge of the woods, close to him, and stopped. He got a good look at it. It was male for sure. My brother said that he saw his ding-a-ling bouncing around. He was huge, ridiculously muscular, and he looked really, really angry. My brother had kind of taken a shot at him, but he was a terrified young man in a crazy situation, so it's not surprising that he had probably missed by a lot. This was the worst part of the story for my brother. I could see it on his face, and I could hear it in his voice. He was reloading the gun, knowing that he was basically unarmed if it rushed him right then.
and it was growling at him from maybe 30 feet away. My brother told me it was the scariest sound he has ever heard. It was so deep he could feel it vibrating in his chest. The sound filled him with terror that haunted him still all these years later. Even with shaky fingers, he eventually finished reloading and backed up, nice and slow, into the field. The further he got from the trees, the safer he felt, but he could hear that growling for a long time. And he told me it screamed at him, a long, lungful kind of scream that, if anything, was probably worse than the other sounds. I mean, think about it. Whether he knew it or not, he had been feeding that thing for months, and then, out of the blue, he set off an M80 in its face and then took a shot at him. I think it's a safe bet to say that Bigfoot wanted a piece of my brother's butt at that point. Frankly, I'm amazed he is alive right now. God really does love idiots. My brother made it home, and for a few days he didn't say anything to anyone. He just tried to forget it ever happened. He was never going into those woods again, and as far as he knows, those traps are still out there, rusting away to nothing, unless he, the Bigfoot, has figured out how to set them. And I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, it's clear that he was smart, and he was far from done with us. By the end of that week, chickens had started going missing, and my brother, he knew what was happening to them. He went to our dad. Boy, I wish I could have been part of that conversation. I would have loved to have heard what Dad thought about it. I'm sure he didn't believe it at first. But when the chickens kept disappearing, he had laid in wait a few nights in the barn with a rifle, and he had apparently got a good look. More accurately, they saw each other. Dad didn't shoot, but he must have had him cold because, according to my brother, he was scared of Dad and his gun from that day on. That's why he ran when the bedroom light came on that night. He knew who was coming. And folks, he's referring to something in the first story. So again, that link will be in the video description below. My dad would never have actually shot him, though, I think. Dad was not the kind of person who would have lightly shot a person, and they are a type of person. That much is clear. And that brings us to a few things. That summer, while my mom and my other brother and I were living our lives unaware, my oldest brother and my dad were apparently quietly having a running confrontation with a Bigfoot. He kept hanging around, mostly, but not always at night. He would steal things besides the chickens, tools, or anything that he would just decide to take. Sometimes they would run him off, and sometimes they never even saw him. As the corn got taller, though, and the summer wore on, that Bigfoot would come right up to the yard, day or night. And it turns out the dog knew about him too. I didn't remember this, but our dog had slept in the house at night before that. But my parents put him out in the yard that summer thinking he would discourage those nighttime visits. It didn't work, and the dog would usually just hide in the doghouse while the chickens walked away. The only time our dog confronted him was the night Bigfoot approached me. I find I am, once again, deeply touched by my dog's loyalty and courage, more than words can say. He was the best dog ever, and he was the best friend. I have to admit, at this point, I disrupted my brother's tale for several minutes to tell him off. and I used all of the naughty words. He knew that thing was sneaking around, and he left his little brother out there in the yard at night? I was out there for months before I saw it. Every one of those nights I was completely exposed in that tent. Way to look after your little brother, idiot. But to be fair, my brother insisted that it never bothered the rest of us. It had a particular and, if you ask me, well-earned grudge against my brother and, to a lesser extent, my dad. According to my brother, Dad always felt that it had come up right to the tent that night, checking to see if my brother was in there. And I have to admit, they are probably right. That Bigfoot had not been aggressive toward me at all. If anything, it was more like the way a person makes over a cute kid that they run into. It was a strange and alien experience. But we weren't on unfriendly terms, and I feel like we both knew it. I have to give credit, though. As angry as he was with my brother, that Bigfoot did not choose to take it out on me. My dad and my brother, they had developed ways to signal each other when something was up. They were the ones that started the whole "it was coyotes" thing. And they called Bigfoot "that guy" as a code. I guess they were trying to protect the rest of us, although I feel like they also left us unprepared if something had happened. After the night that I met Bigfoot, my dad and my brother stayed up in shifts and waited for him to come back for 3 days. They never saw him, but clearly he was still around, and he saw them. The very night that they gave up, 3 days after my own encounter with Bigfoot, that is when Bigfoot took our dog. Dad woke up my brother early that day with the signal something was up. He led my brother out into the yard and showed him. Our dog was gone. The chain had been broken off right at the clasp, right where the collar clips to the chain. I don't know at what point she found out what was going on, but my mom knew. After the dog vanished, she had had enough. They got a new dog, and they kept it inside, like an early warning system. But Mom insisted it was time to deal with this problem. When it came to protecting her kids, Mom was scary. Dad waited until the fields were harvested and empty, and the trees were bare. And when the deer season started, they got a hunting license. But they weren't out there hunting deer. They got down the good shotguns and they loaded them with deer slugs, and they went looking for him. They spent a week combing the woods. My brother simply described that as the most intense days of his life. They never caught sight of him at all, but he must have known that they had come looking for him, because that was when he stopped coming around. So that's it. After half a century, I finally have the whole story. If anything, I feel less afraid of Bigfoot now. He had every right to be pissed at my idiot brother, and setting what happened to my dog aside, he never once tried to hurt any of us, not even my brother. Mostly, Bigfoot just scared him and stole things. I guess the moral of the story, that's don't set booby traps if you don't know who is going to set it off. And if you do meet Bigfoot in the woods, don't provoke him. He will hold it against you. Thanks again, Nance. I hope you enjoyed hearing this as much as I enjoyed finally being able to tell it. Signed, Michael. Hi, Nance. This story is nothing exciting, but I thought I'd share it with you. I grew up in Northern California in a small town that was a rural, wooded area in the Sierra Nevada mountains, where the elevation was higher than the population. When I was a kid in the mid-1970s, my girlfriend and I hiked out of town and went down to the local creek. We were sitting on a sandbar, enjoying the sun, when someone started throwing rocks at us. The rocks were about 1 to 2 inches in size, and they were being thrown at us from the bank across the creek. It was a high bank, and the rocks were coming from behind the thick shrubbery and the blackberry bushes, so we couldn't see anyone, and we also couldn't hear anyone either. One rock hit my girlfriend in the head, and she blacked out for a few seconds, and she got a huge lump. We thought maybe it was some mean boys who did this, but we had never seen or heard anybody. Now I wonder if maybe it was a mean Sasquatch after learning that they like to throw things at humans. Thanks, Katie. P.S. A friend of mine saw a Sasquatch walking along the river there in our area a few years ago. Hello, Nance. This is not an exciting story, but it is absolutely true. The Wayne National Forest is a great place to ride dirt bikes and to camp. My friend Jason and I went down very late in the season, right before deer season opened. It was cold and it was rainy as we drove the 7 miles in, and we didn't see another person. Later that night after riding, we sat by the fire. Jay gets up to go water a tree, and let me say that Jay is 350 pounds and as strong as a horse. I've never seen him afraid of anything. Jay comes back, and he's white as a ghost. I ask him, "What's wrong?" He tells me there's a dude, like dude, not an animal, out there messing with him. Whoa, I say. We're completely alone. This guy, he would have had to be the world's greatest Navy SEAL to get here. Jay starts packing up, and I'm like, it's way too late to go back now. Jay locks himself in the motorcycle trailer. So now I'm completely alone sitting there by the fire, and after what he told me, I was on high alert. It never even crossed my mind that it could be a Bigfoot. You don't always pay attention to forest noises, but rocks start coming down. Over an hour of rocks the size of golf balls being thrown. Every time that I would shine my flashlight into the woods, I never saw anything. Never did I see this forest commando. But there's no doubt in my mind, someone was messing with us at midnight, in the rain, and throwing rocks. Going home, I asked Jay what he saw, but he refused to say, and he won't say even now. Like I said, this is a little boring, but absolutely true. Hello, Nance. This is a 100% true story. I do hope you find it interesting. I am a 72-year-old female. My name is Jessie. You may use my first name. This event began about June 7, 2020, on the Fourche-Laffey River in Scott County, Arkansas. This is an area that is reasonably sparsely populated with people. This was my favorite place to fish and enjoy an evening with my husband. This area is also perfect for Sasquatches, with plenty of food and water. And little did we know that by the time we would depart, my husband would be a changed man. He changed from a believer in Sasquatch into a true knower of their existence. I had my first encounter when I was only 8 years of age, and many, many, many other encounters followed of all sorts after. We sat there fishing, chatting, and listening to the sounds of nature all around us. We were being really quiet. It was getting dusky dark. I turned to my husband and asked him, "What time was it?" He said 8:30. So I said, "Well, when I lose this worm off my hook, we will go home." We had no more than had that conversation when, out of the blue, about 50 yards to my right on the opposite side of the river, there came this very loud and clear whoop. A couple seconds later, a second call of whoop came about 50 yards across the river to my left. That was followed by a third call about 100 yards away to my left, and then a fourth call called out about 150 yards away to the left. Then lo and behold, a fifth one even further away. All of these calls were identical in sound, and all sounded female. Then, to my surprise, what sounded like a group of very young ones began the very same whooping. Then I was struck with an idea. I thought to myself, I wonder just what they will do if I called back to them with that same whoop. So I cleared my throat. I took a deep breath, and I called back to them. Oh, wow. Did all heck break out then? They began whooping, screaming, and yelling all kinds of sounds. They were very upset at me. I think my husband got a little scared because he said, "Gather up your stuff, let's go." These were definitely Sasquatches, because no human could ever make that sound. I came close, but even my call was weak compared to theirs. Now you may ask, how do I know those were females and they're young? It's like when a human calls out. You can tell she is female, and when a human child yells, you can tell it's a child. A few days later, we returned to that same spot on the river. After I had settled in and began fishing, I began to look around for tracks, and I wasn't disappointed. Only 2 feet away from my chair, there was a large, almost human-looking footprint in the dust. It was about 15 inches long and 6 to 7 inches wide. I looked over at the edge of the river, and there was this fist imprint in the soft clay. It was a really large fist. I bent down as close as this old body of mine would allow me, and I took a close look. The thumbprint was splayed out from the fist, as if a Sasquatch had bent down and braced itself with its hand while it had gotten a drink of water. That thumbprint was clear as day, and the fingerprint ridges, they stuck out very prominently. We never heard any calls, and after our first encounter a few days before that, I decided it might not be a wise idea to call them again. We left and went home unscathed. A few days later, we decided to go back to that same spot on the river. After fishing until the same time, about dark 30, we hadn't had any action out of any Bigfoot. I thought they may have moved on to a new location. So as a last-ditch effort to get a response from a Sasquatch, we decided to do some tree knocks and see what would happen. Now, up until this point, I never believed in the tree knocks. But I said, what the heck? What is there to lose? We always carry a heavy-duty aluminum baseball bat in our truck, so I said to my husband, go get that bat out and do a segment of 3 knocks in a row. I wasn't expecting to get a response from anything, but rather I figured we'd scare anything out there off. Well, my husband did get that bat out, and loud and clear, he goes, knock, knock, knock. I didn't expect it, but on the other side of the river from us, only seconds later, it began, knock, followed by another and another. I was counting them. Strung out up and down that section of the river for about 200 yards, there were 9 knocks. My husband, he must have been scared because he said, let's go. There were a few more, but I lost count on the new knocks. We went back down to that same place a week later, It was now about the 7th of July. I thought, well, they're surely gone now. But I was wrong. It was the same time of evening when they began their whooping calls. And the young ones, they began trying to imitate coyotes and the barking like dogs. Then the young ones, they got excited and they started screaming like they were upset or something. That was the last time that we ever heard from them. I think I could spend another 100 years and I would never have the same types of encounters. It sure put the fear of Sasquatch in my soul. Signed, Jessie. Dear Nance, listening to your stories, well, it's brought back a lot of memories that I had forgotten about. My mind is scattered on where to start, so if you can better word this and edit it, I'd appreciate it. And just a note, I don't think I changed a word of this. I have several stories that I'm putting in as one story because to me, they're all connected. The first story happened in 1993. My little sister went to our cousin's house to stay the night. Now, we live down in a holler in Kentucky, and a river runs through it. Well, they decided to go camping by the riverside, and for some reason, they took my sister to the camping spot and then left her there. Maybe so no one else would take that spot. I don't know. Anyway, they left to go get the camping supplies. Now, she was left there for hours all alone, and it started to get dark. She thought about leaving just to start walking home, but she decided to stay. Soon as it was dark out, and she sees this big white thing, she got scared, and she starts to run out the old dirt road. Below the dirt road is a dry creek bed, and this thing, whatever it was running in the creek bed alongside her. At this time, our cousins come down the road with their parents. They too see this white thing. They hurry and they get her in the truck and they head on down the road. But by this time, the big white thing, it has started to run back toward the river. They drive down to the river, but whatever it was gone. Here is the other connected story. I say this because it happened in the same exact spot as my little sister's story. My dad, in the 1960s, he was in his 20s. He and some other family and friends went camping in the same spot as my sister would some 30 years later. He said they were all sitting around the fire talking that night, and they could hear something in the woods around them. He said you could tell it was something big by its footsteps. Whatever it was, it scared them so bad that they built up the fire so high it scorched the leaves of the trees above them. But they never saw it. Bigfoot or not, I can't say. I just don't think it was a coincidence that this happened in the same exact spot. I'd also like to mention, up the river from this spot, around 1996, I think, me and some other family members were swimming. Something started to throw rocks at us. Some of the boys tried to get up to the bank, but it was too steep for them to climb. We couldn't see what it was, but listening to your stories and finding out that they like to throw rocks, it made me remember this story, and I think maybe, just maybe, a Bigfoot was the one throwing rocks at us that day. This is the last one to happen that I consider connected to the other stories. But same holler, 2009. My brother was driving to work early one morning when he saw a big, white, hairy thing stand up from behind a tree by the road. Also, a neighbor reported seeing the same thing in the same place around the same time as she was heading off to work that morning. So, I say these are connected because they happened in the same area, and when it's been seen, it's been a big white thing. I believe we have an albino Bigfoot roaming about in our little holler in southern Kentucky. I have 2 more stories I'll send you. One that isn't that long, and the other, my dad, the greatest man ever, told me that his granny told him. I hope you have a blessed day. Love, Louise. Well, Louise, I'll be anxiously awaiting for you to send in those other stories, and I want to say thanks to everyone who sent in their encounters. They were all good, I think. I've noticed people always seem to think that their story isn't very interesting, but most of the time, it's very interesting to those of us listening. Dear Nance, hi from Vermont. My name is Tater. It's a nickname, not my real name, but please use that. I'm writing to you about my Bigfoot encounter in southern Vermont. It was early September 2016. I had the day off. Squirrel season just started, so I went to the farm to do some hunting. The farm is about 100 acres, with 60 being woods and more woods surrounding it. That day, I load my 410 and I start walking through the woods. There were birds singing and squirrels chattering away. After about an hour, I bagged my 3 squirrels. That's when I noticed it was dead quiet. No birds, no squirrels, not even the cows mooing from the field. Then that's when I noticed a black shape. It was about 100 feet ahead, watching me. All I saw was black hair with a cone head. I didn't see any breasts, so I'm going to guess it was a male. It was squatting down, and it was about 5 feet tall. It was broad at the shoulder, about 4 feet wide. I almost wet myself when I saw it. I said, "Hi, just passing through. Don't mind me," in a shaky voice. Before I could move, it stood up, turned, and walked away. I waited a few minutes and walked up to where it sat. There was a branch where its head ducked under. Now I stand 5 feet 11. That branch was another 4 feet above me, so the Bigfoot was just shy of 10 feet. I didn't smell anything. There was no wind. Then came a loud, long scream. It lasted for about 1 minute. Made my hair stand on end. I grabbed my gun and ran, leaving the squirrels behind. I didn't return to the woods till the following spring. Signed, Tater. Hi, Nance. I love your site. Gave me the courage to share my story. It has haunted me for 40 years. My wife knows my story. My mom, my dad, and my sister were present in my story. Only me and my 82-year-old father are left. When you wonder if this story is real, let me share. I spent 35 years in medicine, working even in the air with life flight. My 15 minutes of fame came in a 35-year career of medicine. I don't need to fabricate a story to be important. Okay, as my other favorite narrator says, here we go. In 1975, my father had thought that it was time to teach me to water ski. He was a fine skier and skied for SeaWorld in northern Ohio. My father navigated our 24-foot cabin cruiser, and my mom was my spotter. My little sister was there. She enjoyed watching me wipe out. Saturday morning, 5:30 a.m., sun just crusting. My dad walks up to my bunk. He asked, "How do I feel about getting wet really early before the lake got choppy?" Salt Fork Lake can get busy, and the lake could get choppy. So, at 6:30 a.m., we started. Dad took our big cruiser between an island and a peninsula. Soon as he placed me, he had to get that big boat to open water to let out the ski ropes. I fumbled with my skis, finally got on my back skis in front of me, and I noticed I had floated closer to the island shore. I began to try to get my skis under me and try to get away from the shore.
I spun backwards to looking at the shore 35 feet away from me. I spot the biggest damn chestnut-colored bear flipping rocks. I am thinking, they have black bear. But I have never seen this color. Well, I knew the best way to handle a black bear is to yell, "Hey, bear!" Well, Nance, not sure if it works with bear. I damn well know it doesn't work with an 8-foot Bigfoot. That thing stood straight up, looked at me, and screamed so loud the noise traveled through the water right through my chest. It was not happy with me. My dad shared that when a skier is in trouble, to lift the ski vertical over your head. I kicked both skis off. I raised the second ski over my head. Threw both skis across the lake into open water. Me? Well, I was swimming for my life. I was remembering every swimming lesson I ever took. I swear I was not going to ski that morning, but I am sure I could have qualified to the Olympics. My mom saw there was something wrong. She could tell by my eyes, she said. That big cabin cruiser went to port and headed right at me. I grabbed that ski rope, and about the time I was approaching the boat, my dad cut the motor. I climbed right up the inboard-outboard motor and fell right into the boat. Both parents asking, "What is wrong?" I point to the shore, and nothing is there. It was a tough weekend, picked on, laughed at. Well, the next day, I did ski. I got up and went all over the lake. In minutes, I was jumping wakes and hot dogging. I was so mad, I just decided to do it. It was 2 years before my mom died. She came from Phoenix to visit me in Ohio. I asked her, what would she like to do? She noticed that I had wave runners in the garage. Her and Dad had been divorced about 20 years. She asked to go to Salt Fork on the wave runners. My girlfriend at the time took my 2-seater, and Mom and I was on the 3-seater. We were about 35 minutes into riding. She pointed and said, "That's where you saw the Bigfoot." I was shocked she even remembered. She said, "The next day, when you learned how to ski in less than 2 hours, I knew then you saw what you said you saw." We lived on 20 acres of woods, butted up against 500 acres of county forest. You never stopped going back into the woods. Weren't you scared? I did share that my trips back deep on our property were always much different. Doubling back, zigzags, and learning to use my toe to lift debris before I placed my foot. To be silent in the woods, to listen to everything. I learned the sounds of deer, even how old they were by weight of their step. Bigfoot scared the hell out of me, but that one sighting gave me insight to nature like nothing someone could teach. Bigfoot taught me to respect where I was, for where I was someone else's home. I hope you like this, Nance. Know these stories helped me at 56 years old to still walk the mountains of Tennessee, knowing that just around the corner may be the king of the forest. I trek in the wild with humility and respect. I walk quietly, listening to everything. I wear a 9mm on my left side and a collapsible AR-15 between my back and my backpack. Feel free to use my first name, Nance. James or Jim to my friends. Hey, Nance. My name is Jeff Baldowski. I don't care if you use my name or not. I'll tell anyone I meet face to face what I believe, and it doesn't bother me in the least if they laugh it off or not. I'm 58 now, and what I experienced happened when I was in my late teens. Too old to care anymore what anyone thinks about me or about what I think. I live in Wyoming now, so I don't see many of the folks back in Ohio, but about once a year. A little background here. I grew up in the upper Ohio Valley, was born in Martins Ferry in Belmont County, and raised the majority of my life on a farm outside of Dillonvale in Jefferson County.
The farm consisted of just under 150 acres that we owned, and still do, as well as about 600 acres we leased from the coal company. We cultivated roughly 100 acres and ran cattle and sheep on the rest. My grandparents owned the farm at this time, and our house was about a quarter mile maybe from theirs. Growing up in the late 60s and early 70s, our entertainment when we weren't working on the farm consisted of hunting and fishing and just generally running around the woods, finding what mischief we could get into. We knew the woods and were in no way intimidated by being in them. Winter, spring, summer, and fall, day or night, it was a great place to grow up. Our farm was geographically located about 40 miles east as the crow flies from Salt Fork State Park. That's where we hunted deer often, and which needs no explanation to folks on this site. Also, in my late 20s and early 30s, I worked for a cellular company and spent many a dark, secluded night in the area surrounding the park. I never experienced anything in this area over those years. I have to say that, though. Rewind to the late 70s. Not sure of the exact year, but I think it was 78 or 79. I was at my grandparents' house, and it was just getting dusk. I remember like it was yesterday, walking out the back door of their house heading home. As I stepped out the door, I would have to make a 90-degree right turn and then walk straight to my house. Straight ahead was a long ridge that was a hayfield. To the left and slightly downhill were several outbuildings. The furthest outbuilding had a corn crib, and under it was the chicken coop, and the rest of the building was storage for seasonal farm equipment. I looked on Google Earth, and from where that back door was to that building was about 100 to 110 yards. It's all gone today, so it's just kind of an estimate, but pretty close. What caught my attention was the chickens were making a fuss, which was odd. It was getting dark, and they would all be roosted by then. I turned to look that way when suddenly there was a figure walking away from the chicken coop. My first thought was, who is down at the chickens? Then it occurred to me that no one from our family would be there at this time. My next thought, being that the farmhouse was pretty much in the middle of the farm, was, who's stupid enough to trespass into the middle of the farm while it's still somewhat light to steal chickens? Then it hit me. This is not normal in any sense. What I was looking at was not overly tall or large. What was odd, though, it was white from the top of its head to its feet. Not a snowy kind of white, but a sort of off-white, like canvas. Reminded me of a beekeeper suit. So this thing walked away from the chicken coop, which would also make it further from me as it walked. It stayed in a small ditch for about 75 yards, and then it turned and walked along a tree line separating two hayfields on the adjoining hill and disappeared into the woods. It covered about 300 yards from the time I saw it till it disappeared. Truthfully, I stood there for a few minutes, then shrugged it off and went home. Never thought about much after that till somewhat recently. Was it a grass man? I believe so. I never felt fear while watching it, just puzzlement as to what I just witnessed. About the same time frame, my oldest brother was bow hunting whitetail on the farm. The tree stand that he was hunting from was probably about a mile north of the farmhouse in the previous story. So it would have just been inside the edge of the least 600 acres in what we called the thicket. Now, to understand the thicket, just think of the nastiest crabapple, blackberry, and multifloral rose tangle imaginable, surrounded by pockets of oak, maple, and wild cherry. The stand that he was hunting was in a big oak about 200 to 300 yards into the thicker part of the woods. He said suddenly he heard the most ungodly scream he had ever heard. He said that every animal in the woods in that direction suddenly was running under his stand, heading in the opposite direction of that scream. What he said next is funny. He said if all the animals were heading that way, he was going to follow them. Now, at that time in Ohio, I don't think anyone had seen any bobcat or other critters that could make the noise that he described. So as my brother exited the woods, he ran into our uncle. Now, Uncle Andy was our dad's brother. He was the ultimate outdoorsman. He passed away many years ago now, so I can tell on him. He hunted everything that walked in the woods, in season or out. Yes, he was well known to the game wardens. He was a great uncle to us nieces and nephews. Anyhow, I digress. Uncle Andy was a very big man, and he was not scared of anything, man or beast. My brother asked him if he had heard the scream. He said yes, and he wasn't sticking around to see what it was. Was it the same, or another grass man in the area? Don't know, but whatever it was, it ran 2 adult men out of that thicket and a bunch of wildlife also. Also, around the same time, I was told secondhand that my cousin said he ran into a grassman in the woods behind his house. Now, these would be the same woods that I had seen what I saw walk into after leaving the chicken coop. He said he would never go into those woods again. Whether he did or not, I do not know. Maybe next time I see him, I'll ask him about it. You have my permission to use all or parts of this story as you see fit. Thanks, Jeff. Hi, my story is more about the things that I've seen since moving from Detroit to a farming community in the extreme southeast corner of Nebraska. I did indeed see a Bigfoot, but it was while traveling on the Amtrak for a visit home to Detroit. I saw it in the woodland outside of Chicago, Illinois. I'll get to that in a minute. But first, I want to fill you in on my background. When I first moved from Detroit to the farm country, it was so that my husband could take over the farming for his parents who wanted to retire. We shared the chores a little, and one of my obligations was to go 2 miles east from the farmhouse to the pasture and timberland to check the cattle. I counted the cattle, checked to make sure everything was good, and then started to hunt for morel mushrooms. As I stood still, gazing at the ground in a circle around me, I heard a rustling of leaves to my right. As I turned to look, there stood a beautiful gray wolf. I've always loved wolves because my younger sister had a pet wolf that she had gotten from the White Mountain Apaches in Arizona, and I spent a lot of time with him, so I had no fear. I said to the wolf, "What are you doing here, old man?" He hesitated a moment, and then looked toward the fence, and in one leap he was on the neighbor's farm, and then disappeared into the woodland. When I told my husband and friends that I had seen a wolf, they all laughed at me, saying, "Sure you did, city girl. You can't tell the difference between a coyote and a wolf." So I said no more. A few days later, I was coming back from playing bingo at White Cloud, Kansas, a few miles from our home, and as I rounded the corner on the road that follows the Missouri River, I saw a beautiful mountain lion come up from the river, crossing in front of my headlights, and in one great leap reach the top of the steep embankment on my left. Again, I told my husband and his friends that I had seen a mountain lion. And again, I got the same teasing and the nickname City Girl, telling me I must have seen a deer. I said no more about what I had seen. Years later, I was sitting on the Amtrak train between 2 high embankments outside of Chicago. The embankment on each side was covered with woods. As I gazed upward,
I saw a tall Sasquatch standing very still near a tree looking down at the train. I never said anything about this to my husband or his friends because I was tired of being called city girl. I know what I saw. Thank you, and please keep your wonderful stories coming. P.S. There is more to tell. The great wolf has been seen near Fremont, Nebraska on April 14th and in Bassett, Nebraska on November 2020 and in Spalding, Nebraska, December 2002. Mountain lions have been seen in 2003, 2015, and 2020 in Beatrice, Nebraska, Gretna, Nebraska, Scottsbluff, Nebraska, and in Omaha, Nebraska. It was on a school playground twice. This year, 2021, the state has allowed mountain lion hunting, but only a total of 4 statewide may be killed. Signed, the City Girl. Hello, my name is Cody Strickland. I'm from a little town in southwest Tennessee near the borders of Mississippi and Alabama. Recently, I've gotten my brother-in-law Jeff a job with me, so we've been carpooling. While we drive, I've been telling him Sasquatch stories here and there whenever I hear a good one from you guys. He is open-minded and doesn't think it's all crazy. Well, the other day, we were talking about some strange stories my dad and his dad had told me. Not about Sasquatch, but just strange things that have happened to them in the woods. My dad and his dad used to be great friends, and they would go hunting ginseng or yellow seal deep in the woods around southwest Tennessee. Anyway, I was telling him some stories, and I noticed he was staring off in the woods, and he got real quiet. I finished my story and waited on his response as usual. He finally said, "Hey, you know what? I'm just remembering something that happened when I was little." I'll just go straight into his story now. I'll tell you the questions I asked after. So he said, I was about 8 or 9 years old, and the way my house was back then was at the back of the house where the dining area was, there was a glass sliding door that went out into the backyard. There was the backyard, and then we had an iron post fence with the larger square wire holes. That kind of fence, where the horses were kept. And then just normal woods after that. I was walking through the house when something caught my attention in the backyard. I turned and looked out of my sliding glass door. I saw a tall, hairy thing on the other side of this fence. It had its hands holding on to the wire and was shaking it back and forth. He said that he could see the brownish, long, stringy, shaggy hair going back and forth as this thing was shaking the fence. He ran down the hall to his sister's room, who is my wife now. She's a couple years older than him. He told her, "Hurry, hurry, please come look at this." So they ran to the dining area, looked out the glass door again, and whatever it was gone. That was his story. So I started asking questions. I said, "How tall was the fence?" He said, "It would be about chest high to him now. He is around 6'4" or maybe 6'5". I said, "Okay, how much taller was this thing?" He said it would be a little taller than he is now. I said, "Did you see the face?" He said no. When this thing was shaking the fence, it had its head down. He couldn't make out a lot because of all the hair it had. I asked if it was standing up, or was it holding itself up on the fence? He said it was standing upright and just had a hold of the fence, just shaking it. I said, "Did it have paws like a bear or something?" He said no. He could tell its hands were grasping the fence, holding on like a person. He said it's crazy because after all this time that I'd been talking about Sasquatch, at that moment he just remembered this event in his life. I asked if he could tell if it was really wide or how big its arms were. He couldn't remember how wide this thing was, but he said its forearms were probably 2 or 3 times the size of a normal guy's arms. So I said, okay, why in the world hasn't my wife or his sister told me about this? When I got home from work, I asked her about this event. She immediately remembered and said, "Oh, I just didn't believe him." So she had memory of this happening. It was not something he made up. Then he went on to tell me he grabbed his dad's old shotgun, went out back past the fence to try and find it. He said he never heard or seen anything else. Sorry for the long story, but I thought this was very fascinating. It's crazy what memories we have that are lying dormant in our brains, just ready to be triggered by a random thought or story. He was around 8 or 9 when this happened. He's 21 now. Have a good one. Signed, Cody. Dear Nance, I'm not good at writing, but I did want to tell my mother's story about what we believe to be a Bigfoot. She made me promise not to tell anyone until everyone in her family had passed on. So, everyone has gone now, and here goes to the best of her recollection. It was the fall of 1950, and my mother was almost 8 years old. She told this story all my life and called it a big monkey. I guess livestock are really scared of these things because their milk cow was refusing to come up to be milked. She just ran up and down the fence along the canal. My grandfather had a hired hand that volunteered to go bring her in, and Mom and her little sister both wanted to go with him. Since Augusto loved kids, he took them with him. After walking by the barn, they passed through a gate into a cornfield. They had to turn left and then back right to walk on the tractor road that they would walk on to bring the cow up. However, standing in the middle of that road was something Mom could only call a monster. She said it showed its teeth and hissed at them. She said it was about a foot taller than her papa, which made it 7 feet 5 inches. It had beautiful reddish-brown hair and shoulders as wide as a 1949 Chevrolet pickup. Augusto, after crossing himself, grabbed my Aunt Kay, who was not much more than a chubby toddler, grabbed my Mom's hand, and yelled, "Run, Norma Jean, run!" Mom said he ended up driving her all the way back to the house. There were several instances of things going missing, but no one ever saw anything again. This may not be good enough to put on your channel, but I'm glad to share my mom's story of the big monkey. Thank you. Signed, Chris. Hello again, Nance. This is Louise with the short story that I said I would send you. This happened to my little boy when he was around 6. We had gone to our neighbor's house to visit. Our neighbors were elderly, and they lived in an old white farmhouse surrounded by large fields that connect to the forest. Me and him walked a 1/4 mile to their house. I was inside talking to them, and my boy was out playing with their little kittens, and that's when he ran in and told us he saw a Bigfoot. He said it was pretty tall, had dark hair, hunched over just a little bit, and was swinging its arms as it was walking. He said he was playing with the cats when he looked up towards the field behind their house and saw it walking. He said it never looked his way. It just walked through their field. He said he watched it until it disappeared into the woods. Then he came in and told us. My elderly neighbor said that he had seen one walking his fields before. My baby boy is grown now, and his story has never changed.
I find myself regularly looking over the fields, hoping that one day I, too, can see a Bigfoot. My elderly neighbors have passed away. We have new ones now, and they seem to be good people. They have cleared up the patch of land by my house, so now I can see their house and fields all around it. So, I send this email to you this morning as I have my morning coffee, looking over their fields, remembering my wonderful elderly neighbors who I thought of as family and loved them so dearly. And I hope to see a Bigfoot myself someday. Signed, Louise. And folks, Louise sent in a second email with another story. So this is also from the same Louise. Dear Nance, this story was told to me by my dad. He, like you, has a gift of storytelling. Everyone loves to hear him tell stories. He told this to me for the first time back in the 90s. An ice storm and a big snowfall happened in our area. We were without power for several weeks. But at night, we'd sit around the kitchen table, eating snacks and listening to my dad tell us stories about his childhood and things that others have told him. His grandma was born in 1880, and she told him she was around 9 years old when this happened, so this happened in 1889. It was a very hot summer's day when she and some other kids decided to go skinny dipping. She said they were playing in the water, not paying any attention to anything around them, when they heard loud splashing like something running in the water. They all got quiet, and she and some others went downstream around the river bend to see what was making the sounds they had heard. She told my dad that they saw this big, hairy thing running off with their clothes. I remember asking him if it was a Bigfoot. He said he didn't know, that she only told him it was a big, hairy thing, and it had taken their clothes from the riverbank. They had not even noticed it until it hit the water head on and made all the splashing noise. I think this story is so funny. A Bigfoot with a sense of humor. What part of the river this happened at, I don't know. I don't know if it was close to previous river stories or not. My great-grandma was born and raised in the same holler I grew up in. But I can't imagine having to walk home without clothes and explaining to my parents why I'm naked. And no doubt clothes were hard to come by. My family wasn't rich by no means. I wonder if they were believed or if they got a whipping. My dad said that he had always believed her story. Who was with her that day? I don't know. Wish I knew. But they are all gone by now, and their story gone with them. But through your channel, a few memories of old live on. Thank you, Nance, for all you do, and the time you give for the Sasquatch. You are appreciated. Keep up the good work. Love, Louise. Just writing to say, it was a pleasure and an honor to meet you, Cam, and all the gang at the conference. There are some things I'd like to write to you about that I've already shared with Cam. I've had an interest in Bigfoot since I was a teenager. I'm 70 now and haven't lost the interest. This is what I've already shared with Cam. My dad was a very practical person and always said, there is a logical explanation to everything you don't understand. The subject of Bigfoot came up one day, and I expected him to reject the idea or say something about they're not real. Instead, he told me about how he saw one day. As a young man, he grew up on a large farm with 3 brothers and 4 sisters. My grandmother had a cow she milked, and she would have to go to a place in the pasture that she called the Milk Gap. It was located across a creek about 60 yards from the house. I hate trying to give distances when I'm telling something because it's hard to judge given certain factors. There was also a large field near the front of the house that Grandpa raised corn in. That meant every spring that field had to be plowed, disked, and harrowed. One day, after all this was done, my dad was headed to the pasture for some reason, and as he crossed the yard, he suddenly heard what he thought was a woman scream, followed by a loud, bellowing roar. This sound came from the direction of the other end of the soon-to-be cornfield. Dad said he continued to walk on down through the yard, toward the creek and the pasture. As he walked, he kept an eye towards the lower end of the field. As he got to where he could see the length of the field, he saw this huge, tall black figure walking across the field towards the creek. He said it looked just like a man walking, but because of the distance, he couldn't tell much else about it. He watched it continue to walk, and when it got to the edge of the field where the pasture's fence was, it simply stepped over it and down into the creek. It climbed a bank on the other side of the creek and on out into the pasture, across it, and into the woods. He never saw or heard it again. Myself, I've had 2 experiences with them. I live out in the country in a little settlement located alongside a creek and between 2 steep hills. The first experience was back about in 2006 when I worked for the post office. I worked evening shift in a large processing plant and would sometimes work over. In the late summer of that year, I got off between 1 and 2 in the morning. When I got home, as I got out of my car, I noticed every dog within a square mile from me was barking or howling. I thought, what could possibly be causing this? It wasn't unusual to hear a few dogs, but never this many. About that time, across the creek and up the ridge of that hill, I heard this roar that grew into a high-pitched, almost scream that lasted for 10 to 15 seconds. Immediately when it stopped, the dogs shut up. All I could do was smile and think, Sasquatch is here. This last October, as my wife was getting ready to get in bed, she heard another one from the same area. We figure we live in a migration path because earlier this spring, I sighted one on a ridge on a cutaway for the power line for this area. Well, that's it. But I really was like a kid when I saw you and Cam. Maybe someday someone will have one nearer to us. I only live 3 hours from where you live. God bless, and keep those snacks handy. Signed, Danny. Nance, I recently discovered the Buckeye Bigfoot channel and have been listening with interest to many of the descriptions of contact with Sasquatch. I thought perhaps that I would tell you my experiences that have taken place practically in your backyard. If you read this, could you please just use my first name only? Just a short note about myself. I am a 64-year-old retired law enforcement officer. I am an experienced woodsman, hunter, trapper, and equestrian. I have been more at home in the woods in my lifetime than anywhere else. Now, not so much. My first encounter, which at the time I did not think about it involving a Sasquatch, was just a frightening experience that I had no explanation for. It happened one weekend in 1978 while camping with my horse on the north end of the Brookville Reservoir property. It began with me deciding to take a weekend camping trip by horseback. I had time on my hands and no money, so it seemed like a good way to spend my days off. I only worked 4 nights a week, Monday through Thursday. So on Friday morning, I packed light camping gear on my saddle, a blanket and ground cloth, a canvas bucket, some rope, a nose bag for my horse with some oats,
a pair of hobbles, and an old 1892 Winchester carbine carried in a scabbard. I had 17 .44 caliber cartridges for my carbine. I also had a tin cup, a canteen, and my food, which consisted of coffee, a can of crazy cheese, and some crackers. It was warm, so I only had a light denim jacket, a change of socks, and buckskin moccasins that I wore while sleeping when camping. I rode about 17 miles that Friday, and towards late afternoon, I began to get into the Brookville Reservoir property, specifically where the East Fork of the Whitewater River began to feed the lake. I left the gravel road that I had been riding down and moved my horse along an old abandoned roadbed along the river that was no longer allowed access to cars or trucks. It was just a shadow of the former road, and eventually even that road dwindled away to nothing more than a footpath. I rode into the wooded river bottom and looked for a place to camp. I was having a great time. I made camp by tying a picket rope between 2 trees for my mare, then spread out my ground cloth and gathered wood for a fire. I had brought no flashlight, so a small campfire for coffee and to have some seeing light until I turned in was necessary. While I made camp, I hobbled my horse and turned her loose to graze on the tender spring grass. I will mention here, for those who do not know, hobbles are leather straps with a short chain attaching the 2 leather ends. They are buckled around a horse's front legs to allow them free movement, but stops them from running off. Picture someone trying to move with their shoelaces tied together. Those are horse hobbles. Anyway, while she grazed, I made a cup of instant coffee and had some crackers and cheese. I then took out a paperback book from my saddlebags, and I laid back with my head on my saddle and read while enjoying a cigarette. When the light began to fade, I went and caught up to my mare, and after removing her hobbles, I led her down to the river on a lead rope to get a drink. This is where the weirdness began. As she was drinking, she suddenly lifted her head from the water, and with her ears held forward, which indicated that something had her attention, she looked intently upriver. I naturally followed the line of her interest and strained my eyes in the waning light of day in an attempt to see what had caught her attention. She was so tense that she had not swallowed her last drink of water, but was holding it in her mouth. The sounds of the water dripping from her mouth back into the river was the only sound that I heard. Her demeanor had changed, and she now was acting spooked. On the way back to the camp, she kept stopping and would stare into the gathering darkness in the woods, staring north as she had at the river. I put her hobbles back on her and tied her to the picket rope between the 2 trees by a neck rope that went around her neck, behind her head, and fed down through the halter ring under her chin. This type of tying keeps a horse from hurting itself if they spook while tied. It also saves on broken halters. All the while, as I was getting her situated for the night, she kept acting jumpy and would move around nervously, then to only freeze suddenly motionless and stare upriver. Only her nostrils were moving in an attempt to catch some odor. Here I will give a little background on my horse. She was a well-trained mount that was used for working livestock. She was unflappable around traffic and could be safely ridden along any road, including highways. I also used her on my trap line. She was not spooked by gunfire or the smell of blood. I owned her until her death in her upper 20s, and except for this night camping, she had only been spooked one other time, and that was the first time she heard a wild turkey gobble. What I'm saying is, she was a good, solid mount that I could trust in any situation. After I was later married, she would go on to teach my wife and eventually both of my sons how to ride. After I was sure that she was secure, I told her to settle down, and taking the collapsible canvas bucket, I went down to the river to bring her back water for the night. By now, there was just the late stages of twilight left. I could see the water and the far bank, but no details of anything. While I was filling the bucket, I suddenly caught sounds of voices coming from upriver. My first thought was, great, I have a bunch of party types nearby. I assumed that this was what my horse had been hearing. Now, as I said, it sounded like 2 or 3 people talking, but nothing they were saying was distinguishable, and much of it reached my ears sounding like some animated chatter, for lack of a better word. Occasionally, I would hear someone let out a whoop, and a couple times I heard loud splashes like something heavy had hit the water. I was more irritated than spooked, and I only hoped that they would not wander down near my camp. As I was going back to camp, which was only about 40 feet away, my horse suddenly let out a loud whinny, and the voices instantly stopped. Now that spooked me, and I assumed that I would soon have people in my camp that I had no interest in meeting. My fire was down to coals, and for some reason I felt the need to put more wood on it. And yes, my horse still had not settled down much. She was jittery and was stressing the rope in an attempt to get loose. This was when I took my Winchester out of the saddle scabbard and dug into my saddle bag for the cloth sack that held 10 extra rounds. I had 7 rounds in the carbine's magazine. I sat by the campfire, occasionally stoking it with wood in order to keep some seeing light in my camp. I kept talking to my mare to calm her down and attempted to read from the book that I had brought along, but I could only read a few paragraphs before I would concentrate on the night sounds. I no longer heard the voices from upriver, but that didn't convince my horse that all was well. She continued to fidget and would let out nickers on occasion. I finally gave up on reading and just sat next to the fire, leaning against my Winchester, which I had placed between my knees with the butt of the gun on the ground. Somewhere along about 11 or 12 o'clock, sleep overtook me, and I drifted off while still sitting upright, leaning against my carbine. Around 3 in the morning, I was awakened by all hell breaking loose in my camp. My mare was letting out terrified whinnies and was struggling against her rope to break loose. I think, had it not been for the hobbles on her front legs, she would have indeed broken free and run away. I threw a prepared fire bundle on my campfire, which was now down to coals, and as the bundle caught, I had sufficient light to see. I quickly went over to my mare and tried my best to calm her down. It took a bit of soothing, positive talk, but she finally calmed under my touch. But she kept her attention riveted towards the dark forest north of the camp. That was when I heard the whistle. Yes, I said a whistle. Someone was letting out low whistles north of me and slightly east toward the river. That confirmed to me that someone, or possibly several someones, were messing with me. I loudly announced that I knew somebody was out there and that they were not scaring me. That was not entirely true, as knowing that someone was close to me did rattle me a bit. I stepped over to my fire and placed more wood on it. Then I picked up my Winchester. Having that old carbine in my hands gave me some comfort. This was when I began to hear the footsteps. Whoever was out there in the dark began to walk in a semicircle around my camp. They started at the river bank and walked westward, still north of my camp. They then swung around south and walked to a point where they turned east and walked to the riverbank south of my camp. Now, I know the sounds that forest creatures make around here. Squirrels can sound like a buffalo traveling through the leaves, and the deer generally make no sound. At that time, about the only large animal besides deer in this area would have been a coyote. And this was no coyote. I also knew that no prey animal would spend any time in close contact with humans, and likewise with the alpha predators, which were coyotes and foxes. There was an occasional bobcat, but they were rarely seen back then, although today we have a healthy population of bobcats here. This was definitely bipedal. It was slow and heavy. After a period of silence, the route around my camp was repeated. A slow-paced, heavy-footed semicircle until they had reached the starting point again. This went on for the better part of an hour, with an occasional whistle, and once a grunt or low growl, I couldn't tell which. My horse definitely had them made, as she twisted and turned to keep her ears turned to the sounds. Only my touch kept her from blowing a gasket again. Finally, I had experienced enough, and I loudly announced that I was armed and I would open fire if whoever was out there did not leave immediately. With that, I levered a shell into the chamber of my then 67-year-old carbine, and elevating the barrel so that I didn't actually hit anyone, I fired a shot into the air. The sudden report of the .44-40 round split the early morning darkness and echoed through the river bottom. The sound of the shot made whoever was circling my camp suddenly take off in a loud, crashing run through the woods. I'm sorry this is so anticlimactic, but that was it. Nothing else made any sounds near my camp for the remainder of the night. While not calm, my mare quit struggling, and she no longer was letting out frightened whinnies. I sat by the fire, and I made cup after cup of coffee until dawn. At the first hint of light, I gathered my gear and saddled my horse. One thing, the rope that I had tied between two trees to tie my mare to, it had been pulled so tight by her night-long struggling that I had to cut it with my knife and leave the ends of the ropes tied around the trees. This ended my weekend of camping. I decided that I would return home. And by the way, once we cleared the area, my mare was back to her old dependable self, as if nothing had happened. I was the only one rattled by the incident. Never for a moment did my mind explore the possibility that I was being harassed by a Sasquatch. Sasquatch lived in the Pacific Northwest, not in southeastern Indiana. Now, 43 years later, I have no doubts that the thing that was around my camp was indeed a Sasquatch. Over the years, I have encountered 2 sets of footprints, one set in the snow and one set in the forest. Both sets were found in the Charles C. Deem Wilderness in the Hoosier National Forest while hiking off-trail by compass and topographical map. Both sets were found miles from any existing hiking trail and further still from any roads. I've included some photos that I took. I also found structures in the forest that were made entirely of broken tree branches. The ends of all the branches were broken off of the trees. The wood had darkened, but it was plainly evident that the branches were not cut, and whatever broke them had to have had significant strength to rip them from the trees. Additionally, the structures made no sense, as they were not shelters. But this all culminated in 2008, when on a drizzly November evening, I experienced a visual contact with the Sasquatch, with a witness. My son, who was home on leave from the Army, he and I were driving along a field that bordered a river less than a mile from my farm. I looked over into the field as I drove along, and suddenly I slammed my foot down on the brake, while at the same time, in the same instant, my son blurted out, "What the hell is that?" That was a 9 to 10 foot tall, upright being striding across the field. It appeared to be all black. It had a conical head and very long arms that swung as it walked. The stride of the creature was enormous. Because of this sighting, I no longer hunt. I won't even sit outside at night in my own yard unless people are with me, and I keep a shotgun loaded with alternating slugs and buckshot shells loaded and by my side. I won't allow any blinds to be open after dark. Did the sighting scare me? Hell yes, it scared me. It still does. Forgive my grammar. I'm not a professional writer. I hope you found this interesting. Regards, signed, Steve. I went up 3 days early to do some scouting for a big bull elk in New Mexico near Cloudcroft. Set up my pop-up camper and put a huge tarp over the top. I staked it tight at all the eyelets with rope to the ground, which made a kind of porch area all the way around the camper in case it rained or snowed. First few days were pretty uneventful. It was unusually hot. I was wearing camo shorts and a t-shirt. Back behind our camp, about 400 yards, I noticed a tree bent into an arch. It had the tip touching the ground. I had never seen a sabe, but I knew this type of bent tree was often associated with them. I took a picture of it and didn't think too much about it. One night, I was awoken by something violently shaking the staked rope on one corner of the tarp. There was no wind, not even a breeze. My pit bull sat up, growling very low toward the corner. That was very unusual for him, as he's usually up and running, barking, and growling toward any threat. I pointed my semi-auto Bullpup 308 toward the corner, and I turned on the light in the camper, and it stopped. I sat quietly, listening for a while. I didn't hear anything, so I went back to sleep. The next day, my pit bull and I hiked to the top of a mountain that had burned several years ago, all but an L-shaped band of trees. I had called a bull into 35 yards there the previous year, and I harvested him with an old-school flintlock muzzle loader. We snuck down the edge of the L-shaped band of trees, stopping occasionally to cow-call and bugle. When we got to the end of the thin L-shaped band of trees, I walked around the opposite side of trees and sat down, where I could see across the canyon and back behind me through the trees. I did some more calling. My pit bull laid down in tall grass about 15 yards from me. After a couple of series of calling, my pit bull sat up and began to growl real low, looking back behind us toward that band of trees. He doesn't ever make any noise when I'm hunting, so I thought maybe I had called in a mountain lion or bear. Maybe he could smell it. I could see all the way around me, and I couldn't see anything, so I glanced into the trees, but I still never saw anything. That night, a blizzard blew in and dropped 2 feet of snow. I guess I was the only one that didn't know it was coming, as when I got up the next morning freezing, I got a little worried. All the other hunters camped down the road a few miles had already left. I went in to Cloudcroft and I got a cabin. After the snow stopped and the road crews had cleared the roads, I headed back to get snow off my tarp over the camper before it collapsed my pop-up. On the way into my camper, I spotted 5 bulls laying in a clearing up near the top of the mountain, and I got my bull with my .308. I spent 3 days packing meat off the mountain and didn't have any other strange happenings. I couldn't quit thinking about the rope and the tarp being shook so violently, and my pit bull growling and acting scared twice. I know no human would be stupid enough to play games like that in the middle of night during rifle season, and no other animal could shake a rope so violently. I since have researched into sightings and encounters in this area, and I've learned there are way more than I ever would have thought. You can use my name if you like. Signed, Dwayne H. Dear Nance, hello there, fellow female Bigfoot enthusiast. My name is Marquet, and you can go ahead and say it because I have a Bigfoot art website gallery, so I'm not exactly trying to keep this a secret. I'm a 68-year young artist that retired from the banking industry. I've always been an open-minded person, and even before my quote-unquote encounter, I'd always thought it logical that a Bigfoot could exist. After all, it is a vast world with a lot of untouched nature. I enjoyed watching documentaries on Sasquatch because I found them very interesting. However, after my encounter, I really delved into researching the big guys and even began painting pictures of them. So here's what happened. In July of 2020, my husband, Dale, and myself left the sunny South and headed northeast to a conference in Trout Lake, Washington. The purpose was twofold, so that I could meet some fellow YouTubers and also get to see parts of the USA that I'd never seen before. This 3-day conference was held in an area that's pretty desolate. Sadly, they had no lodging to offer other than camping in your own tent. I'm chuckling here because I had about 0 experience in camping. I didn't own a tent or even a sleeping bag. So before we left on our journey, I went on Amazon and I bought a tent, some cots, sleeping bags, and even a battery-operated fan. Unfortunately, when we got there at 10 p.m., my lack of camping experience really showed. The 4-man tent that I'd bought was so small that the cots barely fit inside it. To get them in, they made the tent bulge out ridiculously, and Dale, he had to really struggle to get the door zipper closed all the way. But we managed to get inside and to fall asleep. Sometime in the middle of that first night, Dale woke up because he needed to make an emergency hike to the outhouse. When he finally managed to get the door zipper opened, the top side of my cot and my head popped out like a jack-in-the-box. So I laid there on my tummy, watching and waiting for his return. The outhouses were lit, and they were quite a distance away. But after a while, I spotted someone walking towards me from that area. At first, I thought it was Dale. I mean, who else would be walking around at that hour? But as they approached, I whispered out loud, "Nope, that's not Dale. That dude is way taller than my 6'3" hubby." They drew a little closer, and again I whispered out loud, "And he's way thicker than my 240-pound hubby, too." I felt no fear. I was just laying there, rather amused as this stranger drew even closer, and I whispered, "Dang, that dude is huge."
Within seconds, that mystery man was on the path directly in front of our tent, about 20 feet away from me. Suddenly, he was no longer silhouetted by the lights of the outhouse area. He was backlit, and I was utterly confused at what I saw. That huge dude changed into a tall, skinny man that was wearing a dark-colored shirt and a baseball hat that was lighter in the back and darker in the front. He walked in front of a narrow tree and simply disappeared. Before I could give that an inkling of a thought, I turned my head and I saw the silhouette of my husband way in the distance. Now, unlike that other guy, Dale's silhouette looked exactly like his true size. When he made it back to the tent, the struggle with zipping up the door pursued again, and I forgot all about what I had seen. The second night that we were there, Dale fell asleep in about 2 seconds. I was having difficulty falling asleep as thoughts were running through my head about what several people had said during the day. They had warned me about bears being in the area. Good grief. The one thing I was not able to obtain before we got there was some bear spray. Every place we went to was sold out. As I laid there trying to fall asleep, I kept hearing fellow campers snoring, and it was making me so jumpy because it sounded like bears growling. I was so nervous. Then, out of the blue, I heard a whoop. A real whoop, just like the ones I'd heard when listening to the Sierra Sounds. And just like that, I thought, good, Bigfoot's here. He can whip a bear, no problem. And with that thought, I let out a sigh and promptly fell asleep. On our third and final day at the conference, we had just finished listening to a speaker and everyone had dispersed. I made my way to the common area fire pit and sat by myself on a long wooden bench. A few minutes later, one of the sound technicians from the conference hall walked up and said, "Hey, want to see my new toy?" I said, "Sure, what you got there?" And I motioned him over to sit beside me. "It's a thermal sensor," he replied. As he sat down, he pushed some buttons and turned it on. "What does it do?" I asked. He enthusiastically explained how the screen displayed different colors for the different heat temperatures that people or other things emit. He began pointing it towards a small crowd of people that were milling about in front of us, about 50 to 75 feet away. Each person, I observed, caused the sensor to respond with red, orange, and yellow blobs coming from their head and torso areas. Nothing showed up on the screen to indicate their feet or hands. I thought the sensor was pretty cool and was really enjoying watching the colors and how accurate the device was. And then somebody walked in front of us. They were walking from the left of us, heading to our right. And that thermal sensor, it lit up. Whoever it was, they caused the screen to capture their heat temperatures perfectly even. Their heat signature registered on that screen as a burned orange color from the top of their head to their fingertips and all the way down to their toes. It looked like the perfect profile of a walking cartoon character of a Bigfoot. "That looks just like a Bigfoot," I gasped. "It sure does," the technician exclaimed. And then he hollered, "Dude, you've got your Bigfoot strut on." But that dude didn't reply, so I looked up from the screen. And what did I see? I couldn't believe it. It was that tall, skinny man, and he was wearing the same thing, but I could see the colors now. He had on a navy blue shirt and a baseball hat that was pale gray in the back and navy blue in the front. It was the same dude that I had seen the first night I was there. It was the one that transformed
from a gigantic silhouette into a skinny rail that disappeared in front of a skinny tree. Well, the dude paid no attention to us. He swiftly walked behind a building, and the technician and I both looked at each other and said, "Weird." He turned off his thermal sensor and said, "Well, gotta go, bye." And off he went. I just sat there, putting the pieces together and thinking how improbable all these things were. The timing had to have been absolutely perfect in both cases for me to have seen what I saw. I was dumbfounded. I mean, what are the chances? 1 in a million. My encounter isn't like anyone else's I've ever heard about. And believe me, I've done a ton of research over the past year. But it changed me. I began painting again and developed a website to display my Bigfoot art. I work with a sketch artist, and we collaborate. She even sketched a picture showing a representation of what I saw with the thermal view. We have it on our website. Nance, I really do enjoy listening to your YouTube channel. I'm hooked. You are so good at storytelling, and you have the perfect voice for it. I hope to meet you at a Bigfoot convention one day. Until then, I remain your friend in Bigfoot, Marquet. Buckeye Bigfoot, Nance, or whoever. I do not have a story to tell you. I have a truth to tell you. It's a truth that I saw, and I saw what I saw, and no one will make me say otherwise, and a few have tried. You can use my name. I have no fear of people. But I do have some conflicting things about this truth, and I think there's more truth than I can tell you. You'll understand what I mean, I hope, before I'm done. I was in the Superior National Forest, Isabella Lake area. I had caught some pike minnow and a trout. I took my catch back to camp late afternoon. I cleaned them, and I iced down all but the trout. I had that for dinner. I cleaned up everything good. I know, never leave anything to attract animals. I was in a pop-up camper at the campground. It got late, and I turned my lantern out. I laid there, and I was looking at the sky that was visible over the trees. There were other campers in the area I knew, but I hadn't talked to any of them. My pop-up camper is heavy plastic-like canvas, and it has screens all around when it's popped up. I'd been in the dark for about 30 minutes, maybe more. Then I suddenly couldn't see anything out there. And then I saw the sky again. I was confused for just a second. Then I got it. Someone had walked by my camper and blocked my view. But that someone had to be very tall and very wide and very big to block my view at that angle for more than a solid second like that. I was thinking, what the heck is someone doing? Are they going to steal from me? I sat up. I looked and I listened. Then I had a bad smell that made me gag. It was so bad, I covered my mouth and nose with my shirt, and I tried to breathe that way. But it did not help. That smell was there, but whoever had left the smell had already gone down the way. I laid back down after a minute. I thought, it must be someone just cutting through the area like people sometimes do in campgrounds. Then a woman was screaming, and I heard a man yelling. Sounded like all heck was breaking loose over that way. I got right up right then. I got my gun, and I was looking over that way in the dark. I don't know what I thought I would see. I thought maybe it was a crazy person attacking people. You hear about people getting attacked at campsites and things now. I wanted to help whoever it was, but I wasn't sure where it was and what exactly was happening. What if I got it all wrong and it had nothing to do with the person that just walked through here? Maybe it was just a couple of people over there and they got mad and they were arguing. It could be like that, so I had to be careful. But I thought even just a couple fighting, it sounded like it had gotten out of control. And I also thought that it didn't sound like a couple fighting. It didn't start out small and escalate like most arguments. I got out of my camper and I yelled out if someone needed help. I didn't know if they didn't hear me or couldn't answer. I could still hear chaos over there. I was undecided for a second what I should do, but I kept thinking about that someone who just walked by my camper. Too much coincidence. If it was them, it could be me that was screaming for help right then, and I would sure hope that someone would at least come and check on me. So I made up my mind, and I made my way over there. I was thinking, if there's a fight going on between two guys, maybe I could help even the odds out. I knew that the really tall guy that blocked my view was probably not going to be the guy that belonged in that camp. I would have noticed someone that tall earlier in the day. I didn't know what I was doing or what the plan was for me. I don't think I had a plan. It just sounded like someone needed help. That's all I could think about. I didn't want to turn my lantern back on, but I did have a small flashlight that threw good light. I grabbed it and started making my way over. I had my flashlight on, so they could see that someone was coming. But then I saw another light. It was flicked on. It was those campers, and it was shining on something big and hairy. I stopped, thinking I was looking at a bear standing up. I was maybe 50 or 60 feet away. It's hard to judge in the dark. All the yelling stopped for about 2 seconds. Then I heard the woman start yelling, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" And then they both started yelling again, and the light was shining everywhere. The bear didn't seem bothered by any of this noise, but it didn't like the light. I was relieved to see that it was retreating. And I thought, it's such an odd-looking bear, and it's acting odd, too. Part of me recognized that, but I didn't dwell on it. I changed my direction and I came around in an arc so that while I was still getting close to the campers who might need help, I was keeping far to the side and behind the bear that seemed to be retreating. I was tracking it with my light as it walked away. I wanted to make sure it was continuing to retreat. I didn't want to run into it if it came back. I guess if I had to, I would try to shoot, but I knew my handgun would be no help against a bear. Then I got it. I got it just like that. I got that what it wasn't a bear. I saw it. It was a real Bigfoot. It had turned my way for just a second, but my light, it shone right in its eyes. It didn't like that. It turned away. But I saw it, Nance. I saw it. I saw that Bigfoot's face. That was not a bear nose. There were no ears. And now it made all sense why I thought it was an odd-looking bear, because it wasn't a bear. Oh, it was ugly, all right, but it was very human-looking. Mostly, I saw its backside while it was walking away. But when it turned in that second, I knew right then. I knew the truth. I was a knower. I saw truth, and I will never be made to say different. I couldn't think to do something. You always think you know what you would do in any situation, and maybe you will, and maybe you won't do that thing. I don't know what I thought I might have done if I'd ever seen a Bigfoot if you had asked me before that night. But no matter what I said, I know what I actually did do. Nothing. I didn't make a sound. I didn't say anything. When I couldn't see it anymore, I went back to my camper, and I stayed there. My big idea to help people was all gone. I watched the other people. They tossed their things in quick, and they got out of there. They didn't pack.
I'm telling you, they were tossing things crazy inside their camper and truck. They pulled out of there in a hurry. They did not come to speak to me. I did not speak to them. It seems weird now, I know, but it seemed right at the time. Maybe they didn't even know I was there with all the chaos. It still seems unlikely, but maybe they really didn't know that I was making my way over to help. I know you're wondering if I was peeing myself, as all kinds of people say. No, I was not scared. I was not terrified. I do, however, think I was in a state of shock. I really don't know what I thought on as I sat there in my camper afterwards. The thought to go sit in my truck instead of the pop-up camper did cross my mind, and I immediately said no, and I asked myself, why would I do that? I didn't feel scared. I remember thinking that. And after that, I don't remember thinking anything. I don't know what I thought about until it got light outside. Everything is a big blank for hours. I sat there all night till sunup. At least, I think I did. I can't tell you much about it. But when it got to be sunup, I packed up and left. It wasn't a hurried thing, and it wasn't fear that made me leave. I don't know why I left. I felt like now everything was out of step. Everything was not going to be okay unless I left. But it wasn't fear. That sounds jumbled up, and it is, but it's the only way I know to tell you. So, okay, I said to myself, Bigfoot's real. Is that why you're leaving? And part of me said, yes, that was why you need to leave. So I said to myself, you're scared. And I thought about it. And then my mind said, no, you're not. And I don't think I was. It was a strange flat spot every time I talked about being scared to myself. It just went flat. I think something happened during my time while sitting in the pop-up camper until the sun came up. I try to think about all those hours, and there were a lot of them, I know. But when I think about it, it's just a flat blank spot in my head, like a piece of tape that's been erased, like an old cassette tape. Just a hissing noise through that part. I almost have a memory that I keep smelling that gagging smell all night long. It sounds incredible, but I really think it came back. I think I saw it in the dark outside my camper again. But either I have blocked it from my memory, or it blocked it from my memory. All I know is that part of my mind, well, that cassette tape is just hissing. There's nothing there. Now that might sound absurd, but I have no other explanation. When I think about that night, I have feelings that make no sense. It's all calm and it's all blank and back and forth. What I can remember is what I have told you. But I cannot shake this feeling that there's more. I just can't remember it. I remember almost nothing of all the hours sitting in the dark in my camper. Yet somehow I'm very clear, and I remember the sun coming up, and I have clear memories of even what I was thinking while I packed things up. I remember the drive home. I remember singing along to certain songs on the radio. But those hours overnight in the dark, nothing. It's blank. I just remember the smell at the edge of one of my memories. Do you think it might have come back? Can Bigfoot take your memory away? Have you ever heard of that? Can he make you so scared that your mind blocks things out and you don't even know it? I don't know. I still go fishing, hunting, and camping. It hasn't changed any of that for me. I have no new fears. So I guess that's part of my confusion. I have missing time and memory, but I'm not frightened. I don't feel fear. I saw it clearly, but I'm not scared if I should happen to see it again. But I think I should be. That's what perplexes me. It goes against everything that I've heard or read. Signed, Maurice Withams. Greetings, Nance. This is Catherine again. This could be lengthy. It has been a while since I wrote to you, so this is a catch-up. I hope you will enjoy and share it with others. My experience is not professional, and I will never try to sound as if I am all-knowing, but my experience is face-to-face, and it lasted about 3 years or so while in the Ocala National Forest between 12 and 17. I am now 68. I have always been a logical realist. Additionally, I have a rich family history among my artistic genres. I am also a genealogist, and I have traced one of my family lines back to around 42. I am Scottish, English, Irish, Swedish, Norse, Cherokee, and Algonquin. I have been gifted with abilities handed down through Mother Bear and other ancestors to ascertain things that many people are not always aware of and or are seen by others, and to converse when they feel it is important to share their knowledge. I assume this has made it easier to communicate with the Sasquatch, the ones that befriended me in the Ocala National Forest. So here we go. The Ocala National Forest is a beautiful, lush area, and we lived on 69 acres of it, which the back of the property bordered the Ocklawaha River. Now, the river was full of many kinds of life forms, from gators to frogs to raccoon to armadillos and many types of fish, plenty for the Sasquatch to eat, plus the deer and other animals that populated the area, which is why I think they never bothered my chickens or other pets. Like I said, I spent a lot of time in the forest, and at least 2 to 4 evenings a week with Sasquatch as my company. They appeared to be a family, or an extended family. Actually, it took about a year before I could get fairly close to them. There was the big guy, as I called him. He was at least 8 to 9 feet, with various shades of brown hair, and darker down the middle of his back, and long in places, and not so long in others. He was almost always clean-looking, except for pieces of leaves and some debris hanging off in places from walking in the forest, and he had dirty feet. He had this weightlifter kind of body that would have put Schwarzenegger to shame, and at least 4 feet across the shoulders. He had deep-set amber-colored eyes that seemed almost hidden by the well-defined eyebrow ridge. His face was leathery, with a broad nose and a wide, small-lipped smile. He was attentive to his whole family, especially Mama, to whom he obviously cared a great deal for, and he did not seem to mind when the little ones ran around his legs. He really liked apples and bananas, and in particular, nuts, and the occasional cookie. His face, as well as the face of all the others, they were very human-like, with deep-set eyes that were spaced fairly far apart. But considering the width of the bridge of the nose, that would be expected. He had dark-colored amber eyes with an obvious sclera visible, though Mama, her eyes were pretty and hazel-like. The big guy had a beard that hung long from his chin, with what could be called mustache hair coming from just above the upper corner of his lips, and it hung down with his beard, which was at least 6 to 8 inches long. The nose was fairly flat, but on the mother she had a bony point, so it gave her a little more of an attitude. The big guy was obviously the dominant one, though I never saw him treat his family unkind. But they all deferred to him with respect. He had a few sounds that were like a sharp bark, and he would make them to indicate that it was time to go or the kids needed to settle down. But they always listened, and they went or they left just like that. The skin on their faces was sort of leathery, but soft-looking, especially on the children and the 2 females. Their mouths were fairly straight across, but not all the way to the ears. They were pretty human-like, actually.
There was a slight fullness to the bottom lip in particular, and more so on the two females, and they had straight, dingy white to yellow teeth with slightly emphasized canines. Their ears were not very big, and they laid close to the head. They had no hair on the surface. There was also the old man, as I called him. He had dark to various shades of thinning gray hair that had a shaggy and sparse look to it, and perhaps even a silvery look to it across his face and shoulders, and dark gray down his back. He seemed to have some areas of baldness, like the top of his head and parts of his upper arms and thighs. He did not mingle much, at least till we all became more friendly. He showed aging signs, such as a wrinkled face and hands. I also noticed he kind of limped when he walked, and he had missing teeth. The big guy, he was respectful of the old man, but the old man, he was always watching, and he seemed not to miss anything. The four kids were, and since I have no idea how they age, I just guessed their age to height like human kids. So I guesstimated that the kids were about 6 and 8 years, and the older one to be about mid-teens or older, and the female, she might have been in her young 20s. Now I was 4 feet 11 inches tall in those days, and the littlest one was about to my shoulder. The other one was about my height. The little ones were sort of a blondish brown hair color, and they were both boys. They wrestled with each other and played together with the things natural to their environment. But they loved the ball that I gave them. I showed them how to play with it, and we sometimes played together. They also loved bubbles. Then there was the two females. The mother I referred to as Mama, and she was companion to the big guy. She was about 7 feet tall, I think. She was large-breasted, with dark, leathery areolas, and had a soft, leathery face and soft, leathery hands. Her reddish-brown hair was long around her face and was the longest of all of them. It looked like she tried to keep it clean, minus the forest debris. Her face was not quite as flat as the others, and she had little to no hair on her face or breasts, and she had very little on her hands. She seemed more human-like, and she was very friendly. Mama was very attentive to the two little ones, and I noticed that she had fashioned a few toys made from sticks and fabric for them to play with, and they behaved better than some human kids I have known. I also enjoyed the relationship between Mama and the big guy. It was so sweet. It was obvious the way they treated each other. There was some form of affection. The older teenage male was the proverbial awkward teen. He had the shortest hair, and it was dark brown. He also was well built and well muscled, and he had the widest nose of all. He was about 7 or 8 feet tall. Goofy seemed to hang with the big guy. I figured he was the brother or friend to the big guy. He was nearly as tall as the big guy, with the darkest hair of them all, and he was built like a linebacker. But he had longer legs than the rest. I called him Goofy because he walked like the Disney character, but with amazingly long strides. He was also always on the lookout. If there was a noise in the forest, he would amble off to go check it out. He was restless and was always wandering about. The other female, I called her Rose. She looked to be young, but not as young as a teen. For a Sasquatch, well, she was as pretty as a Sasquatch could be. She was about 6 feet and had notable breasts, and while built strongly, she was more feminine. She was always picking at her fingernails. Her hair was like a reddish-brown blonde, depending on the sunlight. She was pretty quiet, too. I also noticed she had a habit of making this humming sound to herself. Now, I will interject here, and I will tell you that my dad had the prettiest whistle. There was this musical vibrato, and he frequently whistled when he walked in the forest or was out shopping. And this was sometimes how we found him out in the stores, and he would do it also when we got separated so I could find him. Some months into our residence there, before the Sasquatch had made themselves known to me, I heard Dad's distinctive whistle one evening coming from the forest. But Dad, he was sitting there watching TV in the living room. I was like, what the heck? I learned they love to mimic human behaviors and human sounds and other animal sounds. And they do it so very well. It was also during this time that I found the structure and the broken trees and branches all along the river's edge. And then I put two and two together. A few days later, after locating the structure, the dogs were making a fuss and they were charging the forest edge. And that's when I saw them, just behind the tree line. They were swaying and watching. I frequently referred to them as the Watchers because they watch us and learn. Now, this went on for some weeks, perhaps even months. Finally, I just walked out towards the tree line and I said, "Hello, I can see you, so stop hiding." They backed off and disappeared. But they were right back the next night. And again, I went out there and I spoke to them. I said, "I'm not going anywhere, so you might as well come out." A few nights later, they came back, so I went out, and I sat on the tree stump about 8 feet away from them, and I started singing and talking to them. They made some clicking sounds, and they chattered to each other. That is when I realized some of the sounds that I had been hearing while out in the forest were them. They were communicating with each other. There was what I called the chipmunk chatter. It sounds kind of like chattering of chipmunks, but it also reminded me a little of the Cherokee Native language and other Native or First Nations peoples' languages. There were some similarities. Then I also became aware of the other sound that they made, which was the sound that you hear from bats. It's called echolocation. This was very sophisticated, and I found it most fascinating. The clicking sound, it was sort of like the clicking or clucking of your tongue. Well, they were making this sound one day, and then I made it too. There was total silence. They all stood and just stared at me with a look of shock. I don't think they expected me to copy them. As time went by, I would sometimes do it while out walking in the forest, and then I would hear them in the distance, answering me back. It was comforting to have them around. I know this is long, but I still want to share something else with you. At this time in my life, I had waist-length hair. It was a hassle to dry, and I would sometimes sit outside on the stump near the back door and comb out my hair in the sun to dry it. I noticed one late afternoon when I was home alone, the females seemed very interested in what I was doing. So I went into the house, and I found a denim bag that I had made that had a long strap that went across the chest. I put 2 sturdy combs in it, and a round mirror that was in a pink plastic frame. I went out, and I showed everything to them. I took out one of the combs, and I combed my hair. Then I put the comb back in the bag, and then took out the mirror. I looked into it to show them what to do with it. This really shook them up. It was funny, this whole mirror thing.
I guess you just had to see them, but it kind of scared them at first. I also put the bag strap around my neck, and I showed them how to use it. But the strap, it really was not long enough for them to use. I then walked closer to the tree line, and I noticed they did not back away. Rose was standing behind Mama. I held out the bag in hopes that Mama would come forward to take it from me. And she did after a long pause. I was like, holy cow! She took it straight from my hand. I gave her a big smile, and she attempted to smile back. They both looked happy. She stepped back some and then took out a comb. She copied me and combed her hair. I motioned for her to give the other comb to Rose, and she did. They both acted like they were excited schoolgirls. They were chattering back and forth and looking at me comb my hair, and they both copied me. I had also put a bar of lavender fragrant soap in the bag, but I don't think she knew what to do with it. But she did like the smell. But what was really unexpected, and not only surprised me, but really caught me off guard, was that as I started to comb my hair again with my comb, I would hold out the length of my hair to comb it. Mama came over and tentatively reached out to touch my hair. I was like, oh my goodness. Then she made this sound that made me think she went, ooh, and then kind of laughed. And then she softly did it again. She then turned to Rose, and she made this chipmunk-like sound, just chittering and talking to Rose. And then she turned to me, and she said in mind speak what sounded to me like, pretty. I thanked her, and I reached out to her. She touched my hand. Her hand was leathery. The underside was a dark salmon color with dark lines, and it was softer than I expected. The hair on top of her hand was fairly soft as well. She then seemed to get nervous and reached out to Rose, and they scuttled back into the tree line. Just before they disappeared into its depths, she turned to look at me, and she raised her hand as she had seen me do many times to wave. I waved back, and they were gone. Here's another story about my Sasquatch family. One evening, when I was sitting on the car and they were at the tree line watching, a huge Bigfoot appeared suddenly in the road about 30 feet from the family and me. He had red eyes, and he was at least 10 feet tall. He was covered in dark brown and black hair, and he was massively built. The family saw him, and the big guy, he barked a bark that I had never heard before. He was clearly alarmed. He had barked anxiously to his family, and then he turned to growl and scream at the massive Bigfoot that had appeared. The big guy also turned to me, and in mind speak, he told me to run home. And then the whole family, ran. As I ran towards the house, I heard them keep telling me to run. He's bad. Run. So I did. I ran into the house, and I got my gun. He walked towards our house, and I stood at the window with that gun. The Bigfoot did not move, and he must have stood there at least half an hour, and he was sometimes growling at me, and then he would shriek out this hair-raising, body-vibrating, screaming screech sound. It pierced the whole night. So while he was there, no more than 12 feet from my kitchen window, and while all my outside animals were there but hidden, I remained at that window with the gun. As long as he was there, so was I. He then turned and made a few steps away back down the road, and then he just vanished. When I saw the Sasquatch family again a week later, the big guy told me that one kills humans, especially humans who have friends like them. He told me that he would always keep watch. I know that many people only see them as monsters and wild, dangerous animals, and perhaps there are some here and there that might and do fit those descriptions. But I dare say, and I challenge any person to define all Bigfoot or Sasquatch in that manner. History and many personal accounts would agree with me that not all Bigfoot or Sasquatch fit into the monster category. Let's face it, not all humans do either. Throughout history, there was and are humans that fall into the monster category. But not every human is bad, just like not every Bigfoot or Sasquatch is either. From all the stories over my lifetime and my own personal accounts, I can state with certainty that just like humans, Bigfoot and Sasquatch come in various sizes, colors, temperaments, and personalities. While it does annoy me when people refer to them as apes or gorillas, none of the ones I have witnessed would fall into those parameters. Their faces all look human. They communicate with each other with human-like, intelligent mannerisms, and many have manifested behavior traits that demonstrate kindness and concern for their own kind and for humans. But I understand that ignorance for what is unknown and for trying to figure out what one actually is seeing, it can easily be confused with the closest possible hairy animal. Here's another story. They all loved nuts. I learned that after giving them a few just here and there. My dad used to get this huge bushel basket full of nuts. It had lots of walnuts, Brazil nuts, and almonds. And I would always take some and put some in a brown bag. On the bag, I had drawn and colored a big red heart. I would leave it for them on the tree stump. After the second time of doing this, they left me a bunch of rocks with a heart drawn in the dirt right in front of the stump. Apparently, they watched me look for and collect rocks all along the riverbed in the forest. So, we gifted each other something we both liked. I frequently shared food with them and loved it the time that I gave them all popsicles on a hot summer day. They loved them, and it was fun to watch them eat them. I laughed so hard. I have one more story. I'll call it The Predator Bigfoot. Walking towards the river from my house, down perhaps a football field from home, was an area to the right that I loved to hang out at. There was this huge hickory tree, and I loved it. It sat back off the road about 20 feet. I learned early on that about 20 feet behind this tree was a magical area. There was an area of the forest that was unlike any place I had ever been. There was a perfect circle of trees with densely packed forest on the outside. The grass inside this circle was the softest grass I had ever seen. It never had weeds, and it was this dark emerald green color. But what was really unusual is there was no bugs there. And the light from the sun, it was a shimmering bright sunlight. And as you walked from the regular forest into this circle, there was a difference in the way it all felt. It was almost as if you walked into a vacuum, and not all of my animals would follow me into this circle. There was this magical feeling there, and sometimes, even though I could see the whole space within the circle, sometimes it felt as if I were not alone, though I never felt fear there. In fact, I felt as if this circle was a place of safe refuge. There was this one time a guy that I had been trying to avoid came to visit, and considering how bad the directions were that I gave him, I was surprised he made it. I was lying in the grass there reading a book when he arrived. My mom told him where to find me. When he showed up out there, I was really not happy to see him. But we sat and we talked for a few minutes. Then he got amorous. I tried to back away, but he pushed me back onto the ground, and he started to get physically violent with me. I was laying on my back, and he was on top of me, holding my arms down. And all of a sudden, out of my peripheral vision to the right, I was aware of a disturbance. There was a shiny circle of light. I was then aware of something moving towards me. Something came down from that circle, and it came towards us. And then suddenly, that guy was literally airborne, and he landed about 5 feet away with a hard thud. It was as if someone had kicked him. I saw this shimmering, refracted light outline of a massive being. It moved towards my feet, and at first I was terrified that I would be next. But then I was assured that I was no longer in harm's way. Then there was a rush of electrical-infused sound that blasted towards that guy, and it seemed to roll him over. Then that guy got up, stumbled. He was all pissed off, but even more, he was scared. He uttered some choice words. Then he ran away, falling all over himself. But he ran out of the circle, ran all the way back to his car, and left. I turned towards this shimmering apparition as I got up, and the being just went through a portal, and then he was gone with a crackling of sounds leaving the air all energized. I remember when I first saw the Predator movie that this was exactly like what I saw, and it kind of freaked me out. I have never forgotten that, and I never will. Well, I could go on, but I better stop. I have other stories I can share. Just let me know if you want to hear them. No worries about sharing my name. I'm not concerned with the negative opinion of others. It changes not my opinions, feelings, or experiences. I just want to say, my husband and I listen to you often. Thank you. Signed, your friend, Catherine, the Midget Queen.